I mean, he loves it, right?
He loves it.
He loves it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and actually it is his best hero. So speaking of Kid Bomba, one of the best heroes that actually can go alongside with that composition that Team Devo was trying to pull out is that team fight composition, area crowd control, high reach, and also having that setup in terms of the team fight, having also Bruno to finish everything off. I think that you just need one touch, and I would highly recommend to have an assassin at this point. You have enough heroes to take damage.
I don't know. I feel like, especially if you're coming from the Ohio Brothers position, like you're looking at this, you have the insurance policy of the Netherrealm, 2 huge tanks to actually sneak through, on top of the fact that, well, at the end of the day, we still don't know who the mid laner is going to be, right? So we're hoping that something vulnerable shows up for Devu as TOB, lock in the Edith as well as the Novaria. I'm kind of liking this comp so far from North America.
I'm just thinking because they need to scale. The Claw needs 3 items. The Novaria can do well early, but I don't know. They need a little bit of items before they can really get online, which doesn't gel well with the Boxia.
We do see the Lancelot pick up here for the side of Devu. This is going to be an interesting matchup here because, again, we have easy ways to play, and we know that Devu likes to play through that mid lane. I think it's probably going to lean into either side with dominant laners on both ends. I'm curious. Let's break down this composition as we start moving in towards the Land of Dawn.
Well, I would say that Team Devo did a really good job having all that space for the Lancelot just to run around, do his dashes, do whatever he needs, do whatever he wants, and also having Corby to finish everything off.
Hello.
I think that Team Devo, for me, at least, they did a really good job on the draft. I would lean towards Team Devo in terms of the draft.
I would agree. I will not say no to numbers, and the numbers did say that Devu had the better draft. We have to see, can the Ohio Brothers stall out the game till they have enough items, or will Devu end the game and win game number 1?
Welcome everybody to our first best of 3, day number 2 here at the M5 World Championship group stage. It's going to be the Ohio Brothers on the blue side up against Devu on the red side. Now, as we start things off, right, I'm expecting, at least for Devu, they can play either on the top side of the map or the bottom side of the map. It's really kind of up to them. But what about the Ohio Brothers, right? What is the general game plan? Is it about smothering the opponent in the earlier stages, or is it just purely, we're going to scale, we're going to have to wait 15 minutes?
Well, I think for Team the Ohio Brothers, they kind of can do an aggressive gameplay at the early game, especially because they have that Matilda to engage and also to disengage, and also you have Milo with that Edith. He can deal a lot of crowd control. He can make a lot of crowd control happen, but seems like both roamers are annoying each other.
So far, so good. I mean, when we're looking at the emblems, I'm seeing that at least for the mid laner, it's going to be agility and as well as wilderness wrestling. Kind of interesting that he opted to go for the lethal ignition on a Faramis as well. So I'm guessing he's hoping not to die for the rest of the match.
He should keep his life for the longest time as possible. But look at Claude from the early game. He's starting off with having some defense just to deal with that damage coming from that Bruno. And also, I would tell you that the rotation will be so fast for Team the Ohio Brothers because they have the Baxia. Sao is now in a really bad position.
And right now, Sao going up against 3, not looking very good. Is this going to be first blood for Super Shark?
Ooh, that was nice. A very nice counter rotation from the side of the Ohio Brothers, right? He starts off on his orange buff, goes to purple, immediately takes Little Wanderer, and then quickly runs over to steal a small camp on the purple side, and then looks for the rotational kill. Might even get a second one.
Yeah, good flicker coming in, but Magister is here. It looks like he wants to get a little bit of trade in, but he's the one losing the trade, has to get out of there.
Yeah, a lot of HP lost there, and I think that Magister will not be able to contest that turtle with full potential, and not having that flicker on Kid Bomba will be just as will even make the mission even harder.
Yep, right now Milo looks like he's trying to zone everyone away. Super Shark has to use the flicker just to survive, and best player 1 secures the turtle without really much of a problem.
Yeah, with no issues whatsoever here, right? I mean, at the end of the day, it's all about just taking your time with this, right? The Ohio Brothers don't necessarily need to be aggressive. If they can punish Deucefall on the rotation when the mid lane starts moving, by all means, do so, but they don't need to be the aggressors. They want to scale. They need to take a little bit of time. When they get that lead, that's when they're going to pull the trigger.
We have seen such thing yesterday, having Wolf with us on the desk, seeing the Claude also with the Novaria, but I think yesterday there was also one more scaling here. I cannot actually remember the hero right now, but they need that late game so badly, and having the Baxia and also having the Edith will give them a little bit of space, a little bit of room, so that they can breathe through the early game. So the Ohio brothers are actually kind of like dealing with that risk, but I don't know, will they be able to finish it off?
I don't know, for me, I feel like this Vol, they've made quite a few mistakes, trading a little bit too much HP before contesting a major objective. I kind of feel like with the draft that you have, you don't have to force things out.
I agree. I think they should have waited for those level 4s to start coming by and then start playing around those neutral objectives, right? At the end of the day, you're hoping that your laners make those individual advantages to force the Ohio brothers into that rotation, but so far, so good for TOB.
Oh, Kim Boba there already uses all very, very defensively. And now, Kim Boba looks like he's going to get targeted just a little bit. The Ohio brothers, they're just chipping off the HP, looking like they're preparing for the turtle here.
Yeah, I think that Zia at this moment needs to farm as much as possible because there's a lot on his shoulder, but look what's happening right now.
Yep, looks like Milo is going to target onto Sao, and Sao is able to get 3, but is that really going to be enough? It looks like the team is not on the same page. Magister wants to go away, and Sao gets taken down. Best player gets pulled back into the turret range, and now Kid Bomba looks like he wants Milo, but it's 1v3. Is that a really good fight? You want to go for it? He wants to go for it. Kid Bomba goes on to Milo. Magister secures the kill. Best player won, and Magister, you still have a way to get out of that bad situation, and he does.
Okay, really nicely done so far from either side, right? At least for Deo's fault. Like, Kid Bomba probably would have wanted to have his ult a little bit earlier, but he lost it early on before the interaction even begun. Now, with his neutral objective, it's a little dangerous for Deo's fault to actually sit on top of it. They don't have a majority of their big ticket ults.
Yeah, and actually losing your life multiple times in the early game is kinda also dangerous. And look at Sao, he already died 2 times out of 2. So, having that said, I think that Sao at some point will be squishy as it's so hard for him to absorb any damage at this point. Even his flicker is being popped off so easily.
I'm also curious that Sunset Lover actually pick up the Clock of Destiny, but we've seen that a lot of players have been moving away from it.
Yeah, I think that's also an interesting observation as well, because some might even go for, you know, I'm going to force Lightning Truncheon first, I want to be able to get that movement speed on top of the extra damage, and then start leaning into more cost-efficient items. Things like Necklace of Durance, for an example. But here, it's about scaling.
Yep, looks like Carvy's going to get targeted down. It looks like, he is able to survive for now. Sao goes back in, trying to take down best player 1. Basically, no HP just yet. Sunset Lover was able to protect Carvy.
Really great stuff.
Well, that being said, Zia with that Purify, it's the basic spell to have in this match. But having that being said, you saw how Zia was dealing a lot of damage to Carvy, and that's because he got the Demon Hunter Sword, the core item that Claude needs. So, 6 minutes into the game, I would say pretty much good that he has Claude by now.
This is pretty standard for the side of the Ohio brothers, right? If you look at the gold earned, everybody is scaling up at a good pace. Right now, Hun and even Milo are doing much better than Sunset Lover as well as Kid Bomba. Magister, on the other hand, has actually caught up because of all the interactions. His best player has been instigating these wars in the middle of these fights, trying to punish Sawo in the meantime. So I think as of right now, especially for Deo's Vault, as long as they smother Ohio brothers, they are going to get ready for the next upcoming turtle in about 26 seconds, and hopefully that's where they find the advantage.
Well, look at Novaria, right? So far, she will not have any damage whatsoever. Having the only Book of Man, she cannot deal any damage, just like the continuous vision that she can only provide through all her skills. But I think that's quite much it. I think that also vision is a key, as long as some of the gameplays are a key. But and now having also the new item, the support item, she can actually be so helpful to the team right now.
Definitely you can see the Ohio brothers prioritizing on those utility items. Able to find Sao. Sao here is in danger, and he's gonna die before he's able to get his ult off. And now even the Netherrealm is not there. Kid Bomba goes back in off Zia. Zia's getting targeted, but he is fine. He is safe. Milo goes back in onto Carvy. Carvy kiting out of there. Even Magister has to get out of range. And now the Ohio brothers, they're controlling the river.
That's some beautiful stuff coming out from the Ohio brothers, right? A lot of the interactions, they're not wasting their abilities. It's about zoning, but can they get this? No steal so far. Nicely done by best player. But yeah, the Ohio brothers, I was expecting them to take a full-on fight, but it was all about the zoning.
Yeah, and that's actually what we have said before the draft even begins. It's going to be a really close match. So far, no turrets have been taken from any side, neither the Ohio brothers nor the Dios Volt. And having 1k gold lead isn't actually that dangerous.
And now Zia doing quite a lot of damage onto Sunset Lover. And again, this build is outdated, I would say. It will take a little bit of time to run because the interaction between Lightning Truncheon and Clock of Destiny is not the same as before.
Yep, it's not the same as before. Last time with Clock of Destiny, I mean, well, not in Clock of Destiny, but Lightning Truncheon, it kind of scales off of your mana. Now it doesn't anymore. But in the meantime, Super Shark playing with fire as TOB continues to invade.
Oh, they are engaging.
Yep, Kid Bomba taking a little bit too much damage, and they already forced out the Netherrealm. Carvey is there, but that's all they wanted. They just want some ults, and then they're out. No need to be here any longer.
This is what we call being proactive, right? The Ohio brothers don't necessarily need to start fights, but as long as they're starving out their opponents, they're just going to scale that much faster.
Yeah, and actually Matilda is so far serving her own purpose, being the engage and the disengage hero, having best player to have the best moments of his lives, going inside the jungle and going out, getting outside of it without breaking a sweat.
Yep, Magister dealing a little bit damage onto Zia, but at this point Zia doesn't really care that much. Even though Magister does quite a lot of damage, but still, you gotta lock down Zia somehow.
I think for now, as of yet, Doomsfall, it feels like they're a little, I wouldn't say uncoordinated, but it's being smothered pretty well by the Ohio brothers, right? It feels like they are the more proactive team. They understand that the advantage is more than enough. They can start breaking down turrets like it's nothing. And look at these invades.
Yep, Magister is still able to secure it. Milo has to get out of there. And again, this is what they're doing. They're just trying to bait it out. Like, keep using your ults for nothing.
Yeah, and actually what's really good that Carvey so far is maintaining his life, maintaining his gold, and also having that Has Claws alongside with the Berserk Fury early on stage. So I think that at one moment, team of the Ohio brothers will pay the price for leaving Carvey to farm that easily.
Right now, the Lord has started. Kid Bomba manages to get two, but look at Magister. He's able to secure the Lord, and now best player has to get out, but Super Shark gets taken out. Zia comes back in, shooting everyone out, and Kid Bomba is going to get targeted by Zia, and Kid Bomba goes down. Zia, your HP is so low, and he's taken out. Sunset Lover gets the double kill.
Oh, that was understandable from Zia. Even if you try to take your BMI out of there, there's pretty much no way that you're going to survive two auto attacks from Carvey without having to forcefully use your winsome nature. I think so far, it's pretty unlucky for the Ohio brothers. After making so many good moves across the map, finally, Doomsfall finds the neutral objective fight that we were talking about earlier.
Wow, wow, just wow. It was a really good fight, full of potential for both teams to take out of it. And also I would say that Team Dios Volt at this moment, they do have that Lord, and with that Lord they can take so much of the game. Actually, a lot of turrets will fall down, and this is the moment where Team the Ohio brothers need to find the solution, whether it was team-wise or either outplayed by single players, and they will take a lot of damage.
And best player looks like it is in a very bad position. Sao secures the kill. And now this Volt, they're not stopping the Netherrealm, making sure that no one goes down. Killing spree for Sunset Lover. They're just taking whatever they want at this point.
Oh, I think that was kind of a bad decision from the side of the Ohio brothers. Either you sacrifice that turret, or if you're going to commit towards something like a lane clear, you need to figure out how you're going to do it effectively. Best player, no way he's going to be able to clear that wave effectively. Milo is probably the only one to do so because Hoon's overall skill shots just get body blocked by the rest of the members of Dew's Fault. Small interactions like this could cost them the game, but in the meantime, notice that despite everything that has happened, despite best player invading the jungle with his entire team, despite having a good early game, we're seeing that Magister has already hit 15 before best player.
And that's actually so strange because best player was having a lot of fun invading the jungle of Team Devo, but as you said, Magister has hit his level 14, even one level ahead, almost full one level ahead from best player, which is really weird to say, but that's how it is. Team Dios Volt have used one mistake by Team the Ohio brothers. One Lord was all it takes.
Something to mention as well, Magister has 2 damage items, so you cannot look down at the damage coming in from this Lancelot because it's not a tanky build. He has the War Axe as well as the Endless Battle.
Yeah, let's not forget, if we're talking about damage, right, Sunset Lover's build as well is starting to stack up pretty high, right? He's got the Holy Crystal already purchased, he's got Lethal Ignition, he hasn't died and has been stacking up on this Farmist for a good amount of time. I'm thinking that he's looking to just one-shot Zia, especially if they're too close together.
Well, with that setup, and also with me leaning towards Team Devo's draft, again, look here, you have the flickers ready, you have the ultimates ready, you have the penalty zone, you have everything to set up a decent fight. One more fight for Team Dio's Volt will be actually more than able to finish this game.
And right now looks like they're going for the Lord. Something that the Ohio brothers have to understand is that Farmist's damage will actually ramp up the more everyone is collected together.
Yeah.
So if they want to contest this Lord, they got to make sure that it's not autopilot. They know what they're doing.
I mean, certainly Eagle has already been expanded for the side of Super Shark. Deus Vault, I think they're just going to slow down on this Lord. They want the Ohio brothers.
As you say that, they go in onto best player, but looks like only Milo is the one getting caught. But a lot has been used by Desvault. Best player looks like, again, surviving Zia. Are they having to use him a shutdown from Milo? Double kill for Milo. He gets taken down. Super Shark goes back in. He wants Kid Bomba. He got Kid Bomba, but Super Shark is actually the one taking the most damage, and Carvey gets the kill.
Oh, he's looking for blood. He's just smelled blood in the water, and right now
Hello,
they don't
John
have the
Mon.
retribution.
What's up?
Team the Ohio brothers can actually go in, but what was really bad that Team Deus Volt ignored the existence of Edith at this moment.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, you know, Mielo, he's so far out, he's in the Tri-Brush, he's already used the Primal Wrath, he's too far away to actually participate, and then it's too late, you already start losing members, and especially since Sawo expanded absolutely everything, it was Ohio Brothers' only opportunity to actually bite back. They do find a couple of trades, but still lose out on both the Lord and as well as number of kills, so now, Ohio Brothers are going to be on the defensive.
Yeah, being the price of the early game mistake. One mistake actually made Team Deus Volt in control right now. They are in the driver's seat. They can do so much with their ultimates. All of it already. Everything is set up. Team Deus Volt might finish the game.
Yeah, right now this Volt, they're looking at the eyes of the Ohio brothers. The war charged in. Right now, Kid Bomba, I can see in his eyes, he's waiting for that one moment to use the penalty zone to grab everyone together.
So hard, so hard, so hard. They need all these waves synchronized together. They might just make the base wide open.
Actually, I think they only need 2 of these waves. Yeah, there we
Kid
go.
Bomba goes in. Milo taking quite a bit of damage, but looks like this Volt, they just want the inhibitor. Once they got it, you know what? No need to stay here any longer. The best player goes back in. They want this fight. Sao just kites. Sia trying to fight back, but best player gets pulled back into the fray. And now Magister goes on to Zia. Looks like Sao's gonna get targeted down. Milo already using the Primal Wrath, not being able to do much. The Netherrealm expanded for Deus Volt. A lot of nothing fights is going on. Both teams are testing each other's patience.
Yeah, they really are. It's really a test of discipline,
Hello, Wilson.
honestly, because Deus Volt just bites
Hello,
down
Mom.
on it. They're expanding way too many resources for almost nothing, with no way to actually look for a conversion, especially since the second Lord Empowered waves have already been taken down. I think especially for the Ohio brothers, right, they have to recognize that Deus Volt wants them to actually funnel in together. Places that are dangerous to fight in the map so far. Number 1, in the jungle. It's too narrow for them, especially when they are pushing out towards Lord side. If they can go and play through that mid lane, they might have an opportunity.
Well, going through to the late game phase, we see that everyone now have their own items. Almost everyone, like especially we always look at the marksmen, and they are settled down with all the items that can deal the damage needed. But actually, best player at the last moment, or like at the last fight, the engage he did had no sense to me whatsoever. He didn't need to risk it that high, but seems he liked to take the risk.
You know, for use by Sao, but not really hitting anyone. Best player gets pulled back in, but Magister, he's just split pushing. He doesn't care. Sia wants to get for those kills, and they're still surviving. No one is stopping Magister. Best player finally recalls, but at that point, Magister's like, all right, you're coming back to defend. I'm getting out of here.
Yeah, this is so worth it for Deus Volt. What the Ohio's brothers did in the early game, just playing for these small objectives, Deus Volt is doing the exact same thing, except they're getting major wins, inhibitors, buffs, lords. It's now starting to really heavily favor Deus Volt.
In terms actually for heroes, and speaking of scaling, Team the Ohio Brothers are now in their, let's say, this is the time they needed to reach. So if they didn't do the plays they intended to do with that draft, they will just lose against the perfect draft I see over there at Team Duo's Bull. They have the team fight, and on the other side you have the scaling heroes. Which one will win? That's a really hard question to actually answer. We will see the answer together.
38,000 HP left on the Lord. Magister finds best player, taking a little bit of damage.
Magister.
Zia goes in, but Magister is going to heal up just a little bit. This is a Lord dance. Whoever makes the first mistake will get punished.
Yeah, this is not looking good because the Ohio Brothers are still missing 2 inhibitors. Deus well don't have to do anything. They just have to wait for those waves to start crashing in towards that crystal side to pull away members away from this Lord dance.
Oh, but Zia looks like he's going to get targeted down, and Kid Bomba as well finds Zia. Minu Fury connecting, and Zia is going to get focused now. He's still surviving. I spoke too soon. Kid Bomba secures the kill, and now Milo gets Sao. Magister has to get out. Harvey as well. They're fighting back. The Ohio Brothers are doing it. They get Kid Bomba as well, and Magister with that level of HP, I don't think he can go for the Lord.
No, not at all. It does percentage max HP nowadays, so it hurts a lot more than it should. More importantly, he needs to be landing these skill shots. Too many Deuce Vault members are walking away with just a sliver left, just so little HP.
Yeah, man. I think that's the point of having Sunset Lover in that Paramis. Look at the Paramis. Without him, that fight was totally gonna be for the favorite team, the Ohio Brothers. We can see the damage, we can see the scaling heroes, we can see their strategy work, but it's just it did need enough time to work. 19 minutes, I think that's the time to work, and this is the time to see who's gonna secure that Lord.
Right now, the Ohio Brothers, are they using this Lord for a bait? Halo goes in, he finds Carvey, and Carvey, he's trying to get away, but he goes down. Best player secures the kill. Sao as well, double kill for best player. Magister survived because of Sunset Lover. The immortality popped, and best player secures the Lord.
Good game sense coming in from Yellow. Really great play coming from the Ohio Brothers to secure this Lord, take 2 big ticket players from the side of Deus Fall, and maybe turn this around and even out on the structure center. The Ohio Brothers, they need to get at least one of these inhibitors down with this Luminous Lord at the very least. If not, then it's going to be the exact same situation as we saw before, where they're always playing at a disadvantage.
Having the first Lord for Team the Ohio Brothers, and it is an evolved Lord, is actually one of those things that Team Devo needs to take care of. I think that Super Shark wants to hunt for kills. He wants to go in and take as much as possible without even that Lord reaching any inhibitor turrets. So far, Team the Ohio Brothers have a really good opportunity at the top lane, but the defense is possible. The only thing that makes me afraid is that Bruno cannot clear well.
If everything falls into place, I would imagine that Carvey is going to learn his lesson. He can't walk up that far. He's going to let Sawon as well as Kid Bomba do their work. Let Magister instigate these fights. But the thing is, will the Ohio Brothers fight as the Primal Wrath comes out?
Yeah, Primal Wrath already used by Emilio, trying to force out this inhibitor. They managed to get one. So far, that's the only one that they get, and doesn't look like the Ohio Brothers have a good way to engage the fight. This Bolt, they're just positioning in a way that it's very punishable if they force things out.
Personally, for me, I think that the fact that Mielo is using this Primal Wrath in this particular manner is interesting, right? Okay, all right, brothers, let's calm down here for a second. You just want the inhibitor, but it's not, oh my god!
Yeah, when the Astral Echo used, all those skill shots become much more easier. Now Kiboba as well as Carvey are doing their very best to clear the lanes. Magister as well is able to do so. Sunset Lover, look at the damage onto Zia. He has to be careful, and Purify used.
Dude, real talk, I gotta see how much damage Hoon is pumping out. I nearly threw up in my throat back there for a moment with how much damage, especially when they're stuck so close together.
And now Astral Echo again used to see the members of Days Volt. Even though it looks like Magister wanted to go a little bit aggressive there, but the team was not ready just yet.
Sao is not using Minotaur as he should. I think that there's so much of that Minotaur book that Devo team can utilize, but Super Shark, he needs to use his ultimate, but will he survive?
Oh, right now the question really is for Magister, and for now, yes, he's going behind Sao. Where is going to be the Minu and Fury? Kid Bomba taking down now Hoon is able to take down the immortality, and now the Minor 3 is able to connect onto 3. Magister goes back in, Zia goes down. Southside Lover secures the kill. Best player in the front lines, Carvey gets another one. Best player gets a killing spree, and now Super Shark has to go away. Only 2 members of the Ohio Brothers surviving, but now the Lord is up.
The Lord is up. I think they might go and look for a finish. I think that Super Shark at this moment wanted to hold the lane, but you cannot hold the lane. Is it the finish? Is it the end? It's a hard question.
I mean, they're going for it, right? As long as they buy time, it's more than enough, and it looks like the death timers are way too long, and they heard you, Yasu. Sawo was like, what'd you say about my Minotaur? I'll hold it to the very end. I'll hold my ult.
Yeah, right now the minions are going in. Hoon is trying his very best, but looks like it's game over. This Volt gets game number 1.
Man, what a big outplay there coming in from Sawo, right? Holding on to the very last moment, coming in and clipping Zia at the edge of his ult. Really nicely done coming from this squad from the EECA, taking game number 1, moving them into match point. Adaptations need to be made, but at the same time, right? If you really just compare both of the players as well as the drafts, it was pretty even. It was just moment by moment.
Yeah, a lot of risky decisions have been made by Team TOP at this moment, and every single risky decision wasn't on point. Neither the one that was on the Lord and the enhanced load, neither also the one at the end with the Super Shark trying to annoy the Lancelot. It was more suitable to go back and defend that base.
I would say, yeah, decision making is the huge thing, and by both teams. Yeah, both teams made certain mistakes that the others is like, all right, you made a mistake. We're gonna punish you guys. And I gotta say, I feel like there's more to be said when they finish their draft. There's certain strengths to it. Not all the time we see them playing towards their strength.
Yeah, no, that's the beauty of it all. That's high level gameplay when you have a direct game plan, but still are able to adjust on the fly to actually play defensively, which was kind of odd from the side of Devu. But still, we have to look at our MVP of the game, brought to you by the Republic of Gamers. Let's ring up the council here. Who have they chosen from the side of Duo's Fall? And of course, the man who plays farm is like none other. Give it up for Sunset Lover.
Sunset Lover. Yeah.
Dude, his build is old school, but it is reliable. Like, the fact he is making an active choice. Lethal Ignition, stack me up real big damage, you walk up, I kill you.
Yeah, actually having that look on the build, and actually at some point you spoke a little bit about Hoon's damage on that Novaria, but I would also know the damage on the Sunset Lover's Paramis. Looking here at the top lane, these were the moments where the Ohio Brothers were having their best moments, but again and again, the damage output wasn't enough to take Team Devo down. Team Devo at a certain point, as I told you, they didn't use Sao as best as they should, but again, he did really good on cancelling that blazing duet coming from Zia over and over again, waiting not to just use his ultimate, but also the first skill to take to knock up Zia, and also to cancel his blazing duet. One time after another, as I told you, they didn't find the suitable setup. And at this moment, this was the actual mistake that Devo team did, and that was ignoring that Milo is using his ultimate.
I think personally, most people, I mean, even for me, I would have ignored Miolo. He's Primal Wrathing, he's so far away. I don't need to worry about that, but he gets back into the fight. Personally, for me, I think Sawo on this Minotaur, it's not that he didn't utilize it to its fullest. He played it effectively, but it's also just the nature of Minotaur. You're very much a sacrificial lamb as soon as you've utilized all of your battle spells as well as your ult. There's very little that you can do, but this moment right here, this definitely was miscommunication, or at least somebody didn't let Zia know that he still had his ultimate.
No, actually, that's the key, because he is waiting for Zia. And like I said, if I'm playing Claude, this is not the kind of draft that I want to play against, because he was like, Sao was like, I can take the damage. I just need one crucial knockup to make sure that this Claude doesn't get to do what the Claude wants to do. And I kind of feel like that's why we don't see him forcing it out, because he knows, all right, Kid Bomba, you the one that goes in. I can't wait. I will buy my time, and I will stop Zia from damaging us.
Let's not
Actually-
forget, it's not just him. It's Magister as well, right? It's that push and pull sort of mechanic, looking to pull aggression towards you. And if you have that opportunity, especially with a mobile assassin like Lancelot, you can get right back in.
Well, Team Devo at certain points, I don't know if like anyone noticed, but there was poor management on that wave from the side of Team the Ohio Brothers. They could have actually made a split push possible and not go for all this time and waste it on like taking lords and protecting high ground. Devo at a certain point could have just finished the game itself. 23 minutes, 28 seconds into the game, and numbers in terms of the gold wouldn't matter because everyone is now with complete have completed the items. Carvey actually in an early stage of the game had his own House Claws and also the Berserk Fury, so he could have actually stood up against 2-1 with that HP steal and also with the critical damage.
The thing that I want to talk about actually, because I saw the Turtles, all the Turtles went to the Ohio Brothers, but it didn't look like they had mid-game domination.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Magister was able to do so much. Like, gold per minute is 755. I would like to see EXP per minute, like how quickly he achieved level 15, because he did it so much faster and he was at least a level ahead of Best Player 1 despite the early game. And when I look at the carry, and it's who once again with that damage dealt, I felt it once more. I was about to barf in my mouth. That's so nasty, the way he is hitting these shots. But unfortunately, Farm is saving a good majority of the members, and then once they're 1 HP, all right, guys, just dodge it. Just don't get hit.
And it's one of those things like, yeah, you get the initial hit, but where's the kill? Right? It's like you get the initial burst damage, but the follow-up really isn't there. So it kind of looks like the draft didn't really work that well together.
Yeah.
Well, the Nether Realm and also the Ultimate from that Minotaur were the point that the Ohio Brothers wanted to trigger before even going into a team fight. Sometimes they were successful and sometimes they weren't, but that's the case here. You have a great team fight composition from the side of Team Devo, so you cannot only take the Faramis ult out or the Terizla or even the Minotaur. You need to take all of them out just to set up a good team fight for Zia to go in using that Claude. And also Best Player at some points was not doing the best moves possible. He was risking a lot than he can risk. He even risked his life and he lost it multiple times.
Well, I think this is one of those situations where both teams were playing footsies with each other, right? It's all about measuring the distances, trying to actually wait for a big whiff so that you can punish it at the end of the day. So coming in towards game 2, the adaptations are going to be very clear. I think the Ohio Brothers are probably going to start moving in towards red side rather than stick on blue.
I mean, honestly, the only question that I have was the Baxia first pick okay? Right? Because they first picked the Baxia when the Faramis was open. They could have taken the Faramis for themselves, right? Like, a lot of things have to be talked about during the draft later.
Yeah, I haven't seen Baxia actually being took as a first pick yesterday also.
It could be one of those situations. You know what? You know what? I think that maybe they were just worried that Sunset Lover would have gotten Novara. He was our MVP, but let's have an interview up on stage. Reptar, what are you doing?
Well, casters, I'm here with a very special guest, the man, the myth, the legend. It's Gosu General! Welcome to the Philippines. I've got to ask you, is this your first time here?
Yes, for Philippines, yes, first time.
All right, how has it been so far?
So far, I heard a lot of viewers, my fans, that Philippine servers are actually toxic, but they are so polite. And then the food is so great, and then I really like the Philippine cultures right now.
The Philippine what?
Culture and
Oh, the
food,
culture and
yeah.
everything. All right, I'm really glad that you're enjoying that. But I want you to look at this camera, General, and explain to our viewers all around the world, who is Gosu General and why is it when we hear of NAMLBB, your name is one of the first ones to come up?
All right. So, hi, welcome. Let's Ghost time. I'm Ghost General. I'm a NA. I can say I'm a father of a NA, the building the MLBB. I'm so.
Wait, so father, not yet the grandfather of NAMLBB?
Maybe grandfather.
Oh, maybe already? Okay.
Grandfather. I mean, yes, and Ghost General. I'm not just a YouTuber, streamer, and then I'm here as a representing the NA server. Yes.
All right. So, so the viewers know, you're actually here during not here, but you were in M1. You were competing then. So what were some of the differences? Or I'm pretty sure there's a lot, but what were the main differences between then and now here in M5?
Okay, so the M1, M1 is like a funneling meta, like helping the one people, one core to helping to get a lot of farms and carry late game, middle game, everything. But nowadays it's like just team fight, like more teamwork and team farming, team rotation, something like that, more communication than M1.
Yeah, so before, yeah, that's really true. There, it's like, all right, we got this one guy, we're gonna put everything there, and then now it's a lot of macro placed out.
Yes.
So from M series, let's look now at the North American MLBB community. How has that changed from during that time to now? How has the North American scene grown?
Yes, after M1, that like everyone got shocked at because most of NA players are like NA is actually strong, but at the time like we actually couldn't pass the group stage, and then they got inspired, and then yes, we can try like a more competitive, and then yes, nowadays NA is actually trying really harder than before, a lot.
And yeah, it's really great to see that our North American friends and the North American community has grown. General, the boys, the brothers, they lost game one. What are you gonna do? Or what is your message for them to inspire them to take back game two and to force that game three?
Okay, I think Zia is nervous right now. So yeah, doing well, like just do comfortable and then do you guys your job. I know you guys are pretty strong in team fight, everything, but just, I feel like just nervous. So maybe next game, they're gonna win. I'm sure TOB right now.
All right. So let's help out General to cheer for the Ohio brothers. On the count of three, let's all shout out, let's go Ohio brothers, all right? 1, 2, 3, let's go Ohio brothers! Casters, back to you.
Thanks, Reptar. Oh my goodness, the history of MLBB comes and greets us once again, the father of NA MLBB, the General himself.
Yeah, I would say the marksman master himself, the one who I actually learned a lot from watching him, and also, as he said, the father of MLBB at NA, and he was the first leader to represent the NA teams in the M series as Gusu. As he said, it's Gusu time.
Yeah, and even though they didn't do well in M1, but it inspired an entire generation to keep pushing further. And that's what we want to see from the Ohio brothers, to push back. Because I actually believe what he said. Zia looked pretty nervous. And again, he knows what he's talking about when he's talking about gold laners.
Exactly. I think that it's one of those situations where like the team fights were actually looking good, and then Zia gets caught right at the very end when you're just about to cash out on that team fight, right? That's what we're hoping for in game number 2, that they're going to be able to pull themselves together, because again, this game, especially in game number 1, it was only a few bad decisions that really made the difference.
And also having Claude for me is actually a message that, or like a hero that needs a proper setup. A proper setup at this match, was it there? For me, actually it wasn't. Because if you are speaking now of Claude, I would expect to see an area crowd control tank, or even on the XP lane, which I haven't seen I haven't seen from the side of Team the Ohio Brothers that much.
I feel like I agree with you that yes, it does need setup, but based on what we've been seeing throughout the majority of the meta, and especially during Southeast Asia, the history of how Claudes usually work, at the very least, once your opponents run out of gas, Claude comes in and he cleans it up majority of the time because he leaves you in the dust. Most people don't have the resources to kind of keep up with him.
But how many gas do you want to take from Team Devo? They already have the Nether Realm. They have the Paramis. They have the Minotaur also, the Trizla. You cannot engage if you will wait for all of that.
Actually, if we look at the game, they actually did that, right? In the early game, in the mid game, so many ults was used, and it's like, okay, now the ults has been used. How are they gonna take advantage? They're like, okay, first plan, let them use all of the skills. All right, now that they've used all of it, now what? The gas is finished. There's no more gas. They can go in, but I don't know.
I mean, it's one of the, it's you're hopeful, right? That's why we were hoping for that big cash out at the end. We didn't get to see it, but hopefully this time is where it all changes as we move into game number 2. It's match point for Deuceville on the blue side up against TOB on the red side. Angela, Joy, and as well as the Wan immediately banned out.
And at this time, we'll see that they have switched places. So I'm actually so curious to see what does Team TOP have to show us as a second picker. So let's see if they will open the draft wide open just to take 2 picks, or will they make it so straightforward towards a certain lane. And so far, I don't think that this message is being sent anywhere across the draft. 2 bans from each side, 2 bans that doesn't indicate of targeting a certain person.
I would say if they want to open the draft, they can ban the Faramis, because if you ban Nolan or you ban Guinevere, then it's an advantage for this vote. They get either one. Now that the Nolan has been banned, sure, they can ban out the Guinevere, but they're going to open up the Faramis or the Bruno.
Yeah,
and we saw 100% winner still.
It is still
Yeah.
100% win rate.
100% winner still.
I think that at the very least, you just don't touch the Valentina, right? There's just no need to do
Yeah,
it at
no
this
need.
point of time. Even if you do give the Valentina over to Devu, at the very least, you're able to pick up other things. The Guinevere, for an example. Now, the
Ohio
Yeah.
brothers.
No one from the Ohio brothers starting lineup are actually from Ohio.
Well, maybe they
Wow.
are brothers.
Yeah, you know what? You know what? Let's make this lore. We're gonna make it canon now. Yes, they are all brothers. Clearly, Zia's from the Philippines, and therefore everybody else just probably from the Philippines at some point.
They have a very big family tree.
Yeah.
Probably. So now banning it out, Guinevere is here, but looks like they're banning the Boxia, so they're leaving it open.
That's actually quite interesting, because they did take the Paxia at the first pick there, and they are so afraid that Team Devo takes it. And also, they have Guinevere open. What was that?
Well, maybe
So-
it's a matter of confidence, or like more so matchups they're more confident in taking care of, because I'm thinking Super Shark is gonna pick up like Kufra at some point.
There's a way to fight against the Guinevere, and that's
Okay.
everyone have a lot of dashes. Makes it
What?
difficult. So Guinevere is gonna jump in, right?
Right.
But if everyone's dashing all over the place, like, okay, who am I going for? This is one of those situations where even a Fanny could be good. Ooh,
A Fanny.
You're right.
right?
Let's
The
not forget.
Boxia is not there, so probably not invading.
Let's not forget that they are on the red side, so they can hold it right up to the very end to pick up something
geez.
along the lines of Fanny. Valentina as well as Matilda, very good options here for the side of TOB to keep it flexible, but still quite mobile.
A lot of
Yeah.
dashes, yeah.
A lot of dashes as
A
well.
lot of dashes, but also we will see that Valentina again serves the same purpose. I'm not gonna repeat the same thing from last game. It serves the same purpose of preventing some picks from Team Devo, but having that 98% of pick and ban percentage for the Matilda sends a strong message that this hero should be neither banned or picked. But again,
102%.
100%.
102%.
Man.
Man, what's that?
I mean, it's just breaking our numbers here.
Yeah,
you
it's
know?
like, that's how strong Bruno is.
Yeah, I mean, that's how brutal it is to deal with the Bruno. Now, more so, I'm also surprised that they decided to go for a Faramis when technically they could have abused the hitbox increase with a Novaria, for an example, right?
100%, man. 100%. You can't argue with 100%.
I mean, when I'm guessing that even their stats are like
Yeah.
101%,
It's 100%.
guys. There's no way we can
there's
dare
the
to
Fanny.
Okay. Let's just count. This is the first Fanny game in the M5 series. I'm actually so excited to see what can this player 1 do. But what I'm also excited to see is the Valentina stealing the ult of Faramis. It's gonna be a zombie land at Team TOP.
I'm genuinely nervous about this because I feel like the Fanny got picked up a little too early. There are still very good direct counters towards it. Both suppression heroes are still up in the air. Hufra can be also picked up for the side of Devu. There's just not enough bans to completely cover this Fanny. There is a certain level degree of, well, best player, even if they do get it, you gotta outplay him.
I kind of feel like if Fanny is the pick now, it's either they understand that Devu will ban it out, number one, or they have a surprise pick for Zia. Because in this kind of situation, now that the Ixia has been banned out, which is a very good matchup against the Bruno, you could go a little bit out of the box and pick something up like a Harif, where we saw CW yesterday was not only able to deal with his own lane, but he can even deal with the jungler. And again, going up against Guinevere, Harif is one of those heroes you can take a Purify. And personally, you might not even need it, but you can take it.
Well, they are more interested in banning the invading heroes, I would say, because they have already right now banned the Hilda, and you've expected to see a Kufra, but I think that from your angle, Gideon, you wanted to see it on the side of Team TOP, but it seems like they want to open the way for Fanny.
let's see now. Next pick going over for the side of TOB. They got rid of the Claw. They also lock in the Terizla for themselves. A pretty stable laner thus far. Doesn't mean that Devu can look to prioritize their laners rather than the overall composition. Let's see what the options are, right? Because, I mean, Kid Bomba did a really good job in game number 1. Just give him a winning lane.
Yeah, right now, honestly, like, even the Arlet has been bad. I'm not saying Arlet is a good pickup going up against the Terizla. At this point, if you want, perhaps you can go for the Uranus. Maybe
Stop it.
dude, like,
He is a fan.
He is
a fan.
As long as you're here, I'm not gonna stop.
He's going. Look, Xborg, Khalid, they're both good options. He doesn't necessarily have to take the Uranus.
Shut up.
No, I swear to God. Okay, I'll tell you what, right here, right now, in 3 seconds, he's not gonna do it. Minotaur, please don't pick Uranus. There we go.
Alright.
Oh, okay, for a moment there, I thought the voice line was about to mess with me. Woo!
Did I curse myself?
You might have.
Well, isn't that the same draft but just changing the Guinevere for Devo?
Oh, Brody. I would say the Brody here is a little bit risky because if you get caught by the Minoan's Fury, if Matilda is not there, then you're not gonna get saved.
No.
Well, it's not just Matilda that can give you that disengage. It's also, you should be afraid of popping into a Guinevere, seeing that Idiot around, or even watching that Minotaur do his raid.
I mean, it's a lot of trust. I think Zia is trusting in his teammates a lot to close out this game, considering the early game, I'm looking at it like best player needs to do some good work here against Devu.
I heard that hips don't lie, but numbers
They
don't
don't.
lie either. Devu, according to the numbers, have been winning the draft for 2 games now.
What is that lineup rating? 9.9 to 4.5?
Almost perfect?
What?
9.9?
I can't believe
Wow.
that.
Either way, we're jumping into the game. Almost a perfect 10 score for the draft coming in from Devu. Can they clean this up? Can they get a 2-0? Or will the Ohio brothers win back the game and push us to game number 3?
Let's find out as we're here in the land of Dawn. We have a switching of sides, a slight adjustment in the compositions. Devu on the blue side against TOB on the red side.
Well, after hearing Goso General boosting Zia's spirit, I think that he got so much confidence to take that Brody and get it into the battle between Team the Ohio Brothers and Team Devo. So far, I think that I'm so interested in seeing Best Player 1 play that Fanny, because Fanny players are always annoying during the early game, and that's what Zia needs to secure some damage at the late game.
I think that, especially for Zia, I've seen his streams, I've seen him actually play this Fanny. He's very competent on it, and he's able to get double digits in terms of kills, but closing out the game, it's not up to him. That's the problem with the Fanny, right? You get this big snowball, but you're still dependent on the rest of your teammates to kind of close out the game to help you get those structures.
Yeah.
The real problem is whether or not Zia can actually survive against Carvey until the reinforcements show up.
And also Fanny was that emblem. She can actually deal a lot. Oh, Magister.
Yep, super short, taking quite a little bit of damage, and I gotta say, some respect coming in from best player. Usually we see a quick rotation to the opposing buff. Now Magister finds best player, and best player is just like, okay, I'm just gonna swoop here, gonna swoop there. Are you gonna run away? Yes, you are. I'm not gonna chase.
And also, as I want to complete my point, Best Player 1 with that emblem, he can actually deal a lot of damage even after finishing his combo. We have got to use to see a Fanny player, or like Fanny players using 2 cables and then like the ultimate thing, but in international tournaments we will not see that happen. We'll see pro players play Fanny. So by hitting as much hits as he can to a target, he will deal a lot of damage after he walks away.
A lot of this is going to be dependent on that purple buff, right? And I think especially for high-level games, when you see something like Fanny, a lot of the communication is, does Fanny, is Fanny, does she have the purple buff, right?
Yeah.
Does she have enough energy? Are we slacking in lane? Because as soon as you overextend in lane, Fanny can easily just show up and take you out because of a simple mistake. So keep in mind, Fuse Fault, trying to keep it as tight as possible.
I'm not a Fanny player, but my question is, does Sunset Lover have the Nether Realm? And he has right now. So the Fanny, if you want to get a kill, find out where Sunset Lover is. Don't go towards the sun.
If you come close to the sun, you will get burned for sure. Good communication actually from the side of Team Deo's Volt in terms of the mid lane control, having that level 4 and also securing that first turtle, the Ohio brothers. And actually one of these pro players of Fanny told me Fanny is not that hero that will go and contest for turtles at the
Yeah.
early game. It's rather for the kills and also to annoy.
I would say it's a test of luck. Do I
A
get it?
test
Do I
of
not?
luck?
It's like you go in, you red street, and then you go
Yeah.
out. It's like, did I get it? No. All right.
All right, next time.
That's
Yeah.
a fair point, but let's calm down here, Icarus, for a second,
Carvey.
because so far,
Oh, best player finds Carvey. Carvey, can you run away from this situation? Looks like he cannot. First one for best player one, but he gets taken down by Magister, and now Super Shark has to run away, and he is able to do so. But down in the bottom lane, Milo has to retreat.
Oh, he manages to get out of there. He's chunked out, but he still has to stick around for that wave. I don't think they have enough. Kid Bomba has enough to take him out underneath his turret, especially since Mielo is running the Fire Emblem, so he should be able to get just enough spell vamp to keep himself alive.
And actually, Valentina having that Minotaur ult, I think that's gonna be quite dangerous to expect the Flicker ultimate coming from that Valentina. And also, don't forget that Sunset Lover's ult is also as good as the Minotaur's one. So, the Ohio brothers, and especially Hun, he have a lot to choose from, but having the Necklace of Durance on Valentina that early, would you agree?
It's
I
a more
wouldn't, actually.
It's a cost-efficient
wouldn't.
item. It makes sure that Sawo isn't able to top up his teammates in time, especially since he is building up on his Rome Blessing as well. Let's not forget, best player, he's going to be going for Blade of Heptacy, so it's important that that burst damage is valuable rather than getting out-sustained.
I would
Yeah.
say as well, because early game you can build that elegant gem, so sustaining in lane really isn't a problem. You can basically stay and always be available for a fight.
Yeah, I would actually prefer a little bit more damage.
Yep. And now looks like Sao finding Milo, Super Shark finding Magister. Magister is gonna get saved. But right now, Magister is gonna get taken down. Super Shark manages to get him there. And now Super Shark looks like he's controlling the situation. Sunset Lover goes in, but he does not have the damage just yet to take him down.
Beautifully done coming in from the Ohio brothers. They should be able to secure this turtle, no problem whatsoever. But down by that bot side, Kid Bomba taking full advantage, looking to crack open the tier 1, and he successfully does so.
Yeah, a wonderful trade, a wonderful trade. There's nothing more to say than a wonderful trade for Team Deus Bolt, even though they lost the fight on the other side, on the opposite side of the map. While we don't expect actually to see that it doing the split push, it was the pick to do so. So now I think we will have a switch lane between the side laners because some resources need to be utilized for Carvey.
Yeah, it does need to be redistributed a little bit better, but I think at the end of the day, right, it comes down to when are they going to get strong. And Deus Vault have doubled down on, even if we don't get every single turtle of the game, it literally does not matter, right?
Yeah.
They're a composition that is looking to play for the mid stages, looking to play for the bigger objectives like the Lord and towers across the map.
Yeah, I think that's a diff push. At some point it felt like it's a diff push.
Oh, Magister goes in, but he's 1 against 3, and looks like he's gonna get taken down by Zia. And Milo is making sure that they want to continue the fight. Hoon, does he have enough damage to continue this? Looks like not really.
Okay, they back up here. Unfortunately, I mean, the Ohio brothers really want to snowball
Yeah.
harder than they are right now. And so far, Dusol is doing a very good job at just smothering it as much as they can, right?
Yeah.
37 more seconds until the next upcoming turtle. They know the Ohio brothers are running out of time, will eventually have to be there.
Yeah, it's actually quite open. It's actually quite clear that Team the Ohio Brothers need or reclaim or claim that top lane turret, and they do get it. So for Team the Ohio Brothers so far, things didn't look that good, even though they took the turtle or like the 3 turtles last game. This game is actually quite equivalent to the previous one in terms of the Ohio Brothers having a really good early game, but they couldn't maintain it.
I like the fact that there's Volt, the way that the draft works is that you want to engage a lot, and the Ohio brothers kind of understand. It's like, well, your team wants to engage, so if we engage, we're kind of doing what you want to do, so we're not going to do that. And as I said, that Super Shark just goes in, but so far, he's not distracted. He got out of there pretty safely. Now the turtle is going to get started by the Ohio brothers.
I mean, the assignment has been set for Super Shark, right? He's looking to instigate and try to get as many resources out of Deus Vault as possible. And if he does get an ultimate, that's a really big win for the Ohio brothers. At the end of the day, right, Deal's fault, they're like, okay, you want to sit on top of Turtle, kind of whatever. We want to go for the big counter engages. We got the Minotaur as well. We don't necessarily have to do much unless the Ohio brothers instigate it.
Yeah, the Ohio brothers with that zoning, it's a really beautiful job to do actually down there at the bot lane. And also, I would say that Zia at this moment have his best time ever.
Oh, Milo goes in on the tree. Now Hoon is able to dish out the damage, and Primal
Good.
Wrap by Hoon finds Kid Bomba, but Sao goes back in with the Minu and Free, manages to catch out Milo, and now Super Shark as well as Hoon has to go away. Zia came a little bit too late. The best player won. Does he want anything? He used the control onto Sao, but that's not the right target you want.
Oh man, Dewswall, they're so good at sticking together. It's got to be a little frustrating for the Ohio brothers because every single time they find that opportunity, they're like, yes, they're finally out of gas. We can finally cash out. Dewswall, they hunker down real good and make sure that their fortress is impenetrable.
And even though actually you have that Fanny, I was actually about to criticize the Fanny or the best player one because he haven't been showing us a lot of split bush, which is one of the most valuable things that Fanny players can offer. And he does answer me, and he does go to that top lane and manages to split Team Deus Folds apart. Well, actually, they are now down in numbers, but nothing's gonna happen. They need a spark.
Right now as well, Magister goes in, finds one target. Is that going to be enough? Hoon already uses the Netherrealm trying to protect his team. And Carby is able to get out of that bad situation. Milo engages, but looks like not the target that he wants. Magister goes back in, but looks like Milo is too tanky for this situation. And Zia is just free hitting onto Sao. Sao is trying to survive, but Zia knocks him down.
Okay, I thought maybe the execution coming in for the Ohio brothers was almost lacking there because Harvey probably should have died, but I think it was a better option for Zia to not use his flicker considering what happened in game number 1. They looked for the punish, they isolated Sawo, and now we have a problem with Super Shark who ends up dying, and Zia's got to run.
Yeah, now Zia, Milo as well as Hoon is there. Are they going to help out? Are they going to be enough? Milo goes back in. Kid Bomba has to dash away, and Zia survives. Sunset Lover is going to flank from the side. Will he be there? Milo gets taken down. The Ohio brothers losing members.
The Ohio brothers are losing members, but they are winning. Turret's best player, one on the other side of the map, managed to take that second tier and also managed to steal that blue buff. So Team the Ohio brothers, even though they lost that fight on bot lane, they have got a really fair trade in my opinion, but the Lord might go down without even contesting.
Yep, this is the most important objective here, right? This is what Dewsvault plays for. You can have as many turtles as you want. Doesn't matter us as long as we get this Lord. Magister is able to secure it. Unfortunately for the Ohio brothers, this is where it starts to get really difficult.
I would say it was a bit of a mistake as well because best player one saw Sunset Lover, and Sunset Lover just attacked him and was able to drop his energy low. If he had energy, I kind of feel like the Ohio brothers could contest, but spatial migration from Magister hitting Hoon, but purifies out of it. And now Super Shark. Looks like Kid Bomba isn't fast enough to catch him.
Yeah, the Ohio brothers are going to have to play defensive. So far, I mean, at the very least, we're not seeing that big snowball from the Ohio brothers. It's dead even 4-4 with a 1.1k lead for the side of the Ohio brothers. But at the end of the day, this is Dewsvault's time. This is where they get strong. This is where they pull the trigger more often than not.
Yeah,
Sunset Lover as well going in front. Looks like they're just trying to zone everyone away.
And actually, as I told you, Fanny will take a lot of that pressure off the shoulders of Team the Ohio brothers with taking Kid Bomba back to the base, and also by recalling, he can come back again and help his team to clear that load without facing a lot of casualties.
Yep, and now Magister goes in spatial migration onto Milo. Milo is very, very low, but looking at Super Shark going back, and Milo goes back in, and the Minotaur tries to help his teammate out, but Harvey gets it. Now Who gets a double kill onto Sunset Lover, and now Magister has to run away. Zia gets the killing spree. Zia flickers forward. He finds Magister. He gets a double.
That's what we wanted to see from the Ohio brothers. Split them up, and I was about to question, can they actually win a fight 4v4? And as Dewsvault use all their resources, the Ohio brothers caught back.
Oh, Super Shark.
Yep. I feel like he's just trying to zone them away. The Ohio brothers this game definitely looks more confident.
Yeah, that's what I said about the constant pressure at the early game, and having that Fanny serves that purpose to its limits. We saw that Team the Ohio brothers managed to split Team Deus Volt apart, making them look all around the map, being afraid from best player, making one of those backdoor plays that takes the base down and have nothing to do on the other side. Look here at the itemization, the Blade of Heptases by the Brody, and also that Fanny will make the damage more than bearable. The first hit will always hurt Team Deus Volt.
I mean, as long as they chunk down their players below 40% HP, there's a very good chance the Ohio brothers can clean up the bodies afterwards. But in the meantime, right, the big difference is starting to show in terms of gold. He's gonna take him out!
Ah! Kid Bomba, are we gonna outplay this? Best player tries to get a kill onto Kid Bomba.
Hey, yo.
Hey, yo, right now, Kid Bomba goes.
Hey, yo!
Hey, yo! Best player couldn't do
No!
it! He gets taken down!
No! Why do they have to show the player cam? Even best player in you is like, I messed up! I messed up! Oh no, it's a little unfortunate, but hey, maybe they can recover, right? 24 seconds. They just need to buy 24 seconds worth of time for this upcoming Luminous Lord. Pull it to your side, reset it, do whatever you gotta do.
Sometimes it's too late just to pull back.
Yep, and now Super Shark is able to avoid the engage coming in from this Volt. But look at Sao! Sao gets taken down by Super Shark, and now they're moving in. Hoon using the Nether Realm, making sure that they can re-engage. The Lord is still very low, and Best Player 1, he just respawned. But as of right now, Magister secures the Lord, and Milo looks like he wants to go for it. He wants Kid Bomba. Kid Bomba is going to get taken down by Milo, and now Best Player 1 gets Corby.
All right. Good recovery. They did lose the Lord, but at least the Ohio brothers, they're like, don't worry, best player. We got this. We're going to make something happen for you. And they were able to make it happen. And even best player is like, I'm going to return the favor. Give me a purple buff. Let's start defending this upcoming Lord-empowered minions.
And also cleaning things off by best player was kind of his thing from the early game. What was that damage from the Bonaparte memory? Look, it hurts.
That's some big damage.
Oh, yeah.
So much. But even though Deus Volt were the ones who got that very first Lord, it feels like the Ohio brothers have the empowered minions here as they're pushing in these lanes pretty quick.
Yeah.
I just got to say, Zia did a lot of damage without the Demon Hunter Sword just now. Now he has it. Sao, you can't tank that much.
Yeah, he cannot take a lot of damage. As I told you, in case a tank dies a lot at the early stages, he will not be able to bear with the damage coming from the marksman, coming from any damage dealers, let's say, from the other opponent team. Team Deus Volt right now, I think it's really hard for them to bounce back, even though they have a really good draft. All the numbers were in their favors, but again, this is not a game about numbers only. This is also a strategy game. So far, so good for Team the Ohio Brothers. They are the ones who managed to play their strategy quite well.
I mean, they got to find a way around it, right? Deus Volt, they're now starting to realize that, okay, Zia is quite a problem here. It's going to be a little difficult to get on top of it considering there's so much counter engage, and more so that Super Shark can bail them out of tough situations. I think as of yet, because Zia is playing with that flicker, Magister might have to change his focus now to look for Zia and maybe get a follow-up from Sawo. Maybe even Kid Bomba might actually have to go for the onward flicker play.
And this is why I say, you know, using a Guinevere against a draft that has a lot of dashes is going to be very, very difficult. And honestly, this is one of those interactions that it's always a question. But if the Guinevere goes in with a spatial migration, if Zia is fast enough, he can stun it up and then just goes away.
Yeah, but look at this. If you said that he will make that stun, look at also you have Sao. He can knock up Zia and put him upon the ultimate of Magister. So there's a lot of possibilities where Zia is actually, or like Brody is actually a really bad pick here, but he managed to pull that off. 4-0-4. That's a really good KDA so far in terms of the draft against him. He's doing more than fine, but the maestro behind everything, the mastermind, and the one in control of the strings is actually Hun.
I don't know. I don't know. I think the Brody is completely okay considering what their draft is aiming to do. But I do agree with Hoon here. It's really important that he's able to kind of gel this team together. Wherever there are holes, he has an ultimate to steal. Oh!
Yep, Purify used by Super Shark. Magister, a very good catch there. But looking at best player 1, he's flanking, and this whole, they might not know what's going on.
This is kind of looking good. Mielo, I'm looking for the edge.
Oh, Harvey gets taken. Oh, but look at best player. He goes from behind. And now there's no more Nether Realm from both sides of the team. Sao is going to get taken down. And best player tried to get a kill onto Harvey. Did not succeed. Killing spree for Hoon. And now Hoon has to go away. I don't know how Harvey has been surviving so many attempts by best player.
I mean, his positioning is real nice, real sharp. He makes sure that he's not overextended, but more so he holds on to that slide tackle like his life depends on it in every type of situation. If you look at the damage dealt, Hoon, he's been able to get some good Terrifies, but not exactly onto Carby just yet, and not in a way that can actually be converged upon. Zia is doing a great job with his positioning this time compared to game number 1, and now with the Lord in their grasps, I don't know whether the Ohio Brothers want to instigate a fight or just focus on securing the Lord.
Yeah, I think they should just zone that Lord out and take that Lord down. Team the Ohio Brothers at this moment had to relocate, to reposition themselves, and also not just that. Actually, Hun, in all of these things happening on the screen right now, he managed to get that freeze, so we might see an outplay. We might see Hun actually taking a risk and then playing with the minds of Team Deals Bolt.
I would say right now the pressure is definitely on the gold laners as well as the mid laners, because it looks like both teams, they're really aiming for those damage dealers. And I gotta say, if Days Volt, they made sure that Carvey stays alive long enough, I feel like they can defend this. But the moment Carvey is out, and even Sunset, if Sunset Lover gets taken out as well, then it might be game over.
Yeah, it could be really tough here, especially with the Luminous Lord walking down towards the inhibitor sides, right? I mean, so far Magister has been trying to be punish Super Shark at the very least, trying to get at least the Purifies down from the side of the Ohio Brothers to maybe set up for something bigger.
Yeah, it might be so hard to defend this, to be honest. It might be so difficult for Devo.
And right now, looks like the Ohio Brothers, they're going inside the base. The Lord managed to get one inhibitor. The Ohio Brothers are trying to focus on the mid. The minion is not there, but Zia wants to force it out. Just a few more hits left. Even best players trying his best, but this is it doesn't want to go down.
Nope.
I forgot the English word for it. Stubborn. Yes.
Stubborn.
So stubborn.
Very stubborn indeed, but I think it's the Ohio Brothers showing respect. If they go for this engage, they know the Minoan Fury is going to come.
And now I'm looking at Milo. Milo goes in. He finds Carvey. Carvey instantly gets taken out. No Netherrealm there. And now Magister manages to find best player, but the Netherrealm helps him survive. Now the immortality has been used by best player, and best player gets taken down by Kid Bomba. And now Zia is still alive. Sunset Lover pulls in tree. Hoon is still alive. Unstoppable for Zia. And now Magister, he's still tanky. He tries to go away, but Zia has the damage. Kid Bomba and Magister now. No more immortality for the Bobo. Milo goes back in. And now monster kill for Zia. This is the Ohio Brothers game. They can end this, and they do. We're going to game number 3.
Great game coming up from the Ohio Brothers. Similar to game number 1, but they fixed up all the problems. And more importantly, Zia this time not getting caught out as easily as he did. Couple of blunders, but at the end of the day, it's about the recovery more than the blunder itself.
The confidence is the key for Team the Ohio Brothers. Right now, they have found their own rhythm. Right now, they are on the right way. We saw how much beautiful that draft was executed and how much the numbers could actually be wrong in terms of the AI that we saw earlier on. We didn't see the draft win for Team Deals Volt.
I would say a number that we cannot calculate is the confidence. And just like how Gosu General was saying, it looks like Zia, he was nervous, but this time, not so nervous. And I gotta give big shout out to Hoon, man, for 2 games in a row doing the most damage. I mean, maybe Zia took it back at the end of the push, but Hoon has been super consistent.
Hello, Mama Kayla, what's up?
Hoon and Sunset Lover both have been really consistent from either side. There was definitely moments where Sunset Lover could have maybe gotten like a good number of kills there at the end. His damage was really starting to make a difference, but that's only on the condition if you stick too close together. So I think it was really good adjustments coming in from the side of the Ohio Brothers, and it's going to give something for Juicefall to actually think about for game number 3.
Actually, one of those things is not to consider taking the Paramis Bruno again, because right now it broke.
Oh my god.
This is the first time though. There's first times for everything.
It is a first time for everything, but with that being said, we gotta congratulate our MVP of the game, brought to you by the Republic of Gamers. Come on, give it up. Zoom in on the man himself. Give it up for Zia, coming up big time for the Ohio Brothers, our MVP of the game.
Yeah, the confidence that he needed to get that spectacular KDA 605 and also participating in 73% of the team fights, having all the items or like having all the his items without the boots. That means that he aimed for the full damage and without even one defensive item. What a risky play, but trusting the team is also a message I can sense from that itemization. As we saw during the game itself, there was moments where Team Devo were actually, I'm not gonna say in the lead, but they were having a glimpse of how to being in the lead looks like. But on the other side, the Ohio Brothers, over and over and over again, dealt a tremendous and also incredible and ridiculous amount of damage that Team Devo at a certain point couldn't handle. This was the moment where Zia had his items, where Zia had his confidence.
Do we have to? I mean,
It's a highlight.
show mercy.
Oh, the poor man. At least they didn't show the player cam at that time, because I think even for best player, he knew it was like, oh, dude. But the recovery, it was the most important part,
Yeah.
right? The recovery coming in from TOB really inspired confidence, and that's when you see that instantly best player from what used to be in previous competitions as a mental breakdown now becomes another step in his own career. They've already taken a game off of Devu, so I'm expecting in game number 3. I don't know if it's going to look like this, you know? Zia and as well as Carvey playing huge parts for the teams in the later stages of the game. They could look for other potential win cons.
Well, go ahead, Lefel.
Let me just say, I know when a person is confident, when you're a marksman, when you're a goal laner, and you flicker forward. There's nothing that screams, I got this, than seeing a goal laner flicker forward.
Well, for me, actually, the trick for Team Devo is that they couldn't handle the split pushing strategy, because every time best player 1 was going on that side lane, especially the top lane, he was able to make them distracted from the main point. And in the and like if Team Devo was actually focusing on that team fight, they have a really good composition, crowd control, good damage output, also a lot of sustain. So Team Devo, if they focused all their heroes for the team fight especially and focus on taking Zia out, I think that things would have took a different turn for Team Devo. But things have happened and we are now at match point. The Ohio Brothers with the 1-1 tie. And as I told you, having all your items as damage items without having one single defensive item on that Brody, that shows confidence.
Let me say, I think the Ohio Brothers having the anti-heal early on really helped them out, making sure that one of the strengths of the Minotaur, the motivational roar, doesn't really help them out when they're trying to kite away. Because, again, we saw the early item, the Necklace of Durance coming in.
Yeah.
I don't know, I kind of feel like the impact was there.
You can definitely see that whenever Minotaur goes into one of those side lanes and all of a sudden, oh, Hoon shows up, you can't really top up your laner at that point of time. You're kind of just stuck in that same position. Now, when we're looking at the damage dealt overall, it's great to see Zia is catching up quick, 73% of the overall team participation, but in terms of numbers, 87.2 in comparison to 72.6, it's why he is the carry. But let's not forget, Mielo's engages here. He's really rallied these teams, especially when he communicates well with best player in that final moment to take out Cardi. The flicker into the penalty zone instantly with the steel cables and cut through from best player really sets the tone for the upcoming match.
Yeah, game-changing indeed. And also Super Shark was one of the best statistics on the screen, or was on the screen moments ago, is that he participated in 100% of the kills for that team. So 15 kills, 15 assists, or at least like he got some kills here or there by that Matilda. So I'm actually saying, I would actually say that Team the Ohio Brothers executed that draft perfectly, and if they put their hand on another split push hero, they might do it again.
I gotta say, Hoon and Milo, Gila.
Gila?
They were insane.
They were really
Gila
crazy
Hoon.
in that game. I think that, you know, we're getting to see a lot more of TOB, and the way that they play the game and being able to express themselves mechanically is going to be great. But let's keep in mind that this isn't the end just yet. One of these teams are walking away with a win, and do you still believe in your predictions, Yasu?
Do I still believe in my prediction? Actually, yeah. After seeing that performance from the Ohio Brothers, if they made a split, yeah.
What about you? Still don't know? Ah, of course.
Watashi wa don't know.
That being said, we're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, more MLBB action. Welcome back, everybody, to the M5 World Championship. So far, we are looking for the conclusion of this Group D bout between the Ohio brothers and as well as Daewoo. So far, so good. Very similar games in game number 1 and game number 2, but adaptations have been made and have really taken into consideration, especially for those gold laners.
Let me just say, the confidence and the heart. The heart has to be there because the moment the Ohio brothers, they feel confident, it's a different kind of game.
Yeah, indeed. When they are playing in their comfort zone, when they are playing the way they used to play, and also let's say they found the way to crack into the duo's full formation.
Yeah, no, I think they definitely found a little bit of rhythm in this game as well, and especially with the communication looking good. Obviously, 1 or 2 blunders here and there, but they moved past it very, very quickly, which is very different compared to the last time they have been, playing during an international tournament. It's good to see that there is evolution.
And looking at this game, again, I have to say, because for both teams, we see them making some very critical mistakes. And I feel like for this third one, they really can't afford it as much. And the way that the Ohio brothers played just now was that they understood what was happening with the draft from Deus Volt, and they just avoided their win condition. So I kind of feel like for Deus Volt, the moment they should understand, like, okay, the Ohio brothers understand the way that we want to play the game. Either they got to force it out, or trying to change it up a little bit in the game to make sure that they catch the Ohio brothers off guard.
I feel like it's going to be like taking one step ahead, right? I feel like they're going to start switching out that Minotaur for something along the lines of maybe Grok or even Kaja, both of which Sawo has access to. In both of those games, decided not to go for it. That could change up the overall style coming in from Daewoo to look and lock down Zia, especially if they try to go for a composition similar to that once again. Because they lock in the Matilda 2 times already for Super Shark.
Yeah, and actually for me, from the side of Team TOP, maybe it's the effect of the first game, and they haven't found the rhythm. As Gusto General actually said, he said, Zia, I can sense that he is nervous. When he found that his team can cover him up and that his team is doing their best to just have that Brody succeed, he managed to pull off something really good KDA, MVP of the game.
Now, fun fact in the M-Series fact, the role swappers. We're talking about Sunset Lover, who was a gold laner in M1 as well as M2, a jungler in M3, and is now in the mid lane, while Zia was a mid laner in M3 and is now a gold laner.
This is giving Tola vibes.
Don't even say that.
Tola vibes. This sounds like a Chico thing to do, but you know what? I understand. The game changed, the patches changed. As players, sometimes they have to change.
More so, some roles are just way more fun than the others.
Definitely, yeah.
It was a different time then, all right? M2, M3, and M4. But now here at M5, I feel that especially with the importance of being able to kind of scale up while still maintaining that early game, it's a very fine balance that needs to be read, especially when we get into the draft.
Yeah, when we get into the draft, I'm actually wondering, will we see the same draft from the side of Team Daewoo and just changing the jungler? Because so far they have just changed the Guinevere and kept the whole draft all the way through for the second game. And on the other side, for Team TOB, they have changed quite a lot. And also, they have used that Valentina that I think it might be actually banned once again.
Is it fair to say best player just stick with the assassins?
Ooh.
I mean, like, to be fair, his Lancelot has a 100% win rate.
That's also true, but
Getting the Boxia, no win. Getting the Fanny, win. Question mark.
My only problem is that I felt like if Daewoo really wanted to punish Best Player 1, they absolutely could have done it in the second phase of the game, right? They had access to all the heroes who could possibly do so, but they are thinking of the bigger picture as the overall draft rather than that person, I don't like him, I'm going to shut him down.
And actually, after taking the Hilda down, if I'm remembering correctly, after taking the Hilda, the fourth ban, after securing the Fanny and also the Kufra, there was still a Kaja, there was still suppression heroes that can take Fanny down.
Yeah, Franco even, that would have been nice to see.
Tro,
yeah. There's a number of options, but let's see what's going to change here in game number 3, right? I'm expecting, at least considering that the EECA has found some form of success on the red side, that they're going to take it back from TOB.
Either way, the mid is super important because we definitely see that Sunset Lover as well as Hoon, they really feel like, in terms of chess, they're the king, they're just moving pieces around.
That's actually a really good way of seeing it, because considering that the way that they actually approach the game is very similar to chess, I would imagine that the next adaptation here is going to be we're not sacrificing pawns anymore. We're bringing in the kings, we're bringing in the bishops, we're bringing in our knights.
Yeah, now we're jumping into the draft, going into the game, and again, this is going to be a very interesting one. Will best player get an assassin, or will they go back to the strategy of game number 1 and giving him a utility jungler?
Having homeboys at the top of this group will actually now be quite dangerous for anyone to lose any points. So at this point, actually, I mean, still it is the group stage, and for both teams, it is the first match, but you are collecting points right now, and if you didn't make it past the group stage, you will not be able to use your cards or your wild cards in the, let's say, in the playoffs, because you will not get a ticket to the playoffs. So right now, they have to pull off their best.
Let's see, Deuceful going to be on the blue side, TOB on the red side. Looks like this is going to be interesting, right? They didn't want to change it up in terms of first pick, but at the very least, respect coming in from TOB.
Yeah, now they're trying to force Sunset Lover on a pick that maybe I'm sure he's comfortable with it, but not as comfortable as the Firmus. Now the Nolan is out, and based on game number 2, perhaps Guinevere is not worth a ban?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I didn't see Guinevere doing that much of, let's say, not causing a lot of trouble for Team TOP, and also, I think they will actually ban the Baxia.
They're going to be,
I mean, they did do that for game number 2, but yeah, personally for me, even I'm like, I don't know, perhaps they need a damage dealer coming in from the jungle, because so far, that's the story of the M5 World Championship. All these assassins are back in the jungle.
Yeah, I suppose, or they could start switching up some of the mid lane matchups. That's what I'm thinking with this final ban coming in from the side of TOB.
Okay, I like the Bruno ban. I like the Bruno ban.
You like the Bruno ban, so
I
therefore it's really going to narrow down on the hero pool in terms of the marksmen, right? Let's keep in mind, we saw an Ixia ban in the second phase after an early lock-in for Bruno. We'll see whether that's going to change, as Devu is going to get first pick on blue side.
Huh. The first phase of banning is now over.
Wait, 1-1 is open.
Yeah, 1-1's still open,
But you
and
can't
also
first
the
pick it.
Matilda.
But you can't first pick it just because the Phobius is still there.
I'm thinking like a Valentino opening, possibly, if they really want to like spice things up. It could be just another farmist from the side of Deuceful. So far, Sunset Lover has been doing a good job.
You can take Valentina. There's a lot of things actually that can be first picked here.
Because I feel like Kip Bomba as well as Milo, they both did very well on that Terizla. It does seem like a big game changer.
I suppose, but at the same time, I feel like it's a little too safe here, right? So they go for the Valentina opener, still very, very flexible. This gives the question over to the side of TOB. They've already banned out that farmist, so this could be like a Novaria angle for the side of 1-1 potentially. 1-1 sounds like a good idea, but that gives Devu the opportunity to go for the counter picks.
Yeah, actually taking the Phoebus at this point would be so lethal against the 1-1, even if Team TOP takes the Phoebus and also 1-1, they will struggle because Phoebus ult will be also stolen.
Yeah, so now the 1-1 has been picked up. This is going to be a crucial question. Do you take that Phobius, which may or may not synergize well with your team? Again, the Matilda is up, but...
I'm born with
Oh, Guinevere. Okay, this time they're taking a Guinevere.
Okay, so they're taking the Guinevere this time around. Matilda is
80%
still
win
wide.
rate, still good.
Yeah, Matilda is still wide open, and the same goes for Phobius, right? This could be an opportunity for Deuceful, and I feel like, especially for the EXP laners, they are going to have the time of their lives if their opponent is going to be a Phobius, right?
Is this a question? Like, we know you have a mean Terizla. Do you know how to play a Phobius?
Yeah, it's an interesting dilemma to be in.
Yeah, they made the Phoebus much more tempting, I would say, because they took two heroes that will dash a lot during the whole game. Team TOB are actually playing a really risky game here, but I can understand having two of the best picks so far in the M series, which is the 1-1 and also the Guinevere, by having the Baxia here. We will see for the first time Team Divo playing the hero that was once picked from them and the second time was banned.
Interesting. Boxian as well as Brody. All right. So at least for the gold, they've secured their gold lane matchup. We know what's going to go into the jungle. Now for the side of TOB, right? This, we still don't know whether Guinevere is going to go in the jungle. It most likely is, considering their track record. But now that they've got the Terizla, now they pose another question on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, I kind of feel like because they saw the Brody as well as the Baxia, it's kind of showing signs that perhaps they don't want a Phobius. At this point, if you want to be safe, you can ban it out, because why not, right? But I don't know, based on how Devo was drafting, it looks like they don't want the Phobius.
now they're also getting rid of some of the other counter picks against this 1-1, especially set tanks, right? Get rid of the Kufra, make sure it's out of the way. Devu, what are they looking to ban out?
Well,
Mages, I think.
Hmm?
Mages, I think.
Mages. Well, look, if I'm in their shoes, I would actually might ban that Fanny, because I'm not feeling safe around that Guinevere pick. I think that maybe can be turned to a room, and then we will see a Fanny coming through, no crowd control whatsoever on the side of Team Devo. They might just pull it off, and I think Suppression Hero can be a good ban here. Kaja, I think.
Kaja from the side of TOB.
TOB, yeah. Taken 1-1.
It's not too bad of an option at the very least. I think the Franco might be just a little bit better in this particular situation, only because at least you don't have to necessarily be up front to do so, or have to expend a battle spell to make something happen, right? We see the Fulvius ban come up from the side of TOB as expected here, as we jump back over to Deo's Vault. I'm guessing another mid lane ban here as well, really clamp down on it.
I would say Lilia or
Lilia.
Fanny are pretty good bans right now. I do agree the Fanny can still be picked up, having the Guinevere as roam, so good call. Either Fanny or Lilia I think is fine. It's just that Hoon has a very interesting pool of heroes as well. He did bring out the Chang'e. Doesn't really know if that's experimental or is that like one of his amazing heroes. And yeah, Lilia has been banned.
Okay, this actually might just be a Chang'e game, because this is one of the few situations where it's like you're contesting for mid-prio, and if you have to compare a Chang'e compared to a Valentina, more likely that the Chang'e is going to be able to push out that wave first.
What are you going to do, best player 1? I'm waiting. I'm just waiting at this moment. See, I think
So at this point, is this
hard.
a Gwyn jungle then?
It's Gwyn jungle for sure.
Yeah, I think right now it's set out to be a Gwyn jungle if there wasn't any surprises whatsoever. But Team Devo right now, what would I pick if I was Team Devo right now? We need a tank and we need an XP laner. Phoebus is out. Maybe a Minotaur, so hard. Maybe a Franco, as you said, Gideon.
Possibly. I mean, no matter what, I'm thinking of all the set tanks, but there's too many ways for TOB to kind of get out or look for a big counter engage, right? So I'm guessing along the lines that if it comes down to, let's just force out lane prio, rotate faster than our opponents, this could be a grok angle for the side of Devu. To finish off the comp, that's what I'm curious about, right? They've already got the box here going into the jungle, and it looks like it's going to be the Edith. And
Oh.
Diggy! Lock us down? Hell nah!
Dude,
Wow.
Diggy and Brody on a lane against 1-1. It's not going to be a fun lane.
That's pretty obnoxious, I'm not going to lie.
That's a lot of damage.
There's a lot of damage here.
Actually, they can force things out because the Boxy can invade, and if Brody wins the lane, Brody as well as Diggy can help invade as well.
Actually, you're right about
Yeah.
that. Well, let's see on which side of the jungle they're going to start on. I'm guessing it's going to be towards the gold lane that they're going to start first. But they
Oh.
lock in the gore for the side of TOB. They're like, okay, don't need no CC. We're just going to shoo you away with big damage.
Where's Naisu? Shoutouts to Naisu.
Top global gourd out
Top
there.
global gourd.
Yeah, he would have been proud. He would have been proud at this moment. But I think that Team Devo actually have a really good draft. Having that Diggy in their arsenal is kind of annoying. It is absolutely annoying for all the crowd control heroes on the side of Team TOP. Best player will not have the best time of his life. I would say that the second skill of Diggy will limit him from doing a lot of dangerous setups. And also, Trisla's kind of not gonna go so well.
Either ways, we're jumping into the third game of this best of 3. Who will win it out? Will the Ohio brothers bring fame and glory to NA? Or will Deo's Vault show EACA is here to play?
Let's find out as we go into the match point, our final match here between these two teams. It's 1-1. Who's gonna take it to 2 as we get into the game? It's Devu on the blue side up against TOB on the red side, both starting on their orange buffs.
Which is actually quite justified, because I don't think that we will see a lot of invade here in this game, particularly because I think that Diggy at this moment is supposed to help Brody as much as possible to win his lane actually against the 1-1, and he kind of have a lot of damage to deal against the 1-1 even without having the help of the Diggy. Imagine with the help of the Diggy.
Yeah, as they start walking up towards the Little One or the Ohio brothers, right? Super Shark, he's super far away
player.
from that bottom side.
Oh, best player got it.
Okay, so small objectives getting to the win. Look at the EXP difference between Magister and as well as Best Player. Hopefully that doesn't change like it did in game number 1.
Best player actually right now having that much XP, he will do really great. He will actually do better than great in the in terms of the what was it? The rotation,
speed?
yeah, farm speed and also rotation wise, he kinda now a step ahead from Magister. Well, I think that looking at the emblems here, I think that all of the teams are actually looking forward to go a little bit into the depth of this game towards the mid lane, maybe even the late game at some point. Sao is trying to annoy Zia as much as possible, but Super Shark comes to help.
Yeah, that's what we were expecting here, especially down by the gold side, right? I mean, Carvey, it does take Weapon Master as his emblem. He's not looking to hard win this lane because he knows that if he walks up too far and without the help of that Diggy, then evening up that score isn't going to be as easy. But naturally, these Ribbon Crabs will all fall into Carvey's hands, and Super Shark, unfortunately, is forced to kind of stay around the bottom side.
Well, Super Shark really respecting the damage, already using the Purify. And I gotta say, Best Player 1 has been pretty proactive around the map. And Deals Volt, they're focusing on this lane, but Best Player 1 got a very free turtle. I didn't see Boxia anywhere close.
Yeah, he was busy taking the orange buff, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he doesn't want to participate as of yet. Again, this is very much in line with the brand of Deus Vault. But looking at that top side, right, that matchup between the two EXP laners, it's not going to go anywhere for the time being.
Top lane. Top lane so far is a really quiet place actually. It's a really lonely place where either Trizla or even the Edith are not having so much fun. There's nothing happening on the top lane, and also it's actually all around the map. It's 0-0. No one so far has made any risks. Nothing so dangerous that took place in terms of the 3 minutes that happened during the game so far.
I would say the question now is when is the time to strike? And the Ohio brothers, now they're looking a little bit proactive, looking at the bottom side, meaning like, oh, somehow this looks a little bit yummy.
Oh, Hoon.
I mean, they might actually... No, they don't have enough damage just yet. They do get the flicker out of Carvey, which is already... Okay, that's not too bad, right? Because at the very least, by the time the turtle actually spawns, Carvey's not going to have his flicker. In the meantime, I think the Ohio brothers, as well as Deus Vault, are just waiting for a mistake to happen. We aren't seeing the most proactive plays just yet, because even the Ohio brothers recognize that their mid-game is where they're going to have their first initial spike.
Yeah, the best way for Team Devo actually to utilize their own picks is to focus with the Carvey even more, even with having Sao at the bot lane. I think that they can reinforce Carvey and take the turret and switch lane. So there is so much potential they are not using.
Right now, I do have to say that Hoon, after he clears his mid lane, it doesn't seem like he has a very decisive decision on which lane he wants to go to, and Sao was able to avoid that. And Super Shark, again, using the Purify to make sure that he doesn't get caught.
Yeah, he does not want to fall into the range of the torn apart memories, and I think it's a good decision that he does so. Now, we go up to the very first, the second turtle of the game, and this time, Devu, they actually want to contest. Oh,
Best Player 1 goes in, but Sao is able to get out of the situation. But Super Shark, first blood, goes over to Sunset Lover, and just like that, looks like Deus Volt is going to secure. Yep, they secured the second turtle.
That's what happens when you give up position. Wait, they're not going to get a second one, right? No. Mielo's out of there.
Well, Sunset Lover was waiting up until this moment. He was waiting in the mid lane bush just to see who's gonna go back, who's gonna fall back and will fall to the ground. He took the first blood really fast, and also the turtle goes for the side of Team Deus Volt. This time there is a little bit of contest, but Team the Ohio brothers and also Deus Volt, they haven't found their own rhythm.
I gotta say, the question right now is how does the Ohio brothers deal with Diggy's time journey? Like, who has to be the one to use their crowd control first, bait it out, and then who's going to be the real follow-up? Who's going to be the real engage?
Super Shark is the best player. That's my best guess.
I would say Hoon.
You would say Hoon?
Yeah.
Interesting.
First skill and then use your ultimate digging.
Oh wait, we completely forgot about the EXP laners. We just left them in their own island once again. Mielo is actually supposed to be the one who's tanking the majority of this damage and actually initiating this fight so that Hoon can get clean combinations off. It's an interchanging role, and of course best player is going to be more highly valued here, but in the meantime, a very smart lane swap coming in from the Ohio brothers. They're willing to sacrifice the bot tier 1 just to make sure that they have enough members ready ready for this upcoming turtle, and maybe they can find a trade in the structure on the opposite end of the map. Oh, man.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh,
Milo
man.
taking a little bit too much damage, and Sunset Lover is there to make sure.
Oh, what?
He was supposed to make sure Milo goes down.
Where's
But Milo's like, not today, boy.
Where's the health bar? You can hardly see it. You can see very minimal color there. Oh, Super Shark actually blocking Magisters. They want to take this tier 1 top
Kid
side.
Bomba.
Yep, Kid Bomba taking quite a lot of damage. Magister is there trying to help out, but it looks like the Ohio brothers are able to secure their first turret. But again, this will kind of got theirs a little while ago.
I wasn't quite sure that they will make a trade, actually. After seeing the bot lane falling that easily from the side of Team TOP, I didn't think that they will do something on the top lane, but apparently they have something to do.
Now they're going to be starting this turtle, and Devu, they're ready for this one. They're like, okay, we've already taken one away from the Ohio brothers, and if they want to contest this even more, better on us, right? Sawo has his ult up.
Yeah, right now, the Ohio brothers, the way that they're positioning is not too wide. They're kind of moving together. Zia is there as well. Okay, so here's the thing. Kid Bomba wants to engage. Milo wants to engage. Best player one, already using the spatial migration. And who's going to start it off? Magister goes in, wants best player one, but Milo goes back in, but no CC is able to do really anything, and Milo gets taken down by Carvey. Best player one has to exit as well. He goes back in, but Zia gets the kill, but Zia super low. Best player one gets Carvey, and now flying up, not really enough to get a kill, but enough to secure a turtle.
Ooh, some dangerous stuff. Zia was playing on the very end. He had the initial proc to use his ultimate, but his target ends up dying, and he had to look for somebody else to trigger it, and luckily, he got it just in time before the auto alarm bombs put him out of his misery. Nicely done from the side of the Ohio brothers, and now they're looking for a big conversion. Tier 2s are on the table.
Yeah, the crossbow of Tang, you don't want to mess with that. Zia managed to find his way through to take 2 kills, or like to participate in 2 kills for the side of Team TOB, taking also a turtle to increase the goal difference, but so far 2-2 in terms of the kills. Also, when you look at the items, there's no big difference between the both marksman, and also in terms of the overall gold lead, 1k is not enough to say that you have a gold lead 8 minutes into the game.
I mean, it's not one. A few hundred.
A few hundred. Speaking of which, actually, Sunset Lover, I don't think it matters what mage he's playing. He is always going for the Clock of Destiny build.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not going for Lethal Ignition. He takes Impure Rage, but still opts to go for it.
He's the OG, and he's going to show how the OG does it.
It could be right here, right now. I mean, there's an opportunity. Nope. It's just going to back away. Like, if Duo's Vault, whenever they're in these types of positions, they start clumping together, right? I think that is the default mode that they go to, especially when there's nothing to actually fight for on the map in these next 40 seconds, right? If you look at the gold earned, Zia now shooting above and beyond Carvey. Initially, it was Carvey with that gold lead, but now Zia has enough items to have enough attack speed to keep himself on his toes all the time.
It has never been, it will never be about the kills. Team TOB actually are taking a lot of turrets right now, and it might be so dangerous to just defend that top lane for Milo.
Yeah, Milo goes in, he wants Carvey, but Sao is there to make sure that Carvey is able to survive. And Milo looks like the Tournament Memory is enough. He's going to get taken down. Best player dives in. Carvey, there's nowhere for you to go. And Zia gets the kill. Hoon from the backside is making sure that Best player has a way to get out of the bad situation. But it looks like Best player, he's tanking quite a lot, but it doesn't look like he... No, he gets pulled back, but he survives. Kid Bomba flickers forward. Sunset Lover gets a kill.
No,
Hoon, I saw that, Hoon. I saw that killing spree for Zia. Hoon.
Oh my goodness. Okay, look.
Get out!
It was a show of force. It was a show of force. 3 dead, 2 for trade on the Ohio brothers side. They still take that trade really nicely from the side of the Ohio brothers, and they're even getting a convergence on it, right? The angle was good. The idea was there. Obviously a little bit of a blunder in some of the abilities, but hey, we moved past that. The gold lead has now developed to 2.2k.
Yeah, actually for me what was actually really interesting was the shift from the side of Best Player, and also the save that Super Shark almost pulled off, but Zia triggering his crossbow of Tang and finishing everything off. That's when you... did he just take it on the way?
Imagine... Was that on purpose? I think he was just walking. I was like, my bad, bro. My bad.
I was just auto-attacking, man. Please, don't take this away from me.
It's like, this is how a 1-1 walks. You basic attack as you go along.
It's frustrating, but at the very least, we know that at least for the side of best player one, he's got to be careful, right? He got canceled twice off that spatial migration thanks to Sawo's time reversal. He's got to keep an eye on it, right? Got to make sure that the timers don't line up.
It's actually really hard to decide who's gonna win this team fight. Both of them are not so far in lead in terms of the gold. Look at Team DOB. I don't think they have that team fight that takes it.
Hold on, right now Super Shark is looking at
Oh,
Sao
what?
and looks like Milo goes in. He already forces out the time journey, but it looks like he's gonna get taken down. Carvey gets the kill. Sunset Lover, nowhere for you to go. Zia gets the kill. The Ohio brothers, they're attacking at two different angles. Two different angles!
This is literally... Is this modern warfare or not? This is literally the Ohio brothers saying, hey, we're dropping a care package for you. Let's take out that front line.
You were talking about chess? See, they're not using pawns now.
They really aren't.
Jumping with the kings.
Yeah, man, right now, Kid Bomba taking a little bit of damage coming in from Zia, and Hoon is actually spacing out very, very well. Magister is there. Kid Bomba goes in. Best player one respecting the damage. Hoon. Magister! Magister gets it, but now best player one, he cannot punish them just because Sawa was there.
Unfortunate. Zia was so close to getting the crossbow of tank proc off, but Sawa was able to get out of there just in time. I mean, the Ohio brothers, they are losing out on this Lord. That's such a big swing for Deo's Vault to actually try and turn this around and even up this score. It's a very small lead for the Ohio brothers, but at the end of the day, that Lord is pushing on their side.
The hesitation was indeed what Zia was feeling right there. He hesitated in going in front and taking the risk in opening his crossbow of Tang, and now he is and his team as well will pay the price. Team Devo have the Lord, and they might go in for taking those inhibitor turrets.
I know what Milo wanted to do, but because of the auto alarm bombs, the position was found out. If not, I kind of felt like the Ohio brothers were just waiting. Milo, you go in, we're all going to go in as well.
It's a really creative idea. I'm not going to lie. I love the fact that Milo has the cojones to make a call like that, right? But now, they're on the defensive. They kind of have to be. They have to deal with the Lord Empowered Minions. They're going to lose their mid-tier 1, but they can't afford to lose their mid-tier 2 at the very least. Top side needs to get cleared up, and now we have 104 seconds until the next major objective spawns, and I think that TOB are starting to get a feel of what Deusval actually wants to do in this game.
Yeah, continuous pressure indeed. He's the key from Team Deusval, because so far they have been pressuring at every possible angle, but Team TOP, every time they have that team fight, as you just said, Lafel, they enter from two different angles, and when they do so, sometimes it works, sometimes it just doesn't. What happened? What did I miss?
What is that damage from Sao? He's almost keeping up with Zia and Carvey.
Look, Diggy has a cute face, but believe you me, he's evil.
He is ratchet.
Yeah.
Ratchet is what we call it. Oh my goodness.
He's one of those characters in game you don't want on your team, but at the same time, you don't want it on the enemy side.
And neither do you want to have to force a ban for it.
Yeah.
So you just hate him either way.
You just hate him either way. And now best player gets two, and then Milo follows up. Sal was there, but was it too late? Home from the backside, and Milo gets pulled back into the fray. Carvey gets the kill. Super Shark finds Magister, best player one. You didn't get a target. Best player one gets pulled back as well. Zia gets a kill onto Carvey. Now Sunset Lover gets a kill onto best player one. And Zia, you're taking a little bit too much damage. You have to be careful.
Oh my goodness. Honestly, great awareness from Magister. He realized he was the target of the Circling Eagle. He quickly starts going into the opposite direction, following along with the rotation of the Circling Eagle to pull the boy away. And unfortunately, best player decided to drop in the middle of the team. Now that his support is way off the mark, instantly goes down.
Zia's playing the safe game so far. He could have made a lot of risks right there. He could have gained a lot out of them. He might have actually activated a crossbow of Tang and take everyone out, but again, he goes for the safer route and think that the Lord is going down.
Yeah, but it's going down very, very fast, and Magister is able to secure it, and Sao preemptively using the time journey to make sure that no shenanigans happen.
Yeah, and he doesn't even have the fleeting time, right? This is literally Enchanted Talisman, and he's also got the Holy Glaive as well, just to make sure, sorry, the Divine Glaive, just to be really, really annoying. It's like, oh, Radiant Armor? No big deal.
Hey, damage offense is the best defense.
It makes me so mad.
Yeah.
He's 6.4K and he's dealing almost just as much damage as the gold laners. It's got to be infuriating for some of the players of the Ohio brothers.
And he only died once, so there's no reset for his stacks.
Oh, jump.
Oh, but look at this. Kid Bomba taking quite a lot of damage, and best player 1 looks like he's going to get taken down. Carvey secures the kill. Zia is a little bit too forward. Sunset Lover could deal the damage. Mystic Gush coming in from Hoon just to try to push them away, just to make sure that they don't want to move forward. But Magister is like, yeah, fam, I want to go in. Maybe not.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not.
It's now a buddy system for the side of the Ohio brothers, right? Super Shark has to make sure that he's body blocking. He's body blocking for his boy Zia. Mielo has to cover Moon on his side. Now that best player is down, they have no real means of following up upon engages, even if the time reversal has been expanded early. So now it's about how many inhibitors can you actually save?
Actually, I would say that so far Team TOP, they managed to defend 2 Lords in a row without even hitting 1 inhibitor to it, which is a remarkable thing. The game so far is so equal in terms of every statistic in the map, every statistic here on the board with us. Gold-wise, turret-wise, kills-wise, everything looks actually... I have a... No, I'm gonna save it. I'm gonna save it. No.
I'm just saying. I feel
Yeah.
like at this point the Ohio brothers are getting sick of hearing hood.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or yep, every single time. It's so, especially with the auto a lot. Wait, whoa.
Kid Bomba taking the brunt of the damage, and Magister looks like he doesn't want to go in first. I feel like that's a good decision. I think they're just playing around Sao. Sao, do you have your ult? You do, then we're gonna do something about it. If not, I mean, he had it, right? But
yep.
I feel like they're just waiting for the Ohio brothers to do something first. Let the Ohio brothers make the mistake.
I don't know. It felt like a peace conference. The Ohio brothers walking up into no man's land. Neo's Vault lining up, saying hi. You know, discussions did not go well, unfortunately. Hoot once again, and the Ohio brothers said
okay,
no.
Look, Sao 56.
Come
Zia
on!
57, Carvey 58.
Oh shit! This is
Sunset Lover is 32. Hoon is 32.
And imagine that Sao dealt that damage. Most of it was on the gold lane. So imagine being in a landmine actually at that gold lane.
This is so frustrating to watch. I mean, Sao is just getting away with so much right now. Honestly, when you look and compare both teams, there's a lot of similarities between them. It's really great to see that these regions giving each other respect in the same manner, but also in terms of power level are actually very similar.
I'm actually pretty nervous. I cannot imagine how does the players feel like right now. It's so close.
Yep, Spatial Migration did not hit onto Magister. Magister is playing very patiently as a jungler here, and Hoon finds Sao. And
that's good.
That's amazing. He forced out the and now Sunset Lover, he's gonna get caught, and looks like Shark wants the kill. Sunset Lover is able to get out, and Kid Bomba is able to leave as well. What happened?
No, they didn't want to keep on ego challenging it. They're like, we've already got them to use their battle spells, their big ults. This is a free lord, unless Magister.
Do you want to melt it down?
Okay, Milo, you're taking a little bit too much damage. The lore hurts right now. Best player 1, Spatial Migration onto Magister, and Hoon is able to hit the Mystic Gush. Now the immortality is up. Hoon gets a kill, but Kid Bomba forces a damage onto Zia, and Corby shuts down Zia.
Ouch.
And Sunset Lover gets a kill onto Milo. This is a very big mistake. Best player 1, you gotta keep your health. You can secure this Lord, but this fool, they can get the kill.
They're trying to burn it.
Corby! He died, he survived, he got the Lord, and Super Shark's gonna go down. Sunset Lover taking the ult, taking the kill.
How can you miss that tree?
Oh, no. Oh, no. That's really unfortunate.
I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it either, man.
Who's gonna talk about it then?
Come on, man. This is one of the situations that you don't want to be in, especially for the Ohio brothers, right? They were sitting underneath the Lord. During that Lord Dancer, they were making some good decisions, but with the recent changes, a lot of these members were getting chunked out bit by bit, and Fuse Vault got a full reset because they didn't rush down the Lord in time.
5v5. It came down to here. 5v5. Lord coming in, marching from the bot lane. Evolved Lord. It's not looking so good for TOP, to be honest.
Oh, Hood all the way.
Sao,
0-1 and 10 doing a lot of work. The Ohio brothers can't find an angle to engage in a fight. This is, I guess, one of Grenadier's counters as well. It's like, you want to jump in, go ahead. And look at all the traps he's putting on the board.
Oh, he's just farming damage, and Shark is doing his best to absorb as many of these as possible.
Oh no, best player one. Even using, oh no, what? A lot of mistakes here.
Yeah. A
It's
lot
fine.
of mistakes.
It's fine, it's fine. They've only lost one inhibitor. The other two are basically going to die in one hit from Garvey, maybe two. But the most important part is that the Ohio brothers are still in it. Their Crystal's still alive.
Let me just say before the game starts, I said I wanted to see Sunset Lover. I'm not disappointed.
He doesn't disappoint.
He is amazing in all 3 games.
Yeah. I would actually say that. Oh, what was that?
Well,
What was that?
Divine Glaive and Lightning Truncheon, baby. It hurts.
And Holy Crystal, he's
And Holy
going
Crystal!
he's going full damage. He's going just all in with these bombs.
He's looking at Sunset Lover. I'm the mid laner now.
Oh boy, this is pretty scary. This is really, really scary considering the amount of damage that they have. Even if you do have that Radiant Armor, it's still a substantial amount, especially when they're all packed in together. The stacks might not necessarily work as well as you think it would, but the Ohio brothers now opening up the map is starting to become quite a pain in the butt, and Magister so far has been doing a really good job at maintaining that front line.
Let's go,
He
Sawa!
rise up that board.
Hoot, hoot.
Toot toot. Wow.
It shouldn't be like this.
Yeah, this is not how we do it in MENA.
I'm the carry now.
Look at me, Sunset. I am the carry. If you look
Remember the days of feeding Diggy? This is a different era of Diggy.
truly, truly. Damage taken coming in from Yellow. Oh,
Maybe just give him a retribution at this point.
Ow, my God. Right now, the Lord is going to get leashed by both teams, but so far, this Volt has been winning those trades, and
Oh,
just
the
took
damage.
so much damage from Sunset Lover.
Wow, 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 wow. Now everyone have to be so careful. Team TOP need to find that opening. The Lord, I don't think at this moment, the Lord is what matters. It matters the fight around that Lord.
Oh!
Kimboba flickers forward, but looks like Milo tries to re-engage, but Sawa Hood denies it. Milo gets taken down. Immortality used. Looks like he's going to survive, but at this point, does it matter? This Volt, it might be a free Lord.
I think it is. I mean, the top side is building up really, really with a huge wave, and even bottom side needs to be answered. The Ohio brothers have maintenance to do on their lanes before they even think about this. But even for News Vault, they're like, you know what? We might be able to actually get a fight out of this. Let's reset and do this all over again.
Diggy
It's
is a
actually quite
predator.
risky here.
Diggy is a predator.
He's a bird of he's a bird of prey.
In the
unfortunately.
food chain, Diggy's on top.
Is it 1 second 0.5 something? Because he's just throwing like stars.
I mean,
He's got the enchanted.
yeah.
Look.
Yeah, with the Enchanted Talisman, you can put a lot.
He's still going. He's still going. Like Shark. Like if
Look,
Shark
look
doesn't
how
have
many-
the guiding wind shield,
How much can he spam this first kill?
he can keep on spamming it all. I mean, again, this is enchanted talisman benefits, right? This is why this build is annoying.
Yeah, right now,
oh.
while they're doing this Lord dance, Dils Volt is pushing without pushing. The minions doing work. Best player 1 gets 2, but Sawa again denies the crowd control.
Carvey.
But Hoon gets a kill onto Carvey, and now looks like a mistake coming in from Dils Volt. They're playing a little bit too much, and now looks like Kid Bomba is gonna get taken down, but the minions is pushing. They managed to get the inhibitor at top. The Ohio brothers, it's a good thing for them to actually win that fight.
Yep.
If not, it could have been over.
Yep, and now this could be some hope for the NA representatives, right? With this upcoming Empowered Lord, like, it's so important. These death timers are so long. Every single one of these picks are going to be important. Every one of these resources is going to be more valuable. So the Ohio brothers, this just might be an opportunity to even the playing field, if not to crack the crystal open.
I would actually feel so bad for Diggy. I would actually feel so bad for Saul if they lost that game. TOB, that damage is just insane, man. That's just insane.
Yeah, but right now, the Ohio brothers, they have the Lord. They cannot make a mistake. It's 25 minutes into the game. Hoon don't get caught. Zia don't get caught. They're pushing the mid lane inhibitor. They got it. Best player 1 gets Magister, and Hoon right now gets targeted. Sunset Lover is not going to commit.
Yep. Also, Carvey just came out of spawn, right? So again, the Ohio brothers Mielo is going to look for a reset. Same goes for Super Shark. But at this point of time, right, they've gotten the big ults, but there's no way to converge on it. TOB, they're looking for an opportunity to actually go for a pick. Devu will not give it to them. Look how tight they are together.
The Lord's untouched so far. So far, the Lord is safe.
Yeah, but now Zia taking a lot of damage from Sunset Lover.
Boon.
Mila is moving forward, but the Lord is going to get taken down, unable to deal damage on the top inhibitor.
25 minutes. We're going for a 30?
Yeah, I mean, with the amount of harassment coming out from Sawo, forcing people to actually go for recalls because of how much unnecessary damage people have been taking, there's not, oh, look at this. Yeah, right? Like, this is frustrating to deal with. Walking up feels like you're pushing through thorns.
Right. They cannot. Oh, they can.
Super
They wanna
Shark,
engage.
you want to force this out. Milo is not using the penalty zone just yet, and Zia as well, Super Shark taking quite a lot of damage. Perhaps a missed call coming in from the Ohio brothers.
I would actually choose a safer route. I would go there. I would go back, freeze the lanes, and wait for the Lord. If I'm TOP.
I mean, there's nothing else you can really do about it, right? Bot side, there's a huge wave that's building up. The Ohio brothers could look to attack the top side at this point of time, or as you can see, best player, right? Just making sure his presence is felt, making sure that Diosval have to fight for ground constantly, despite continuously laying down traps in their own jungle.
Dude, the wave clear from Dios Vault is very good. The Ohio brothers, they gotta stack up way more minions to make a difference, and now
They
Milo
got Magister.
finds Magister, but it looks like they're not going to commit.
Oh, Diggy actually has a Genius 1 by now. Diggy is actually going for a full, Sal's going for a full damage build. And actually, he can do quite much damage, and he is already like doing quite a lot damage. But the Lord at minute 28 is going to be so hard to defend, but I think that again, and I would say it again, look at his damage, 128, 30k away from Sunset Lover, his own mid
131.
laner. Yeah, that's pretty annoying.
Dude, he's trying to break records here. Like,
He's trying to be the MVP.
Yeah, he's trying to farm stats at this point. I think that at least for the Ohio brothers, there might be some consideration to force and maybe try and burst down Sawo. He isn't going for the Purify anyway, so the initial CC might be useful to get that ult out as soon as possible.
Well, best player finds Magister, but best player took a little bit too much damage, and now even though he has the immortality, he has to be careful. The Lord hurts now. True damage coming in, and Magister is still very, very healthy. The Lord has been resetted.
Yeah, Sunset Lover is waiting there. Sunset Lover is waiting there, but bad management for that wave. Dios Volt have to go back to defense. They might just lose numbers against TOP.
Super Shark's got to be careful, right? He can't keep sitting around this Lord. The Lord legitimately hurts 28 minutes into this game.
Yeah, so does Sunset
Oh,
Lover.
no!
Look at the damage coming in, and I gotta say, the Ohio brothers, best player one, he wants to engage, but it never looks good when he does. The damage that he receives is a little bit too much. Carvey and Sunset Lover as well as Sao. It's too much.
It is too much. It's actually unbearable to a point. It's so annoying to a point, but this Lord is gonna be so risky to take. This Lord is gonna be so risky to take.
All right, we gotta look at me.
Oh, what was that?
Oh my goodness.
Oh, Pixel Brush.
Show mercy.
Please, when does it stop? Sawo, he's just tapping one button the whole way. Wait.
Oh, circling eagle on circling eagle. We're just gonna dance in the air, and nothing's gonna happen. Now even Magister is able to freeze time for himself. He's not gonna be taking a lot of damage. So I feel like this Volt, they're setting up for a bait.
Yeah, actually at this point, I think that everyone is watching Diggy play around with his bombs. He's just annoying TOP. He's not letting them go in, but the Lord is about to go half HP though.
Yeah, right now the Ohio brothers, they're just seeing stars.
They should.
Oh, Kid Bomba goes in. He wants Blast Player 1, but Milo is there trying to re-engage. But both of them are taking a little bit too much damage. Zia is trying to kite all the way through. Milo is able to freeze. Sunset Lover looks like he's able to run away. Kid Bomba gets a kill. And look at Kid Bomba, Immortality U. Sao again, just dealing damage. Someone take this Diggy down.
No. Samo's not going to let himself die like that. I've never seen him flicker at all. Throughout this entire game, he hasn't really been needing to use his flicker. And now that they've managed to wave down by that bottom side, they have to clear up that mid, clear up top side, and do this all over again.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bombs.
Are you like counting
Yeah.
chips?
At this point, yeah, you kind of have to, right? It's not like you can ignore the damage coming out from Sao. Like, even Hoon is struggling to walk up now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Best
Oh,
leader
this
one jumps in. He's trying his best, but he may have went in way too soon. Gets taken down. Magister secures the Lord, and Super Shark is gonna get taken down. Same as Hoon. Carvey secures the kill, and now Zia trying to 1v5.
Oh!
He gets Sao, but that's all he's gonna get. Sao! He died, but he secures the kill, and it's a wipeout.
Oh my goodness. What a game this has been. Mielo is coming back up in about 6 more seconds, but all the rest of his teammates, more than a minute worth of their timer. And Dios Vault, yeah, they're going to start walking in towards that Crystal side finally. And even no matter what, Sabo's like, I've done my job.
Sao
Look
MVP.
at me.
The
Sao
last man
MVP.
standing.
Right now, Magister is going to get taken down. Milo's going to try his best. He got Carvey, but looks like this Volt got that Crystal. This best of 3. What a series!
So
What a
intense.
series. What an interesting. Initially, game 1 and game 2 were looking like a mirror matchup, but here in game number 3, we have Deo's Ball taking it away. 30 minutes, pushing it for one of the longest matches we have seen thus far. My God, have you seen a Diggy do that much damage?
Sao better be
I haven't.
MVP, man.
I mean,
He
I'd be
better be
upset if he isn't.
MVP.
Oh, that is such a depressing game. Getting poked out in that particular manner. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that was a really intense game. I would actually give the MVP with pleasure to Sao this game. He did deserve that win with that Diggy that I didn't even imagine will go with full damage.
Oh boy, what a matchup between very grueling, very endurance heavy. It really depends how much patience and stamina you have, and this time it's going to be EECA's representatives that comes out on top. But do not worry, there's still more matches to be played here in Group D, and especially for the Ohio brothers, it doesn't mean that they're out of the tournament just yet. They have redemption games.
Dude, he is potentially, he can have a specified stat as Roamer of doing the most damage. Roamer DPM amongst all of the Roamers? Sure, Zorn has TP per minute.
Uh-huh.
The damage per minute from Sao, oh lord. Oh.
Ouch.
That was Sao painful.
Yeah.
I'm not proud of that one, but you guys get what you get.
I don't know. There's not much to really say about this game, especially once we got to the ultra late stages of it, right? But, whoever makes that first move is definitely going to get punished for it. And unfortunately, the Ohio brothers cracked under the, I wouldn't even say immense amount of pressure, but just running out of patience to hold on.
Well, seeing that, I think we have broke the limit for the highest time match, or like the longest match so far in the series. So I think it was more than 30, but what is it? It's supposed to be so.
It's
Yeah,
Sao.
it is,
Give it
it
to
is.
him.
He's dropping the ball. It's like, yeah, I feel the pain. Hoot, hoot.
Oh my
Toot, toot.
goodness. MVP of our game. Give it up for Sao with 94 kill participation. Low GPM. But my goodness, we need to have the damage
Yeah.
per minute from this guy because he is topping the charts. We'll see it in the Bo's game stats. But first, let's have a look at the highlights here. Oh,
Yeah.
highlights brought to you by Grab. But man, what a game this has been.
It's gonna be actually so strange when you look at the highlights, and what you are looking for is Diggy. Basically, you kind of want to look for the marksman. You kind of want to look also for the mages, but here you are actually looking for Sao and his perfect gameplay with that Diggy. Carvey at this point actually was doing really good in terms of the damage, but he couldn't do quite enough to save his team, I would say, from a early game loss. But yeah. That
Ooh,
was
we
just
saw
the
that.
damage. When they went in the bush, they found a surprise. It was a party surprise by Sao, presented here by Team Dios Volt. Hoon at some points, actually, I would have said that Gord could have been executed much more better. Wouldn't you guys agree?
Yeah, I do agree. I just feel like he was really overthinking about his positioning, making sure that he doesn't get caught. But trying to position well, it worked in his favor. But I feel like he would have looked better if the engages actually went through. That time journey is a real difference maker.
It's so obnoxious, and he gets it back up so quick as well. Like, what are you supposed to do?
Yeah.
Engage
Yeah, look.
instantly.
The engage is good, and Hoon was ready to deal the damage, but it's like, guys,
Hesitating, yeah.
No. It's like, okay, the engage was good. but the engage was cancelled. Kuhn already used his Mystic Gush on the targets, but the targets are moving. The targets are not supposed to move.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. We need a stable target when you have that Gord, and this point was the last moment TOP had to live and to live through 31 minutes. Yeah, it is 31 minutes game. TOP fall down to the momentum that Team Deal's Volt have applied upon them. It was a really intense match. It was a really mind-breaking match. 31 minutes. Oh my God.
You want to know
I
what
don't
would be
know.
a difference maker?
What would be the
What?
difference maker?
If this Guinevere was an assassin. If it was a Lancelot, that Diggy would have had no chance. Right? Because the problem with a Diggy is, especially when you're building full damage, you don't have a lot of HP.
I don't know, because then on the opposite side, then Magister would have kind of a free time kind of walking up at you. It's like,
Hey,
oh,
hey.
look
Hey.
at all that damage.
The Diggy is the problem.
The Diggy is
The
the
Diggy
problem.
is the problem.
Yeah.
You're right. With 31, if the game always drags out to 31 minutes, then maybe there should have been a consideration. But even so, I can't really blame the Ohio brothers, right? This is a really grueling match. Like, at the end of the day, it comes down to who has the resources left after the time journey, and can they make that heroic play. Zia was doing good, consistent damage, but when you needed him to go for an incredible crossbow of tanks, he just could not find him. Devu would not let them have... Oh, man, he's the carry and the forgotten one. God,
185K!
Well, actually, if you're on the side of Team TOP, would you actually care that much about the bombs from the Diggy? Would you care that much to not enter a bush? Would you be that scared?
yes, if I was Hoon,
If
you
that's the
die
game,
at
yeah.
5 bombs.
Look at the difference in damage.
He's so...
Look at the difference.
Ridiculous. Ridiculous. That's the word.
What can you really say about it, right? He's got double the damage of Hoon.
Wait,
He's
wait,
got
wait.
double the damage of Yellow.
Carvey and Sunset Lover, yeah, they need to combine the damage to beat Sao. And Sao took the least damage. Even Carvey and Sunset Lover took more damage.
I'm actually legitimately curious how many times Sawa actually had to use his flicker, because I felt like he barely
saw
touched
one.
his battle spell.
I saw one. At the defense, at their side, he had to flicker, use his ultimate. That was the only one I saw flicker.
That's fair. That's fair. But with that being said, congratulations once again for EECA's representative, Deos Vault. They played well. We saw a good side of them, but we also saw quite the interesting mirror matchup here with NA representatives, the Ohio brothers, right? In terms of like power level, in terms of the way that they play, they were on par with each other.
That lived up to expectations. Let me just say that. That was an amazing series. After the first one, it looked like, okay, maybe this might be a 2-0 because Zia didn't look all that confident. But game number 2 and game number 3, he was confident. He was able to do much. But game number 3, I'll just say, Deals Volt really won the draft.
Would it be safe to say for you, Lafelle, at least, you were looking for Uranus earlier on. Would you look for a Diggy from now on?
Wait, did I say the Ohio Brothers is going to win? The prediction?
Yes, you did.
Let's forget that.
Yeah,
I'm
let's
sorry.
show.
I'm sorry. Guys.
Look, once
Look,
again,
so, these things are out of my hands. The production team,
That's
Muntan,
what
they
he
keep
says.
asking. I said I didn't want to give my prediction, but
that's what he always says. Once again, M5 is powered by Munto and presented by Kadia, our global presenting partner, supported by ROG, our official gaming phone, Grab, our official super app partner, and Secret Lab, our official chair partner. Up next is the best of 3 matchup featuring Myanmar's Burmese Ghouls and Singapore's Team Flash. Both of these competitors are looking for some points, especially for the Burmese Ghouls. So stay tuned. The M5 World Championship group stage will be right back.
Retribution is at hand!
The fuck? Look at this skin.
To protect her. To protect her.
For honor!
The light shines.
Fighting Kimmy!
Halo, Mas Umbai.
Retribution is at hand!
The more your fear grows, the I have eyes on the target. Loneliness. Another word for compromise is failure. Would you like to have a drink with me?
Progressing in martial arts is an endless journey.
I must not go too far away from the others.
Impressive fight! Impressive fight! Progressing in martial arts is an endless journey.
My hands are made for fighting!
Feel the heat of the inferno.
Let's see who...
The world of flames is my domain.
I'm in charge here!
Impressive fight.
My head way of fighting. Do you know what loneliness is, Tetra?
Everything is
Never ever try to fool me. Psionic connection complete.
impressive fight. Impressive fight. Flames is my domain. Progressing in martial arts is an endless journey.
I shall change the world as I see fit.
Impressive fight.
I have eyes on the target.
Possibilities are revealing.
Would you like to have a drink with me? Let's see who has the last laugh. Our victories will be limitless.
The labyrinth shall never fall. Not knowing oneself, that's the worst.
What the heck?
For the glory of my ancestors. Another word for compromise is failure.
Loneliness never bothers me.
Impressive fight!
Mike-sano, you have to wait na bro. You want reach us today? Okay. What is the start of your ID? I copied it. Okay, let me send to the dias actually. Wait.
Impressive fight!
You're looking a little lost.
Progressing in martial arts is an endless journey.
My hands are made for fighting.
Okay. Look at him. He only goes for Roger.
Impressive
Back
fight!
if you have nothing to
He was
regret.
my sister.
For the glory.
Feel the heat of the inferno.
I will do anything for the abyss. Anything!
For the glory of my ancestors.
The fuck? What the
Impressive
fuck?
fight!
What did he build? Mage motherfucker.
your fear grows, the smaller you become.
I'm a perfect fusion of speed and strength.
My hands are made for fighting.
Impressive fight.
Charge here. Loneliness never bothers me. See beyond the eyes.
Progressing in martial arts is an endless journey.
I do what I want to do. I will do anything for the abyss. Anything! Who would recognize someone as weak as you?
Follow your heart.
What the fuck? What did he build?
Not bad. One more round.
What the heck? What he did not build basically. Lol. Okay, let us go back to the stream.
Where does my resolve come from? Being a father, for one. I have measured the boundaries. Don't be afraid to brave the road ahead. They call me a hero.
Bang M5 World Championship Group Stage. Getting here, by the way, still joined by LaFell and as well as Yasu to bring you the clash between Myanmar's Burmese Ghouls and the champion of MPL Singapore, Team Flash.
And again, we do want to say the M5 World Championship is powered by Moonton, presented by Kadia, supported by ROG, the official gaming phone, Grab, the official Super App partner, and Secret Lab. It's no secret, it's our official chair partner.
So thank you to our lovely sponsors. M5 wouldn't be possible without your support.
Now, boys, there's a lot of moments that even us as casters, we miss out, but you
Yeah.
guys at home have been catching it no matter what, because you can find the best M5 content on TikTok. Just search hashtag MLBBM5, and maybe also remember to use that hashtag to share your content and stand a chance to win rewards, because so far, people have been catching every little moment these players have been making.
Let me just say, I've been cheating.
You've been cheating?
I have been using
what?
TikTok just to get all of those ideas. It's like, I thought I captured everything on cast, but then it's like, oh, they caught something that even I didn't notice.
How?
You guys are amazing. You guys are better than great.
But with today's matchup, the headline is the Underworld Uprising. Can Hades tame the ghouls? This time, we're getting a new representative coming in from Singapore, and it's an exciting time. Even Malaysia had new representatives. Burmese ghouls had a bit of a change themselves, but is it going to be enough? Is this the big change that we've been waiting for from Singapore?
Well, from Singapore, actually, they just had a full best of 7, so they are ready.
Yeah, and I gotta say, Burmese Ghouls as well. Even though yesterday, yes, they lost to AP Brand, but come on, they lost to AP Brand.
Come on. Who's really judging them at this point? They put up a really good fight. Even Coach Ducky did give a couple of comments about them, saying, honestly, they were really prepared for the draft. But can Hades tame the Ghouls? Because Myanmar and Singapore M Series results kind of tell a bit of a different story. Consistently, it seems that Myanmar has been taking down Singapore more times than not over the span of 4 years.
Okay, here's the thing. We're in Malaysia. We're right next to Singapore, so we don't want to dump on you. But the only time Myanmar is not placed higher than Singapore is when they didn't go there.
Oh my God. Oh, that's a gut punch.
I mean, like, we didn't do any better. We didn't do any better. So, you know, it's like,
Surumpun. But honestly, M3 was a very good time for Singapore, right? Achieving 4th place, you know, the last time Malaysia got that was M1.
M1.
It was a long time ago, but Myanmar is consistent, and they always surprise the rest of the world. They're definitely somebody not to give up upon, because as we move into the dawning of a new age, I mean, I don't know about you guys' predictions, but I'm feeling that Team Flash, they've got something in store for us from maybe their draft, possibly.
Even I don't know my prediction.
Well, yeah, I cannot actually remember my prediction right now, but I would say that Team Burmese Ghouls are warmed up.
I mean, they're more than warmed up. They're ready, and they're hungry for the upcoming points. They might just be given unless MPL SG has something else to say to us. With that being said, to officiate the M5 World Championship, we have our marshals making their way onto the stage. They're here to ensure the fairness and integrity of our game. Thank you so much. These are our first responders, Rain, Wilbur, Shun, and as well as Ivan, to make sure that competitive integrity is kept at an all-time high. But with that being said, back from a fateful reunion against the familiar foe, the relentless Ghouls return to prove that they have yet to give everything they've got. Rise for the Burmese Ghouls!
I don't know about you guys, but I trust Burmese Ghouls. I feel like they got this.
Their relentlessness brought the dawn of a new age for Singaporeans' MLBB scene. Now they begin another journey en route to proving that they are better than great. Don't blink or you'll miss Team Flash!
This season is a glow up for Team Flash. They just came from an intense full best of 7.
Now, let's welcome their coaches. From the side of the Burmese Ghouls, Coach Lin Danny, and as well as Analyst DJ. From Team Flash, Coach Reminiscent, and as well as Analyst KZP. These are all veterans in their own right as they arm their players for the upcoming battle here at M5.
Hey, you know what? After the previous game, we saw a Diggy. I want to see more. I want to see
I told you.
surprises coming in from both teams.
I told you, you were like trying to get Uranus inside the draft
Yeah,
anyhow,
yeah.
but now I think you're gonna go for that Diggy.
Oh yeah, I love that Diggy. I mean, it's a love-hate relationship.
It is a love-hate relationship. But here is the roster. Time for roll call for the Burmese Ghouls. It's Stitch, Nico, Carbon, Lena, and as well as BlinkX. I don't know if BlinkX is going to pick up the Diggy this time round. I'll be real with you.
Hey, you know what? Inspiration comes in many different forms. Some might say the previous match.
Yeah, some might.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some might, I don't know, because I'm looking at people like Carbon. I'm looking at people like Stitch specifically to make the big difference for the side of the Burmese Ghouls.
And also, we gotta see Nico, because so far Nico has been tunneling on those utility junglers. We gotta see if he has gone to the point where he will use a carry jungle.
I mean, especially when his matchup is against Hades, and not just him. Let's not forget about Vanix, Adamir, Jay, and as well as Lolzy. Lolzy being one of the few players, as well as Adamir, who have competed in an M series before. They are the veterans that help the team through.
And actually, Adamir is one of those players that can help you through the drafting phase. He can adjust to a tremendous amount of heroes like Baxi. I can take us on the XP.
Yeah.
You wanted the Baxi earlier on the XP. Also the Fredrin. So he leaves a room to his team to play as they want in the draft phase.
Well, I mean, if there's one lane that usually has to take the short end of the stick, it's the EXP.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, like EXP at this point is like not so much heroes. It's like if Terizla is open, Terizla. They got a 1-1, Phobius. Yuzong's been great, and this is our prediction. Who did I choose? Oh, I chose Burmese Ghoul. Oh, it's
wait.
a Burmese
Look,
Ghoul
it's a
table.
streak. No, it's a 2-1 streak.
All of us 2-1.
Yeah.
Why do we want to stay here for long?
Look, I think that there's a good chance, especially with the way that Team Flash plays, they've caught teams off guard, and that's how they honestly got to the stage in the first place, right? They are interesting, they are innovative, and now that they have stable laners to kind of back up that playstyle, they might be able to take a game from the Burmese Ghouls.
I do have to say, because 100% win rate on Hades using that Nolan, I do want to see if he's going to get banned. If it's banned out, it's a Nolan. If it doesn't, Yeslin.
Well, Primus Ghouls at this point, they cannot afford to lose even a single point. Even though we expected to see a full series, I don't think that Primus Ghouls wants to take any other outcome other than the 2-0, a full sweep, to help them through that group stage.
Oh my goodness, even the audience prediction, it's leaning more towards the Burmese Ghouls. The Singaporeans are too realistic.
Oh,
even they believe in Burmese Ghouls.
What?
Come on!
Come on!
Where's the SG pride?
Be, patriotism, like patriotic.
Exactly.
Support your countrymen.
You
And
guys
support
go,
Hades.
Yeah, you guys go through national service together as well. So why aren't you as connected with the teams up on these stages? Maybe this could be the time that, well, especially for the Singaporean representatives, to change the hearts and minds of a country or of a nation.
You know what? Maybe I'm just gonna channel Singapore, because that's one thing that I like, Gideon.
What?
I like being wrong, and that's why my predictions act like that. So maybe they want to be wrong as well. Maybe they believe in their own curse. If
So-
we trust our representatives, then maybe they can win.
No. So wait. You
Yes.
like being wrong
I
in
like
terms of
being
the
wrong.
predictions.
Yeah.
So when you predicted at the past that the Malaysian teams are winning.
No. It's a learning experience.
It
right?
takes some adjustments.
I'm learning who I am as a person, right?
And then channeling it in the right way.
Yeah, let me just say, now that I'm married, I'm learning a whole lot about myself.
It's a whole new world out
It's
there.
a whole new world.
Yeah.
I mean, ever since M2, getting those predictions wrong, you were just a baby
Okay,
boy
okay,
then.
come on. You're bringing up all the way M2.
Hey man, you said it was a
2, 3,
journey
4, 5, 4 years?
and learning. Yes, 4 years.
He knows your history though.
Of course I know his history. We room together as we get into the drafting phase here in our second best of 3. Now let's keep in mind, Hades, he has a 100% win rate on that Nolan. And honestly, Nico has yet to play a mechanically demanding hero. Hopefully, we might get a bit of a taste of that here in their very first match in this best of 3 series between Burmese Ghouls on the blue side against Team Flash on the red side.
Seeing Team Flash actually reminds me of the previous games, especially the game where we saw the Fanny gameplay, because Team Flash at Singapore are known for their split bush strategy. So I don't know, should we expect to see a split bush composition from the early stage, from the first phase of draft?
Well, Personally, for me, I feel like it's one of those situations where they're hoping that Burmese ghouls will have one more auto attack to crack the crystal, but don't
you
do
have
it,
to bring that
and they
up.
turn it around. Like, that'd be crazy, right?
You know what? I'd rather be lucky than good, so I'll take that. I'd rather be lucky than good. I'm being real with y'all.
Oh, too real. It's too real that it hurts, the reality of it all. But so far, Joy and Boxia have been banned out, and I'm pretty sure that Team Flash don't want luck to be played in this. Oh,
Phobia's banned. What does that say?
Well, it says that they want to use a lot of mobility, and after seeing that from Team Brevins Gold, it was natural to see a 1-1 being banned after that.
No hesitation.
No hesitation at all. And making sure that they're getting rid of, the big hitters 1-1. I think, Team Flash still very much in the zone, right? They're adapting on the fly. I'm pretty sure that they have their own game plan coming into this draft.
Okay, so it's very interesting. Perhaps they themselves want something like a Nolan? Because again, the Phobias actually deals a lot with a lot of these heroes. So I think even looking at here, I feel like they're both discussing is like, this Phobia's ban very early on is very sus.
It is very sus. And I feel with Burmese Ghouls, especially since they are on the blue side, they might be able to snag it real quick. So it's kind of up to Team Flash right now, right?
Are we going to see a Faramis? I kind of feel like we will see a Faramis or an Angela being banned right now. But so far, Team Brevins Goals are focusing so much on those, like, let's say, leaning toward that shields, right? Yeah. If we look at the Joy shields, if we look at the previous shields, also the Matilda. So I think they are afraid of playing against those shields.
Let me just say, I'm not a big fan of Guinevere at this moment.
Really? Why? What changed? Oh, speaking of which, it's banned.
Yeah, we take her out for you. So why?
Thanks. I appreciate it. Because every time I see her get picked up, I feel disappointed.
Really? Well,
I feel like a dad that my son/daughter got a B.
Well, don't worry, A-star student,
It's an Asian thing. It's an Asian
It's an Asian thing. Don't worry.
Asian
A-star student Nolan locked in for the side for the first pick of the Burmese Ghouls as we jump on over to Team Flash. Of course, they gotta take the Bruno naturally, but they're also pairing it up with the Valentina. Now, experience is the best teacher if we're talking about A's, because once a gold laner back in M3 with experience, Adamir is now an EXP laner, and I've heard a lot about this, right? During their time, during his time with Evos, was talking to the manager, and they were mentioning he's actually a pretty good gold laner, but he's even more deadly as an EXP laner.
Actually, we have seen the similar situation the last game where I think Zia and also one more player changed their own
Sunset Lover,
Sunset Lover. But yeah, now I can tell you that was a 100% premise from the side of Team Brevins Ghouls. But what was I more sure about was the Nolan after you brought it up, because Furious is one of those annoying picks that you cannot just play against with the Nolan, and you have the Arlott, so everything is justified.
It makes a lot of sense, right? And I mean, these are very good ultimates for the Valentina to actually pick up later. Let's see whether Burmese Ghouls actually want to overload them as we look at the final pick of the first phase for the side of Team Flash. Any predictions on what it might be? Oh, never mind. They've already locked in the Fanny.
You know what? It's a Fanny Day. International Fanny Day. We've been having Fannies all throughout. So at this point... Okay, Brody, I was thinking of like something like a Hilda.
I was thinking
something like a Hilda. Yeah.
I don't mind, because at the end of the day, Brody is one of those heroes who's really, really good. Well, I wouldn't say really good, pretty decent against assassins.
Yeah.
Lockdown stun, able to kite decently well overall, even against dive-style compositions.
Yeah, I think that Team Burmese Ghouls at this moment, they should take more care of their turret, because as I said earlier on, Team Flash are known in Singapore with their split pushing ability. Having that Fanny and also Bruno with his bowls, he can just go through all the turrets without breaking a sweat.
We got to talk about Lolzi as well. He's a catcher. Is it a good situation for him to use a catch kind of hero here? Something like a Kaja, something like a Cho?
There's a good possibility for those types of heroes, because again, you have a way to get dispel my CC, cleanse that CC. No, suppression tells you no, absolutely not. And I think in this particular case, to be able to drag your opponent away might not be a bad idea, right? They get rid of the Hilda. I'm thinking Kaja or even Franco on the table, not too bad to pull them away from the Nether Realm. It also works.
A question.
Yes.
Even though I'm supposed to be the one answering.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
I'll ask the question. Why would you ban a Kufra and the Fanny is in front of you? Like, are you clearing the way for it?
I can actually answer this one because
Go.
Ballsy plays Kufra pretty often, and also because they're on red side on the second phase, they get first pick, which they're more afraid of them picking it up early on because they're not going to have access to it if they yoink it.
What if this Arla is going to the roam? That's why they don't mind betting out all these roamers.
Right? No, it
Could
wouldn't
happen.
be.
Yeah, it would actually work.
Oh,
like
what,
magic.
you want a Diggy?
You know
Do you
what?
want a Diggy?
Actually, against
course.
the Fanny, I don't think it's that great.
I mean, it'd be interesting to see.
Cutthroat pump. Kill one Diggy with one slash.
Hey, at least we know that Diggy is forced to go with the tank build and not just build magic damage throughout that match. So, now Terizla gets locked in for the side of Team Flash. Again, this is one of the Adamir specials, right? A stable laner. It's going to be good for him. Let's see whether Burmese schools have an interesting approach to this. That's what I'm hoping for.
Well, you have said it earlier, Lafel. You said when Trizla is open,
I think Ixia should be
it
here,
is
by
a
the way.
Trizla. What?
I think Ixia should be here.
Ixia?
It's gonna be difficult going up against this Fanny, but laning phase you're gonna do well against the Bruno.
Yeah, but stable. So, like Ixia cannot deal with Fanny whatsoever at all. She needs to always use the flicker or Wind of Nature.
Wait,
I mean,
Angela is up as well.
That's the thing, right?
But
I don't know, because their lineup doesn't exactly doesn't scream like, oh yeah, traditional front to back, right?
Oh.
I actually like this quite a bit.
You do?
Yeah, because again, you have the mobility to kind of try and outplay the Fanny, and more importantly so, if those steel cables happen to be passing by, potentially, I don't want to give too much here. I don't know if the Ruby is going into the EXP lane to try and even up and sandbag against the Terizla, but at the very least, you have answers to it.
What was the last pick? I couldn't actually recognize the way. We will see in a bit. Seeing that Trizla is here and knowing that the fact that he will play against the Arlet if there was no changes in terms of the Ruby Arlet situation, and also knowing that there's a lot of damage that can be dealt upon the turrets, I think that Team Burmese Ghouls are actually risking so hard towards that late game on Claude, and also, in the world of Kung Fu, yeah, the speed is all that matters.
Yeah, true. And looking at my notes, apparently Ruby is one of Blink X's one of more comfort heroes. So perhaps that's what they're hoping for. Is like just use a hero that you're comfortable on.
All right. With that being said, that concludes the draft. I want to get some thoughts on this. What are you boys feeling about both sides? We'll break down the compositions a little bit, but let's see. Where do your preferences lie? Are you thinking Team Flash? Are you thinking BG?
Who cares?
What?
Don't worry, he wants to see the action, but looking at the stats, I mean, I have to admit, it's interesting to see this coming out from the side of the Burmese Ghouls, but I think that I'm more of a standard, more straight and narrow guy. I'm leaning towards Team Flash.
You say straight and narrow, but you try to put me into a trap. I'm not falling for it. I'm not going to give any team an advantage.
It seems you've caught me in my tracks here.
Either way, we're going back. Will the Singaporean representative show up against the Burmese Ghouls, this time showing that M5 is the time for Singaporeans to rise up.
Welcome back to the land of Dawn here at the M5 World Championships. We are going to see this bout begin as Burmese Ghoul is going to be on the blue side up against Team Flash on the red side. It looks like it's going to be a purple start for both sides, naturally for these assassins. Ooh, using the aspirant skin coming in from Hades. This is going to be a good one.
Yeah, I would say actually Burmese Ghouls have to win this game 2-0, if not 2-2, maybe 2-0, 2-1, because this is the only opportunity they have to at least be assured for a bit into this early, let's say, group stage, because they are the only team that played 2 games so far. Am I right?
Yeah, and shout out to Carbon using the Starlight skin. If you guys haven't grabbed it, grabbed it for yourself. You're welcome, Don.
You're welcome. Shout out to them. Let's look at the emblems to see if there's anything too interesting. It looks like it's going to be, a majority going for agility here. Now, what are your thoughts on this, right? Like, Wilderness Blessing has been, well, nerfed a little bit, right, from 15 to 10, but now I'm seeing that a lot of these professional players actually don't mind taking up the agility rather than going for traditional rupture.
I would say, Rolsey
taking quite a little bit of damage, but, that's the thing about a Nolan.
Yeah.
Nolan does maybe a little bit too much damage in the early game.
Yeah, they actually need to absorb a little bit more damage than, in the early game stage especially, and I think that this is where the emblems interfere in the early stages more than the late game ones. But Hades, I think that he's looking for someone to just get off the composition, or get off formation. But I would actually recommend him to go for the gold lane, not the XP.
No, I agree. But now looking at their positioning, it looks like they want the turtle.
Yeah, they do want the turtle. And you can see by the timers, the clear speed is so different. With 2 seconds left on the clock before that purple spawns for Hades. Nico, he's going to get his purple pretty soon. Lolzy trying to smother him, trying to slow it down.
What is Adamir doing at the mid lane again?
He's stuck in that wave.
He wants to look for a quick, perhaps. Swapping lane with, he swapped lane with Jay so that Jay can get the extra EXP.
Huh. I think that both of them could have actually got their level 4 even before that turtle, but they do what they have to do.
I think it's about priority as well, right? Adamir is able to get that initial pull to buy enough time for Hades to actually get his second buff before participating in this upcoming fight. But does Team Flash want to be a part of this?
Fanny.
All right, now Hades goes in. The turtle is going over to Nico. Adamir jumps forward, finds one member of Team Burmese Gold, but First Blood goes over to Hades. And now Nico is in the middle of all of it, trying to get a return kill onto Jay. And looks like Jay is going to get taken down by Carbon. Yes, no, maybe, yes, no. What? Are you serious?
He gets out of there. No.
Hey, I'd rather be lucky than good.
That's true. That's true. Carbon, unfortunately, couldn't wait for the Demon Mark any longer, having to use that Vengeance to close the distance. But the auto attacks, man, he was so very close. And even for Nico, don't get the kill. At the end of the day, they still got the turtle.
Yeah, everything's actually right now quite settled between both teams because Grimace Ghouls got the turtle, Team Flash got the kill, but Hades can just like make the ties goes a little bit towards Team Flash because of his early game advantage. But let's go and look a little bit on the equipments here. So far, he didn't grab the blade of Heptasis so far. So Fanny will not deal them the damage needed, but the Hash Claws is secured for that Bruno.
At least for Vanix, he knows that if Nico does show up, he can try to outplay the situation and buy just enough time for the rest of his team to actually protect him. Nico finishing that blade of the Heptasis is going to be some big burst damage. Wait, hold on.
Adamir is an EXP, but you're taking way too much damage from Nico. And Nico with a fracture gets a kill. He is an EXP, but my goodness.
Honestly, talk about bad timing. Like the blade of Heptasis gets completed, Adamir out of position.
Yeah, a young assassin, I would say. Nico, he has this like fast reflexes. If I'm not mistaken, he's the youngest in the
Yeah, we were talking about how Nico was using those utility junglers. He just slipped my mind. Nico's using an assassin.
He's not only using an assassin, he's also the youngest. Like, it's all the combinations are coming together, but now the fight!
Hades gets caught. That was a bad engage, but a better attempt from Blinks. He was able to catch a mistake there. Now Lolzy trying to slow them down, making sure that Jay survives, but Hades so far has not been getting any kind of kills. And looks like Burmese Ghouls, they're going to secure this turtle.
Oh, he wants to take a risk?
Oh, Hades goes in front. Hades steals it away. Lina trying to help his teammate out, Carbon, but I don't think there's much that he can do. Nico gets a kill onto Hades, and Carbon dashing all the way through with the vengeance, and Lina gets a kill onto Vanus, and Carbon still survives. What's going on with this game? And Lolzy, double kill for Lina.
Finally to get a kill back. But my goodness, people are getting away with just a sliver of health. And honestly, Carbon played that so well. And the small synergies, the small interactions. Remember, those demon marks actually proc whenever someone lands CC. And BlinkX is just giving him these vengeance resets.
Yeah, if you made me choose between having 3 kills or even more, four kills or taking the turtle, I would always choose those 4 kills, man. Look here at the items. Everyone got their first item, almost the first item, like a little bit far, no, not too far from the Terizla taking the anti-curse. But yeah, I would say that the core items are secured so far. Adamir using that flicker.
Yeah, flicker forced out, and I think a conversation we need to have. It looks like the Clock of Destiny is still quite meta because we've seen quite a few mid laners still prioritizing that item.
Yeah, I mean, it feels nice when you have that like scaling, well, quote-unquote scaling damage, the extra mana as well
HP
is always
as well.
nice. HP, like you feel extra confident, especially when you go for the Bloodwings later on in the game. At the very least, it's like that shield is going to be big. Wait, hold up.
Yeah, Blinks catches Adamir and Nico taking that advantage, doing quite a lot of damage onto Adamir now. He has to use his penalty zones defensively. He's not even engaging.
Body of the Smith, baby.
Yeah.
Maybe 3 levels down, but the damage, the DR, the damage reduction is always valuable.
Yeah, I'm not used to see that penalty zone being used to escape without having that flicker. He just have to use it over and over and over again again, not to engage, but to disengage. Primus Ghouls are now ahead in terms of everything, not just the gold, even also we can say in terms of the rotation itself. It's working so well for them. They got all the items they need, and now they just need the execution.
Oh, Hades is not having a good game. Blink X is using this Ruby, cosplaying as a Kaja, stopping the Fanny in his tracks.
Yeah, worse yet, I think Burmese have done some very good homework here. They've recognized some of the patterns that we've seen from the side of Team Flash, especially from Hades, because not everybody likes to sit in that particular bush on the top side next to the Beetle. But in the meantime, at least for Team Flash, despite the fact that they're giving away this turtle, they are able to crack a structure down on the bottom side.
I like actually how Carbon is able to clear his lane and always be that crowd control force with his teammates. I think that we might see a fight at the mid lane, but everyone just chooses to fall back. Team Primus Ghouls, they have a lot of crowd control, which is something to really take care of if you are Team Flash.
At this point, does Hades have to stay away from the fight? Because maybe split pushing is the other option, but so far, whenever he's alone at the side lane, looks like he's getting punished.
Yeah, he's getting punished pretty hard. Like, I think Burmese Ghouls are kind of conditioning it to a certain degree, because again, how often do you see BlinkX kind of walk through that lane, right?
True.
He doesn't do it too often. He's been going bush by bush to kind of get a rough idea and communicating specifically with Nico to kind of understand the path that most Fannies would take.
Look at Arlott. Actually, if you got a chance to look at his items, this is actually one of the best items so far I've seen during the whole day, because it's taken half items, which is something an Arlott only will do during the game. And here we can see that the split push is working against Team Flash.
And right now, Adamir doesn't feel like a Terizla again, using the penalty zone defensively, but he's going to get pulled back by I'm Offended. And at this point, it's not fun playing a Terizla.
Hey, yo, my guy, Adamir, what did you do? What did you say to Burmese Ghouls? It feels like they're specifically like, you.
It seemed personal.
Yeah, it feels personal. This is so many times that they've attacked him on the opposite side of the map.
But how can you be losing that much in terms of the macro skills and yet you lose all the turrets down? Bruno was just feeding on the turrets, one on the bot lane, two on the top lane.
True.
He's just having fun.
He's literally sucking the marrow from the bones here. And for Burmese Ghouls, the question really comes to if you are going to escalate the situation, since you have a 2.7k lead, respectable lead at 9 minutes, they want to double that. They need that 2x. Where do they find this 2x? And maybe it's through the Lord in 10 seconds.
That's a really like good perspective to look from, but Stitch, I think that he didn't even participate in anything. There's 5 kills so far. Yeah, he haven't shown us the Hasclaw, not the Hasclaws, the Demon Hunter Sword, also the Golden Staff, his damage. He didn't show us what a Cloth can do so far, and I think Team Flash don't want to see that even.
Not gonna lie, I kind of feel like it's kind of the fault of the team. Every single time he wants to join a team fight, it's over by the time he's there.
He blinks, it's gone.
It blinks gone.
Oh,
Whoa, but
look.
Team Flash, they secured the lore, but Blink's X is there. And it looks like Team Flash is trying to disengage. And they're able to do so, but Adamir in the back line looks like he's going to get targeted down.
Not
and
again.
Blinks, Nico, Carbon,
Please,
this trio. Adamir trying his very best. Can he actually do something with this? Stitch is here.
Okay, now with Stitch, you shouldn't. Wait, no. Hold on.
Hades.
Let him live. Let him live.
Let him cook.
Let him live. Carbon. Okay.
Are you serious? They just let Adamir go like that? They've already invested so many resources.
They feel bad.
They're human.
They're human.
Well, I think that Hades at this moment could have took Stitch out because he was in a really good position. Also, he had the energy enough to go inside, but they go for the safer route. And also, by taking all those turrets down, why not just take a fast Lord?
Kind of, yeah.
Honestly, that was a very good call. Like, I would not make that call. Like, losing, and then it's like, hey, Lord's up. Let's just, you know.
Let's just back off.
No, it's like, they actually got the Lord. That's very brave.
That actually reminds me of a game, KBG at the wild card. All the numbers are going for the other side, but yet the other team is the one who's winning.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I know. Against Keep Best Gaming, yeah.
Yeah, that was an interesting match as well. But I feel like comparatively, when we're looking at both of these teams, honestly, it kind of feels like a very standard game. Like, both sides have strong fundamentals.
Ooh. Hades again gets targeted down. 1-3-0, not a very good start for the Fanny here, and Adamir gets pulled back. It's a nice ult, but all just to give a kill to Nico. At this point, Adamir he's channeling Roamer energy.
It's Roamer energy. I don't know what he posted on social media, man. Like, why is he getting targeted so hard like this? It feels like, at least for the Burmese Bulls, they've been kind of switching it up a little bit. Like, initially it's split pushing, and then now they're rotating together.
Yep. Stitch
Not
got a
enough.
kill. I was just looking at Lozi's like, what are you
Same.
gonna do? And now Vanix as well as Lozi trying to protect the mid, but it looks like it's gonna be unprotected. Burmese Ghouls gets the mid lane turret.
Burmese Ghouls actually, even though they are supposed to be the one in lead, the same. If you look at the map right now, it's mirrored. You have two mid lanes, two mid lane turrets, and all the inhibitors. And on the other side, it's the same thing. Even though you are ahead in the gold, even though you are ahead in the kills, though you are like leading the game, you are not actually leading anything.
Yeah, I mean, we're waiting for that big cash out at the end of the day, right? Ooh, BlinkX almost landing the I'm offended here. And now, the denial of the purple buff. Finally, we're getting to see some moves.
I kind of feel like Hades seen this coming. It's like, guys, it's okay. I don't think I'm gonna get the purple buff.
I can live with it.
You guys try your best.
The house is on fire, and he's like, it's all good.
It's fine. It's fine.
Don't worry about it.
The casual Fanny experience.
The casual Fanny experience. But here's where it's all going to come down to. This next upcoming Lord is going to predetermine whether or not an inhibitor turret is going to stay alive. And Burmese Ghouls not going to make this easy.
I think that's an inhibitor turret, actually. I think that's
Yep.
an inhibitor turret.
Yep, right now Hades is just pushing, and Lozi's trying to slow them down. They're trying to catch Fanny, but even without a purple buff, it's going to be enough.
Those steel cables just cover a lot of distance. And Team Flash more than happy to trade an inhibitor turret for basically nothing because Burmese Ghouls had to reset the Lord.
I hate to say that I am right. I am right. I told you that Team Flash will bring up something around that split bush strategy, and so far they haven't been doing literally anything but split bushing.
You know what? Adamir's the reason why they could do it. He grabbed so much attention.
The silence MVP.
It's like, look at me. Like, this is a true EXP later where you're sacrificing yourself just to get everyone and hey, he's doing his job, all right? 77,000.
His new moniker, Adamir, the Sponge, known for soaking, and a one-shot from Hades. Holy!
You know he's been waiting for so long to do that.
He must feel so good. This is like a sigh of relief of like, yes, I'm still relevant in this game.
He can still do assassin works though. Like, he's not only about the bushing. He can take someone out.
Yep, and now the Lord, 22,000 HP left. I kind of feel like what Team Flash is hesitating on is because where's Nico? Where's Lina? And now it could still be used by BlinkX, and they are unable to catch Vanix.
Ballsy!
Oh! It goes in! But BlinkX was able to use Don't Run Away Wolf King to disengage.
Nicely done, nicely done. But now Jay is getting attacked, right? And now Carbon has an angle.
Vanix is getting a free hit from behind, and Lina already having to use the Netherrealm. But look at the Lord. Can Hades secure it? Yes, he can. And now Carbon's taken down, and Team Flash in a flash grabs the game for themselves.
Yeah, I mean...
and a pause comes in.
And a pause
And a
comes
pause
through.
comes in.
Well, this is a good time to talk the fact that Adamir was manhandling like 3 to 4 people down by the enemy jungle.
I think that this was the only time Adamir did use the penalty zone, and it
Offensively.
was relevant to his teammates.
Dude, it's like, Adamir just like, guys, just wait. All right, just wait.
Just be patient.
I'm just, you know,
Let him cook.
I'm buying time. Yeah, let him cook. He's cooking right now.
Oh, man. Looks like there is some technical issues going on with Lolzi's phone. Don't worry, our marshals have got it under lock. And luckily, it wasn't at a big moment, like in the middle of a fight or something like that.
Lozi, even though he's having troubles, he's still having fun. He's smiling and everything's like, did you guys see what I did?
Guys.
Guys.
4-man G-Kundo?
Yeah.
Come on. Compliments all around.
And then the marshal's like, oh, Leo, Naisu is there. Oh, they're showing their cats.
Wait, is Midnight showing
Is that
Manjin?
Manjin?
That's his pet? That's his pet? Sana all.
Sana all indeed. As we see the fans up by the stage side, they are ready to see this match under its way. But man, it's great to see that at least here in the Philippines, people are coming down to support, even though it's not their own country members playing up on stage.
You know my personal fear?
What?
What?
I'm worried they're holding up the signs, and I said what they wrote, and I'm not supposed to say what they wrote.
Well, actually, I was like letting that part for you guys because I know that I have an expert in translation, so I was kind of letting those signs for you.
My life is a lie. I'm just pretending.
You're still seeing shadows in your room.
Like I said, I'd rather be lucky than good. All of those translations, inspiration by God, baby.
Inspiration by God.
Oh, yeah.
All right, with 2 minutes left on the clock, let's see how much more inspiration is going to be coming to you. But I'm happy to see that at the very least, right, Team Flash having supporters up in that front row to make sure that they're motivated to win this game. Because again, most people have doubted, and even the audience prediction doubt that Team Flash might take this game. But considering how it's going, it's kind of looking good.
It actually takes me off guard every time I see a family supporting a player. So seeing the front lane all, they look like a family. I wish we can confirm that at some point, but
I think it's Hades' family.
yeah, maybe, but yeah, it just shows me how much there is like communication within the families themselves. They appreciate every moment their son have.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good.
I'm just wondering, do all of these like lovely families just don't buy milk?
What?
Why?
Why?
No, it's
Why milk?
It's a joke. I'm not gonna explain it here. We're jumping into the game.
Okay, maybe this is
I mean,
like
you
beyond.
get it, right?
Yeah, but maybe this is like beyond my.
No. It's good that you don't know. The
Yeah.
fact that you don't know shows
that
that you're better than great.
Yes.
I'm better than great.
You're
okay.
better than great.
Okay, so do you know also what's better than great? Going back to the game,
Yeah.
is that whenever I saw Ruby actually being executing her second or ultimate, she doesn't only stops Hades, she also stops Lolsi from using any ultimates whatsoever. There's no way of the dragons. There's only one way, and that's the Blink's way.
As we see, I mean, I think Blinks has been doing a really good job, but how far can they really go? Whoa!
One touch?
One touch. See, and they've also got another inhibitor here. BG are looking to scramble, but right now, Team Flash are really patient with this.
Yeah, and speaking of patience, Lolzi as well, he keeps saying, he's like, where's my opportunity? Where's my time to shine? But Hades is finding the light. He's like, okay, I've had enough. You guys have been having too much fun.
Stop.
Let me give you a bit of a cutthroat. And even Nico felt as like, whoa. My friend, Habibi.
This is just a video game. Let's calm down here for a moment.
Oh, Ademir.
Ademir gets caught. Nothing you can do. Lina gets the killing spree.
Oh.
Catches someone, but the Netherrealm is there to deny of the kill. And Vanix, he got caught. There's nowhere for him to go. But look at Hades. Hades trying to push. Can Hades really do anything? The Blink X is there. I don't really think so. Hades has to disengage, but double kill for Carbon, managing to get Jay.
He is almost the last man standing, but he took that last inhibitor turret, and oh my god!
Oh, I need new pets.
It's just, he's gone, disappeared. Tier 2 is now going to fall with inhibitors on all sides already open. T-Flash, they just got to defend this. BG, they want an inhibitor back.
Okay. Burmese Ghouls, they're trying to end this.
Retribution.
Hades tries to find an angle. Lolzi, a lot of knockups. He didn't get a catch, but he delayed it. He made sure that Burmese Ghouls couldn't end it.
Yeah, which is good, because again, Team Flash are still in a pretty prime position. This is a relative low kill count for Team Flash itself, but if we're talking to like macro, in terms of structure as well, it seems that Team Flash really have a little bit more of that polish, but Burmese Ghouls, those team fights, the comms between them is immaculate.
Yeah, it's actually remarkable that Team Flash knows their priorities, and their priorities is actually the best priority in the game, which is taking turrets and going to that base directly. I don't think that they will even care about that team fight. They might just keep split pushing, making them busy, preventing them from recall, and that's it.
And right now the Lord is targeted down by the Burmese Ghoul. Hades is not going to join the fight. Nico secures the Lord. And looks like the Netherrealm has been used by Lina. Team Flash could not get there in time.
No, they couldn't slow it down any more than they could. And you could see that the Burmese Ghouls, especially with Stitch, maxed out on his items, helping out, and max Art of Thievery as well, just melting the Lord.
Oh, but Blink Sex is there. Lolzi still wants him. He got him, and now the immortality has been used. Blink X is gonna get taken down. Killing spree by Hades, but Stitch goes in. He finds Lozi, but a good penalty zone coming in from Adamir. Catches Nico, catches Lina, and now Nico is down. Vanis in the back line going up against Carbon. Carbon, you're alone. There's nothing much that you can do. And looks like Team Flash is winning this trade. Lozi goes back in the final slash. Gets a kill over to Stitch. And now Stitch against it. Oh my god, Stitch gets a kill, but Adamir returns it. What a fight by both teams.
Oh, the scramble was actually nuts there. Vanix was able to hold his ground just in time, but that means that Lina is the only one standing, and the Lord is pushing right in towards the Crystal. Team Flash have the numbers to hold back, but this buys just enough time to at least Bormi's goals ensure that they don't lose just yet.
Yeah, they get the opportunity to make that defense possible. Team Flash get a taste from what Premise Ghouls are just hiding. The damage output from Team Premise Ghouls is just ridiculous, to a point that Stitch almost got a Maniac there. He had a lot of damage. All of them, almost all of them were 0 HP, running and playing on the edge, going to the instant replay to see what happened in the Land of Dawn in that top lane. It was messy. Brought to you by Kadia. We will see here that Carbon was in a really bad position. Everyone was gambling with their lives. Look at the 0 HP. Carbon managed to get that kill, but Hades just continues and gets also the kill. Hades goes down, but Adamir comes with one hit, takes that Stitch.
We need a montage of how many times Fanny's tried to get that kill on that like very low HP guy. Could not do it.
You're giving social department too many ideas.
Socials.
Way too many ideas. We'll see. We'll
Fanny
see how
montage.
many times. We'll see how many times that Fanny is going to get picked up for the rest of the tournament, right? Because I feel like as soon as we start getting into those knockout stages, it's going to get harder and harder, right? Now, Magic Sentry used on the top side. As we look at the items so far, the core items have already been built, and we're starting to get to the point where, at the very least, you need the economy to start juggling your items.
Oh, Blix actually catches Vanix. Now a lot has been used. Adamir jumps in, and Jay is able to protect his team. Lina gets taken down by Lolzy, and Vanix, the important thing, he survived.
Well, not in the way that Team Premise Ghoul would have wanted this to happen. What I saw Adamir does right there, it was almost a Maniac for me. I don't know what happened to prevent it. I need to watch that again, but it was a Maniac for me.
It happened so quick, and Lina being targeted despite all the chaos that was going on, just well done from the side of Team Flash, right? If you look at the damage now, Jay has been doing a phenomenal job.
And right now, the Lord has been started, is leashed by Team Flash. Lolzy finds the target, finds Blink's X, but is that a good target? The final slash used by Carbon. Now Carbon taking a lot of damage from Vanix. As long as Vanix is not touched, the damage coming in from this Bruno, it hurts.
Bad wave management. Team Premise Ghouls are now buried in minions.
They can't do much here, and I think that Team Flash might just be looking for another fight, right? Hades, he's below 50%, he's just going to top back up, and Team Flash, they don't have to do much, right? They just have to whittle down the Burmese ghouls time and time again, because there's no inhibitors on their side. They can take their sweet time with it.
Yeah, and like Yasu said, look at the minions. The minions are just pushing. Burmese ghouls, they have to make a decision.
Yeah, just need Hades to make one cutthroat, and he will cut his way through that base.
And now the Lord again, started by Vanix, Adamir, as well as Jay. Hades is there with the Retribution. Stitch goes in, finds Adamir doing a little bit of chip damage. But looks like Burmese Ghouls, they don't want to show their face. And Team Flash, they're really playing around with the Lord.
As I told you, it's not the Lord at this point is not important. It's the split bush for Team Flash.
Let's see if I can get it down, because right now Burmese ghouls are on high alert, right? They're maintaining. Oh, so close coming out from the side.
Oh yeah, I was holding my breath.
He almost got it there. Wait, they saw that, right? They saw Hades go into Tricep.
Yeah, they did. They definitely did.
Okay, they push him out once again, and the dance continues.
Yeah, and look at Carbon. Carbon is not in the fight because he has to manage the lanes, and I don't know, I kind of feel like Team Flash can take that advantage knowing that Carbon isn't around to be a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, and Arlet isn't exactly the greatest wave clearer in the world. I mean, he has a short cooldown on his ult, but that only goes for so long, right?
What actually comes to my mind right now is the Fanny showing on map, and Vanix is the one split bushing, and that would be a clever move.
Oh, Stage doesn't feel good to go up against a Valentina that has the damage.
I'm surprised that he took the BMI in the first place. Like, what? He could have died there. I mean, he's on a tightrope already. I don't know how many times he can play like that before he's gonna get punished once again. We're already past 60K in terms of gold, and Team Flash is still waiting for Burmese Ghouls to crack under the pressure.
Speaking of pressure, I think Nico and Hades is very stressed right now. Like two assassin players thinking about using the retribution. I mean, if this was a Fredrin or a Box, it's like, yeah, I can do this all day.
I could sit under. I mean,
like now that the Lord has changed, yeah.
Now that it's changed, it's a little bit awkward to do so. But here we go. Here we go. Let's see whether Blink X can actually find this. He sees Hades.
Yeah, conceal.
Conceal. Oh, he finds Nico, but Nico is able to dash out of there.
Again.
But look at this. Blink X catches Hades, and now Vanix still doing free damage. Nico from behind Vanix gets taken down. Jay gets taken down. Nico gets a double kill. Can Nico get a triple here? Lina gets a kill onto Vanix. This is a disaster for Team Flash, and looks like it's a complete wipeout.
Oh, after everything that has happened, at least with the Burmese Ghouls, minutes on their death timers, it's time to proxy this wave and walk it down to the crystal.
Imagine how it feels right now for Team Flash fans waiting those seconds. They know it's inevitable. It's just a matter of seconds until the game goes to Burmese Ghouls.
Oh, this is going to be so frustrating after everything. Team Flash just a little passive on it, allowing Burmese Ghouls to weasel their way back into the game.
Ouch.
Well, either way, good game by both teams, but Burmese Ghouls takes game number 1, and looks like it's back to the drawing board for Team Flash.
Yep. I mean, we really got to see the identities of both of these teams. It's clear that the macro is a big focus for the side of Team Flash. But then if we cut on over to the Burmese Ghouls, the way that they team fight, the communication, especially during these scrambles, is a lot better so far. But we'll see whether that changes in game number 2.
Well, I can say that Team Burmese Ghouls right now are one step into the right direction, because if they made it not right now to the match point, if they took this next game, it will look really good for them in the group stage. We were talking about if they lost 2-0, they still have a chance. If they lost 2-1, there might be also a chance. But right now, they are having the better odds.
Let me just say, this is one of the moments where I'm very happy I'm a caster and not like a manager, coach, or analyst. Because that was a fun match, but probably not so fun for the supporting staff there, because woo, that was a close game.
Yeah, some of them might be pulling out their hair. Some people are just going to be so stressed. I know I would have been really stressed out.
I'm stressed.
It ain't easy being a part of a team, but more importantly, it ain't easy, especially when you got assassins not wanting to lose the most important objective on the map.
Do you know, we have spoken a little bit about the players, maybe the staff, and also here as casters, we might get nervous, but imagine how the viewer feels like, because he just came from a 31-minute game to a 25-minute game. It's devastating.
Well, it's time. Let's have a look at our MVP. Coming in from the Burmese Ghouls and brought to you by the Republic of Gamers. Give it up for Blink X.
Dude, I gotta say, I gotta learn from this guy how to stop a fanny.
Yeah, well, look, I will tell you how to stop Fanny.
Sure.
He always waits for that cut through. He always waits until, and actually he sticks with Stitch.
Yeah.
Right. He waits until he goes in and with a cut through. Also, all his flickers were on point, because at sometimes it wasn't only about stopping the fan. It was also about suppressing. Actually, it isn't suppression hero, but he suppressed every attempt that Lolsi had to do.
He made it look easy.
Oh, well, I don't know how easy it actually was, because it's one of those things where even his flickers are kind of like, it feels questionable, and then you realize he's actually found a choke point in the middle of these neutral fights, right? Which is not easy to do. He has the foresight to put himself in these types of situations.
Yeah, they were falling down. Team Burmese Ghouls were falling down to the strategy that Team Flash had to bring up, the split pushing strategy with the Bruno and also with the Fanny. But here we see the chaos that happened and took place in the land of Dawn. Here it happened, and here it finished for Team Burmese Ghouls. Was that the wiped out one? No, it wasn't the wiped out one. But it was just one step into the right direction. Hades with their shutdowns over and over again. It was so hard for Team Flash to come back from that.
Yeah, I think that honestly, the good, strong points of Team Flash is their macro, right? Their decision making is actually really good, but when it comes down to like a couple of these executions, once it gets real messy like this one, then it gets really, really hard. Like Lolzy had a good idea. I'm gonna kick Blink X away, and then cut to Blink X actually stopping Hades, slowing him down just enough so that the rest of the team can collapse and take out Hades, so they basically win the fight. And even if the fight extended, they basically got the Lord.
We got to talk about Nico as well, man. He's performing so well on this Nolan. And I got to say, if I'm Hades, I'm not feeling Daijobu right now.
I'd be feeling pretty upset with the overall match, right? And it's not because of his teammates. It's more so the fact that the Burmese ghouls are kind of brick-walling him in a lot of these situations.
For me, actually, it was an equal match until the very end, and I think that Team Flash, in terms of the macro skills, have shown us that it doesn't matter how many kills you get in the early game. It's just about how good you get, how good can you use the best out of it. So, Team Flash, there's for me at least, there's nothing that they could have done better than they already did. Yeah. So, Team Burmese Ghouls were just, and that's the fact here, we're just better.
Dude, the MVP Blink X, a big issue.
Yeah.
When he says it's one of his comfort heroes, he proved it.
He wasn't kidding. He wasn't messing around here as we look at these items, right? And again, we are seeing a big difference. Like, most people are going to believe that, hey, we look at Jay, that's supposed to be the build, the go-to build. It's cost efficient. It has everything that you want inside a mage. And then we cut back over to Lina, and it's like, wow, it feels old school.
And at a certain point, Faramis actually sold his boots to go for a full damage setup. So, rich guy here, who's also the carry, who's also the most dangerous for me, was Stitch, but the forgotten one, of course, he wasn't forgotten at all. He was the MVP, and he was actually behind everything that the carry and the rich guy did. Stitch, as I told you, it wasn't only about waiting for that fan, it was also about taking that show out of Stitch's way.
Looking at the damage dealt so far, I mean, Stitch has been doing a really, really good job overall, but close second is going to be Lina, who catched up pretty quick. I was expecting Nico to have a little bit more damage overall, but truly, he was giving respect, right? He doesn't want to necessarily engage onto Vanix in an open area. There's still a lot of ways for Vanix to outplay the situation, but more importantly, Lolzy can be a bit frustrating to deal with.
It's gonna be so hard actually for Team Burmese Ghouls if they went up against a split pushing strategy again, because it seems like this is one of the strategies that one of the biggest teams, most of the biggest teams cannot play against until like you see a split pushing being because so far in the tournament we haven't seen a team that plays on a split pushing strategy that gets actually stopped from doing what they want.
Let me just say, one thing is that Burmese Ghouls did not allow two players to play. They didn't allow Adamir to play. They didn't allow Lolzy to play. They made it feel like a 3v5.
Oh,
right?
I felt the burn.
Yikes.
That's like, no, it's a good thing for him to make sure that Adamir and Lolzy was a non-factor. That was a big part of it.
That is totally true, and I don't know. There's a lot of things that need to be adapted, but in the meantime, all these teams are going to discuss. Let's throw it up, down to Reptar. What are you doing? What's going on with you?
Well, what's going on with me, Gideon, is I have a very special guest here with me, the host of the MPL Singapore, Cheryl Yo! And, all right, I just need to adjust something real quick. There we go. All right, a little bit of leg strength for me. So, Cheryl, you were awarded, actually, the best talent of MPL Singapore Season 6. Can you let us know, how did that feel for you?
It was something that I didn't anticipate, but of course, I could only get that title with the help of our fellow talents back in Singapore who are probably watching right now. They are the ones who actually coached me to learn more about the game and deliver better.
Yeah, and I can actually feel my phone buzzing on me right now. I feel like they're all going nuts that, hey, Cheryl, oh my goodness, that she's here. And so, how has your experience in the Philippines been so far? When did you arrive?
I arrived on 2nd December and I spent some time with the team. And fortunately for me, I've been to Philippines many times. I love the islands. Yeah, I've been to Boracay, I've been to Palawan, El Nido, Cebu, Malapascua, and of course Manila itself. My favorite is Tagaytay.
Tagaytay,
I got that correct?
Oh, so you love the mountain vistas, all that?
Yeah, I love the nature. And you guys got it all here.
That's true. We have it all here in the Philippines, and you actually mentioned a lot of places I've never been to myself. So now you just gave me like a checklist of places I might want to go to.
They're just absolutely beautiful. You should.
Yeah, okay, I will. I'll take your word for it. So, how do you feel seeing your countrymen up on stage competing here in the M5 World Championship?
I'm just incredibly proud because Singapore was so small, right? And oftentimes we have people overseas who are kind of doubting Singapore. So I feel that it's okay. It's okay to be the underdog, but we will show them on stage, you know, what we can do.
Yeah, and we saw glimpses of that in game number 1. And of course, the amazing performance of Team Flash when they won the championship over there in MPL Singapore. But for a moment, Cheryl, we will have to get back to you because we even have some more awesome special guests here with us. Cheryl, actually, would you care to do the honors to introduce everyone?
Right. So honestly, guys, if you think that Hades doesn't have his blue buff earlier, it's okay because Hades does have his buff right here, and it is his family. So here, guys, I have Hades' family beside me right now. Amazing.
Alright, magandang hapon po. Or gabi na, anong oras na nga ba? Magandang gabi po sa inyong lahat. Can you care to introduce yourself to our international audience? Ano po mga pangalan nyo at ano po relasyon nyo kay Hades?
Ako nga po pala si Jason, kapatid po niya.
Alright, that's Jason, sibling of Hades, his brother.
May ate niya. Hello, ako naman po si Andy, ang kanyang papa.
Okay.
Ang mensahe ko sa anak ko, kahit anong mangyari sa laro ngayong gabing to, proud na proud ako sa iyo, Hades.
Yeah, that's Papa Andy, and of course, sister May, correct? Ate, that's her, Hades' older sister.
My name is Dave, and I'm his cousin.
You're a cousin of Hades, Damien. Yeah. All right. What about the people behind you guys? Of course.
Hi, I'm Rose Ann, cousin of J Mark.
A cousin. Oh, by the way, yes, that's Hades' real name. His name is J Mark. At ikaw ba?
Ako si Jock, number 1 fan niya.
At number 1 fan ni Hades. Alright. Siguro isa pong tanong para kay Papa. Ano po yung mga ginagawa nyo para suportahan si Hades? Of course, naging OFW siya eh. He's playing abroad now. Paano nyo siya sinuportahan? How did you support Hades while he was playing abroad?
Lagi akong nanonood ng games niya. Kung wala man siyang laban, yung ibang team naman natin dito sa Pilipinas, sa ibang bansa, din nahilig na rin ako manood ng hindi lang ako, pati yung buong pamilya namin. Nakasuporta kay Boss Munton.
Alright. Maraming salamat po. Hindi lang po sa pagsuporta nyo, of course, kay Hades, but for your support for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. He mentioned he became a big fan of Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports because of Hades. Round of applause for Hades family here. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us here today. Cheryl, a message for the Singaporean fans. They're looking at you right now. She's a representative here in M5 along with Team Flash. What's your message for our Singaporean fans?
Guys, things might be looking rough right now, but even though we're off home ground in the Philippines, don't forget, we have Hades, and this is Hades' home ground. So hopefully we'll rub off a little bit on that Philippine buff right here for Team Flash, so fingers crossed.
All right, thank you so much, Cheryl. Okay, since you are a fellow host as well, could you care to take the honors of throwing it to our casters?
All right. So as Queen Mara does it, casters, paso.
Well, I would like to thank all the families supporting their sons, daughters to chase their dreams. I would also like to thank my own family as well, especially my mom for being my #1 supporter since day one. So it fills me with a lot of emotions, and it makes me overwhelmed actually to see the families supporting their own kids there up on stage. They are now grown-ups. They are now young men chasing their own dreams, and they might just take it.
They might just. This is their
I didn't prepare
moment.
something that wholesome.
Me neither, but
I was
at the end
just
of the
about
day-
to say it. Like, Remar was taller than I thought.
He was.
Cheryl is about my height.
Is she? Is she?
I mean, with the heels, and then I'm like, oh, Redmar's not that far off. Hey, congrats, man.
Congrats indeed. But it's time to get back into these games here because this is going to be an important match, especially with family on home soil as well. Team Flash are looking to even up the score against the Burmese Ghouls, who had their own journey, struggles to get here. Every one of these competitors have struggled to get on that stage, and now it's to make people proud.
The question is, if the Ruby isn't picked up in the first 3 picks, will it get banned? Because that was dirty.
I would rather actually ask the question, will the Fanny be picked again?
Nandemonai.
I don't think so. I think they're going to revert to something a little bit more standard. I think they might even revert to, well, maybe even tank. But then again, who knows with KZP at the helm there with his
Okay, now I'm missing
experience?
Lancelot. Come on.
That's the thing.
I'm missing Lancelot.
Where's the tank-salot, right? Something that's a good hybrid, a good in-betweener.
And also, do not forget that Nico, the one that we knew for utility heroes so far, was the one playing the Nolan. So you might see a lot more surprises that you can expect.
Exactly. So we don't know the entire arsenal just yet. That's why these drafts are so important for a lot of these teams before we even get into the game. But with that being said, it looks like Game 2 is about to kick off here. Let's jump into the drafting phase.
And again, looking at the drafting phase, we have to see because both teams with the bans are kind of showing a lot about what they want. Will the Phobias get banned out again? And if it does, Nolan and 1-1 are very favorite picks.
Yep, let's see here. Let's see if there's going to be some really big tells amongst these picks and bans. And once again, we are seeing Baxia, we are seeing the 1-1 get banned out for the side of Team Flash on the blue side, up against the Burmese Ghouls, who have immediately banned out the Joy on the red side.
So far, I think that there's nothing that catches my eyes because we have been, at least today, we are used to see Joy at the ban phase, especially at the first phase. And 1-1 as well has proven with, was it Zia? I think Zia played it really good and he almost flipped the game multiple times. So having that Nolan bans mean that Burmese Ghouls are afraid to see Flash play Nolan, and not just that, Nolan is one of the best assassin heroes in the current meta.
Want to know one of the things that I might do crazy enough? What? Ban out something like a Faramis and then first picking that Bruno. Because Bruno has been so good this entire tournament. I mean, sure, no longer 100%, but still, Bruno's pretty good.
Very dominant indeed.
Yep,
and I mean,
Faramis banned.
It looks like you and
If they take
Reminiscent wanted
Bruno,
to
then
say.
I'm buying you coffee. If they take Bruno first.
Boys, but quick, select the Bruno first pick, Team Flash. I need the coffee right now, man.
You're doing game 4?
I'm doing game 4.
All right,
yeah,
you
he
need
needs
coffee.
coffee.
Burmese Ghouls, on the other hand, this is going to be their last man for the very first phase here. They could
Gwyn ban?
anticipate this, right? They could go for the Gwyn ban, but there's a good chance that Team Flash is going to pick it up if it gets let through. It's one of those either do if you don't, but let's just not deal with it at all.
Okay, so at this point, they're really taking the time, probably really considering, do they want to go for the Gwyn ban? They banned out the Matilda, so the Gwyn is open, but again, not a big fan of a Gwyn first pick at the moment.
Gwyn damage, let's go Hades.
Yeah, you know what? Damage, yes.
Gwyn damage.
Damage, yes.
Come on, come on. Or just first pick Bruno. Come on.
Yeah, maybe Bruno coffee.
Come on, I want it so bad. 32.
And then they just pick up a Valentina.
They just go for the standard
I think
stuff.
it's a Valentina though.
It might just be.
Wait, Arlet is open as well if they want to go for that.
I think it's...
Oh, no, okay, maybe not.
As a first pick?
It's fine, but I don't know if it's something that Adamir really wants or maybe even Lozi really wants.
I think Adamir is more than capable of playing it. Lozi, I'm not so sure, because then it has been a while.
But Guinevere have been stopped earlier today, right?
Yeah.
Like, I think they, somehow the team's so enough Guinevere that they know how to deal with it by now.
Yeah. The spatial migration is that's the reason why people didn't pick it up, and then Munton changed it to make sure that when your spatial migration goes in, there's a mini stun. But now, even with the stun, it's like it's not enough. People can still avoid it.
I think more people have adjusted towards it. It doesn't mean that it's bad, but in most cases, you're not going to build it a very carry damage-oriented style, right? Now, here we go. Bruno gets locked in from outside of Burmese Ghouls. I think that was, a no-brainer at the very least. Let's see what's going to be the second pick. I mean, Valentina is still... This guy.
If this is a Gwyn jungle,
oh, it's going to be
Diggy Bruno is going to hurt.
Diggy Bruno. Diggy, I can't.
Sao changed
I feel
me.
bad.
Sao
I feel
changed
bad.
me. Yeah, I would feel bad as well.
You're
Sao
like-
changed me.
You guys are sour pilled already, man.
Yeah.
With Arla already locked in for the side of the Burmese Ghouls, we still have a good flex pick for them. Now, coming back to Team Flash, they need to kind of complete the first phase. And so far, I mean, for the majority of the time, at least for gold laners, right, most kind of struggle overall against this Bruno unless they get a little bit of help.
Well, actually, I will say it that way, but I don't want you to actually take it from me that way. Look, you'll understand once I say it. So, I would recommend Diggy for Team Burmese Ghouls, and not just because Sao made a really good play with it today, but because it is the pick that can annoy all the heroes in the current, let's say, setups that the teams are doing at the M5. The crowd control, depending on the crowd control, I think that the Diggy is kind of solution to almost everything by now.
But I would say now is a good ban to ban out the Ixia to make sure that you win your lane.
Exactly. I think that at least for Team Flash, they took the safer route. They could have immediately locked in the Ixia and kind of given up on the mid lane altogether, right? But that's the thing. The mid lane is such a narrow hero pool that's viable for
It's
them.
the center of everything.
It is the center of everything, but you would have imagined that at least like the viable options would be bigger, right?
Well, look, we are going now into the second phase of draft, and for the side of Team Burmese Ghouls, I think they will focus more on the gold lane. I would totally agree with you about that Ixia, because if Ixia on the side of Team Flash and they get an area crowd control, yeah, basically Ixia is out. But Team Burmese Ghouls, Team Flash on the other hand, they secured the mage, so they have to continue pressuring that mage.
What, something like a Novaria? Lilia, yeah.
Begin.
The hunt begins.
Yeah, okay, right. Forget what I said. That's the right ban.
Yeah.
That's the right ban.
This one's good. This one's good. I think they're also going to pair it up with the Kufra ban as well, just to ensure that their dashes aren't going to get canceled out at the very least. Burmese Ghouls, on the other hand, they're looking for another ban. I mean, you might as well get rid of the Novaria. No. It doesn't matter. Valentina's already been locked in. It's about supports and gold laners.
I want to throw a pick here before it gets big. It will sound really good, but what about Phoebus Smith for Team Burmese Ghouls?
Come on, Dexter. It's our
Phoebus
showtime.
Smith for, let's see. I think it's okay.
About it.
I think it's okay.
I'm a little on the fence about this one.
Yo, they heard us.
They know.
Yes.
They know.
They know.
They saw the game.
They're also sour-pilled.
This is.
They saw Sao.
Don't disrespect the face of a Diggy. That's behind the cute exterior is a demonic interior.
It's the glasses that's holding him back.
Oh yeah.
That's the truth.
His best friend is Einstein. He goes way back.
He goes even further back. That's actually lore accurate. Burmese Ghouls now going in for the second phase, looking for that very first pick on the red side. Let's see what they want here, because so far, I mean, in terms of CC, they got some pretty decent CC with the Arlet. I don't think they want the Arlet to go match up against the Khalid in the first place. Oh, they're going to get the Minotaur, rather. Interesting.
They have a lot of front laners. They have really good damage output coming, like, let's say, physical damage-wise, but they need someone to balance that damage. You need a Lilia, I would say. They need a burst damage hero in the mid lane. I would rather say a Lilia or a Gord.
Kadita.
Nah.
At least you're not really giving a decent ult, because at the very least, it's like you could steal a bunch of different ults, right? But at the very least, you're not giving over, giving over the rough waves, kind of meh.
A pick I'm missing in the tournament. Eve. I want an Eve here.
Haven't seen an Eve for a very long time. But speaking of which, the marksman role is getting a little bit low. So they're going for the good old Beatrix here.
Okay.
Ultra late game is going to be pretty strong, but you got to get to that point, and the Novaria gets picked up.
Yeah, true, but also they can play like very much like a pick-off composition from the side of Team Flash at the very least, right? They've got combo components to work well with the Beatrix to be the catalyst for the team. But at the end of the day, I'm looking at Burmese Ghouls. I'm liking their draft just a little bit more.
But think of it that way. You have area crowd control, you have the space, you have the crowd control itself from the Martis and also from
Arlet, Minotaur.
And also you have a good damage output. Why not just make the space much more... you cannot escape from it by using that Eve. I think that Eve perfectly fits into the Burmese Ghouls combination.
I mean,
personally, for me, I've been hit by a meteor before. It hurts. So maybe that's what Lina wants to do.
I think it's also a safer option, right? Because Yves has to sit still, and there's a lot of abilities that would like you to just stand still for just a couple of seconds to punish as we go into the game here. It's match point for the Burmese Ghouls. Is it going to even up to a third match here at the M5 World Championship? It's going to be Team Flash on the blue side up against the Burmese Ghouls on the red side.
Looking forward for it. Looking forward to see if Team Primus Ghouls with a draft that, I don't know if you guys all agree with me, is a winning draft against Team Flash. Team Flash right now at match point, as well as Team Primus Ghouls. It might be Primus Ghouls match point, but Blinks is trying to annoy. Did he take it?
Nope.
Nope.
Well, he tried.
Luckily he didn't.
He's not gonna live.
I mean, when we say that, he eventually lives, but okay, not this one. Hades gets first blood.
Okay,
go full damage, let's go.
Yes, I really hope Hades goes full damage. It'd be so fun to watch. And he's immediately going for the invade for the Little Wanderer as well.
Okay, at this point, Carbon is not having a good time going up against Adamir, but I guess it's that's your experience pre-level 4.
Yeah, no, it's pretty dog water. It's pretty dog water for unfortunately for Carbon at this stage of the game. Man, Blink X is just taking so much damage here. It looks like Team Flash are, taking revenge for Adamir last game.
But he should actually take a lot of damage. He should be punished for using that flicker earlier on. Yes, he did an invade, but a solo invade with a Minotaur, this is something to be punished for. And he did lose his life once. I believe he should lose it twice before he gets that flicker once again. But looking at the items here, Beatrix is going for a little bit defensive way, going up against Stitch, but Stitch on the other hand, he plays damage.
I feel like Lolzy at that point is like, oh, if only I had level 4.
If only I
had level 4.
It would be that would be the dream. But speaking of like early game items to play defensively, like Carbon, he skipped up on boots straight away, went for the steel leg plates. He's like, I'm gonna lose this lane. It's expected. I just gotta live. I cannot give any more gold over to Team Flash with my life.
Yeah, you cannot do that much when you are dead. You cannot do that much. Team Flash are now zoning out the turtles. It seems pretty decent. They take the turtle safely.
Yup, Blinks. Is there Blink X? Is there Nico?
Hard.
Goes towards it, but Hades still secures the turtle. Very good zoning coming in from Lolzy as well as Adamir.
Yeah, very minimal interaction between both of these teams so far. Like, Burmese Ghouls recognize that they're going to need to wait until mid-game before something actually happens. And for Adamir, you need to feel his presence. He's winning out on this lane pretty hard already, so therefore, he needs to start pushing his influence into the river, up into enemy territory in their jungle.
Well, Team Flash, actually, if you look at the draft of Team Flash, you recognize that they have a really good clearance at late game. If you look at the Beatrix, also I would say the same thing about Adamir on the Khalid. So yeah, I think that the late game is not looking so bad for Flash, but it's not. Yeah, and it looks good for Team Burmese Ghouls. I would say I would choose a Bruno over a Beatrix every time.
Let's see whether they can find these combination pieces, right? Because Vanix, he still needs that goal. He's the linchpin of what makes this composition as deadly as it is. With one of those ults, here we go. Burmese Ghouls, nah. The wave gets cleared out. They can't initiate this dive.
Yeah, Lolzy has the way of the dragon, but it's really about trying to find the correct targets, especially going up against a Martis and a Minotaur. It's going to be pretty difficult because they can cancel out your second portion of the way of the dragon.
Yeah. Buying that like semi item or like a partial item from the cursed helmet, I think that Hades is actually going for a semi tank build, because the third, let's say, item he's now trying to build is actually a damage output item.
Oh, it'd be fun to see whether he goes for it, but I think okay, he shouldn't die here. Adamir still has his Quicksand Guard at the end of the day. He should be able to top himself up, but I think the worst part so far is the fact that, like, for the most part, Burmese Ghouls, nothing is really going for them, right? Especially when you are on this Martis, you're eventually going to start falling off.
But when will the fun start?
Honestly, looking at the situation, I'm a little bit surprised that Nico is not having a good time here. Hades goes in with his facial migration, and that was a lot of damage enough to take down Nico, and now Lina is the next target. Adamir drops Lina.
Beautifully done by Adamir.
Oh, and they're not done. Jay with the Minuan Fury, but Blink Axe showing the real Minuan Fury. Stitch gets a kill, but what was that final slash? Carbon gets them, but the follow-up was not there.
every battle spell from the side of Team Flash has been expanded. And this is just before the turtle as well. Hades has to wait 13 seconds before Retribution is back up. But man, what a play. Adamir?
Oh. Adamir?
Buddy.
Just gotta get taken down, and Carbon
Oh,
really wants
the
Jay.
damage.
A good terrify. Stitch, if he wasn't terrified, he would have gone for it.
Nicely done.
All the spells from the side of Team Flash were just used more than perfectly. The flicker ultimate from Adamir, that was on point.
Yep, Lolzy trying to find a space to go in. Hades as well. Oh, camera! Hades got it! Oh! Where are you? Camera!
I mean, he's,
Stitch gets taken, but looks like he was able to purify out of it, but not gonna matter. Adamir secures the kill.
Yep, so far. Oh, good shot! Good shot coming in from Lina. I mean, both sides, like the macro decision making is kind of on par, but now it's about outplaying your opponent. It's like really good stuff, usage of the flickers at the same time. The Burmese Ghouls, as much as they want to kind of escalate situations, which is kind of what their comp wants to do, Team Flash, they find these trades back so quickly.
I really had to ask for it. I just said, when will the fun start,
Yeah,
Lafel? And everything has been really good ever since. But ironically enough, after seeing a Guinevere playing against...
Damage.
Well,
Damage. Genius one.
Yeah, I told you
love
he's
the
going
Genius
for a
one,
simi.
yeah.
He's going for a simi build. Some defensive items. He will also go for a genius one. So he's going that route. But I would tell you that, ironically enough, whenever I see a Guinevere going up against a Mortis, it always lands the second skill correctly, even though the Mortis have the immunity.
Yeah, the Mortal Coil really needs good timing, but I'm a Hades fan right now.
Yeah, I mean, let's see whether he keeps up with the damage build, right? I'm expecting Yasu to be correct about the semi build so far. Oh, okay.
Hades goes on to Blink X. Blink and you'll miss it, and he's gone. Let's go damage Guinevere.
Okay, all right. I mean, he should have known, right?
Oh! Camera, please, please.
I'm telling you, this
Oh,
entire
Jay,
combination.
Jay goes on to Lina, and Jay gets the kill. Woo! I'm sorry, Observer, but you got your work cut out for you. There's a lot of things happening all over the map. I'm sorry if I disrespected you.
When someone takes a kill and runs out like so smooth, did you call it a smooth killer, or what was the term for it?
A smooth criminal.
A smooth criminal. I think that's the word that can describe Jay after taking that kill, using the ultimate of Minotaur, using also his own ult, using his own first, second skills, and also going out with the flicker. That was smooth.
At this point, it's just like a 1v1 5-man style.
It basically is, right? At least for the side of Team Flash, they've been making some really incredible individual plays against the Burmese Ghouls, and now trying to play outside of what standard protocol is supposed to be, and it's working out well because this is the biggest lead we've seen from the side of Team Flash in a while. 4K underneath their belts.
Team Flash. Team Flash. Actually, thinking of it right now, I'm looking at the statistics. Team Burmese Ghouls are looking for a match point, but it seems like Team Flash once. And I think this is the only time so far that we see Team Flash actually in the lead in terms of the gold. I would like to see what will they do with it.
I think they're going to start increasing the tempo, right? Team Flash, whenever they have their ults up, and especially if they have Flicker up, expect them to find and look for a play.
Lina kind of revealed the map, but I don't think that Burmese Ghouls can do anything right now. They need to just wait for the farm to come in, but freezing the lanes it sounds just right for Team Flash, because by freezing those lanes, you will make Burmese Ghouls drain out.
I think part of the reason why Burmese Ghouls couldn't do much is because I think even they didn't anticipate that much damage coming in from Hades, because it's like they're losing from the 3rd minute of the game.
And looking at Stitch, his gold actually looks promising.
I think that it really boils down to just standard protocols, right? You're expecting it to be a tank, and then you all of a sudden realize, wait, it's Genius One. I'm actually taking way more damage than I'm supposed to be, and by then, it's already too late. So I don't know whether the adjustment has been made from the side of Burmese Ghouls. Oh.
Hades jumping in, unable to find a spatial migration.
They are asking, actually they are kind of demanding Team Burmese Ghouls to deliver or like to leave that second
final
phase.
slash from Carbon finds Vanix, and now Jay has to use the Manu and Fury, but Vanix gets targeted out, but Nico is going to get taken down, same as Carbon. They started the match, but Team Flash, they're ending it. Blinks goes down as well, triple kill for Vanix.
Ouch, 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 triple kill.
Dude, Jay is playing on fire, man. Carbon had no opportunity to actually flicker on out of there. I mean, Jay ensured that he was terrified and then committed with the stolen Minoan Fury to make sure that Carbon had zero opportunity to flicker out of the way.
Yeah, for me, it's always not worth defending a full or like an almost fallen turret, and that second turret especially was not a turret to defend. So looking here, I'm looking forward to see where is the Guinevere. Yeah, it's going for a semi-tanky build. Look, I think that you get the best of both worlds. You get your damage, we get our tanky hero.
I gotta say, with this kind of build, now I'm a fan of Guinevere again. This is the Guinevere I expected to see, and I've been missing it.
I mean, let's see how long. Oh,
yeah.
yes!
Hades goes in, finds Nico. Blinks X tries to turn the tables around. Ooh. And look at Vanix gets taken down, shut down. Stitch gets the kill, but Adamir gets the double kill. And now Carbon tries to run away. He manages to flicker out of Hades' path.
Dude, this damage is just disgusting right now. Even though Vanix is going down, he's just like, all right, I'll give the shutdown over. Doesn't matter. The rest of my team have just stronger counter engagement.
Well, 3-1, I would take that on any day. And 6k gold lead right now. It will just we will see Team Brim's goals be having that red line drawn for them. On the borders, on the lines of the inhibitor turrets. They cannot pass through that until they get the chance to get any minions in, and that's gonna be so hard because Team Flash are not gonna let them breathe.
Excuse me, is this Cheryl Yao's buff?
Apparently.
I mean, if that's the case, I need her to cheer me on.
Oh boy, I mean, with the way, oh!
Going in, Carbon able to dodge out of it. I'm sure that was not intended, but it looked cool nonetheless.
It did look cool. Yeah. I mean, great movement coming in from the side of Team Flash, but it can only go so far. Eventually, Burmese ghouls are going to get to the point where they're going to get outscaled, but for Stitch, he needs to be able to get a little bit more space. And Team Flash continuously, like now from pickoff comp, it's now pure dive. Let's get into that backline as soon as possible.
I need a chat to spam Cheryl Yao buff because it's real.
It feels real.
Family buffs are real. Look at the damage received actually by all three damage-taking heroes from side of Team Brim's Gold. They are just getting tortured at this point. They are taking a lot of damage, and there is nothing that they can do about it. They need to wait patiently until the far late game for Stitch to have items, for Lina to deal damage as Hun did earlier today.
Yeah.
DeMarcus not having a good game, is he?
No, not at all. He's already been outscaled, and even if he does get his items, it's really not going to matter too much other than the Decimate. So he's just building full tank. He doesn't even want to finish the Hunter Strike at all. Athena's Shield already completed, already with the Dreadnought armor, and I think at this point we're keeping our eyes on specifically Lina, right?
I can't help but to wonder why Cho is not completing items.
Who?
Cho. Look at Cho.
Yeah, I feel like this is a cost-effective way to build as a roamer because you're generally not going to have a lot of items. So just having the stats is enough. Like, the unique passives is great, but honestly, at this point, especially as a catching hero, yeah, just straight-up stats is enough.
But I wouldn't go for a partial item as just the HP. I would go for a defensive one. That's what I was wondering about.
Well, I think he knows what his
Maybe
job
he just doesn't have enough gold.
Yeah, he's just poor, guys.
Yeah. He needs money, all right?
He needs money, and the only way he's going to do that is through finding these big plays. At the end of the day, I think that at least for the Burmese goals, they're going to have to start tightening it up, right? They need Lina to be able to kind of polka down Team Flash members and have some relevant damage, because keep in mind, every single time they fought so far, even if it looks good, Adamir comes in towards the later side, Lolzy gets a really good kick in the back line, and then it turns around for the side of BG.
Honestly, right now, even the difference in level is a bit too much. Nico is level 12, Hades is level 15, Hades jumps back in, and Blink X gets 2, and the final Flash catches 3, Carbon gets J, but Adamir somehow finds Lina on the backside, and now Nico tries to get a kill for himself, but Vanix gets Carbon, and it looks like Lolzy trying to help his teammate out, but now the Lord is the focus.
Where's
Hades jumps in. Hades secures it. Almost stolen by Nico.
Oh, that was so close. So very close. Luckily, there's a 3-level difference between the two junglers, so Hades was more than confident to be able to take that Lord and secure it for themselves. But at least we're seeing at least some hope in the Burmese ghouls as we jump into this instant replay to see how it all happens. And let me tell you, Jay, keep your eyes on him because he messed up. He was really far up here. He didn't have any opportunity to get the stolen Minoan Fury off.
That was a perfect wombo combo there, and Team Flash accepted to play with fire. That was a really risky play, and Actually, it would have turned a little bit, actually more than great for Team Brimus Ghouls because they had that perfect combo. They might have just finished that team fight.
And right now, the Lord marched in, managing to get the mid inhibitor for Team Flash. Looks like they want to try, ideally, get all three, but the defense coming in from Brimus Ghouls is good. Vanix has to be very, very careful not to get caught.
One last inhibitor to it? Oh, no, two. Two are still standing.
Yeah, I mean, they're still going on strong. The next wave is about to start collapsing in. The mid one is already there. Top and bottom are about to collapse, and I think that Team Flash have to pick which one they actually want to break down. Ideally, it will be on the top side because they know that the Lord is spawning down bottom.
They might just take both.
Yep.
Oh, do they?
Right now, Team Flash is able to take the bottom one. The top one apparently is a little bit difficult, but 7.5k goal lead. Yeah, Team Flash does not have to force it out. Yesterday we had a 2-0 day. Today looks like potentially a 2-1 day.
A 2-1 day.
Yeah, we gotta have both sides of the story. Am I right?
We need to balance it out.
We need to balance it out.
Well, look at Team Premise Ghouls. They already bought two room items. One of them is the conceal on the Arlet, and also the other one is the healing one with the Minotaur. So they get to use both of them. I think that time already served that both these rooms are activated, but look at the odds, real-time win rate. It's 67% for the favorite Team Flash. I would actually increase that to an 80%.
80%? I mean, it's
Yeah.
an 8k gold lead, but we're breaking into the 42k mark. Like, Burmese Ghouls, their cores already have their core items. Like Stitch, for an example, in terms of damage dealt, he's keeping up with people like Jay and as well as Vanix, even though both Jay and Vanix have setup.
Look at Stitch damage. He's doing really good, even though he's on the losing side. But it's not only about damage. Look at the turrets. Actually, only one turret is down for Team Flash, which doesn't really indicate that even with a blunder or like a really huge mistake from Team Flash, Team Brimus Ghouls can win. I think it's really hard to flip this with one mistake. Needs more than one.
I mean, I think it always starts with the Lord. Every single time we expect these situations to go one way, a single Lord steal could break. Oh my God!
I think if Adamir is like, okay, relax, breathe, calm down, it's okay, I'm fine. That was a lot of damage.
That was too much.
Yeah, that man Bowles was on fire.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, can't do much about it. Nico is standing nearby towards Vanix's side, but they're pulling it kind of early here. I think they're still, at least for Team Flash, they're looking for a pick.
Yeah, Vanix looks like he can leash the Lord just because he can't heal back with the House Claw. And Hades is trying to find an angle, trying to punish Nico, but it's getting to the point where even Nico is getting level 15, so the level discrepancy isn't really going to be there anymore.
Actually, considering that we are now at the late game, I don't think that any levels will matter, and also no goal difference will matter. It's just about the execution. So Brimus Ghouls, if they did the same thing they did at that top lane Lord, they might take that team fight.
I mean, they're just back. They're holding it strong, right? This Lord dance is going to take a little bit of time, and I think that Team Flash, with the way that they actually play the game, yep, they're going to send Adamir back up to that top side to force another member, and he knows that he rotates faster because of his passive.
Jay so far haven't stolen any ultimates, which is actually quite something to admire right here, because Blink X knew that every time he's out of the bush, every time he's that's the last touch. But every time he's out of the bush, his ultimate gets stolen and his team suffers from it.
Yeah, right now the Lord again getting leashed, playing with his feelings. Brummies Ghouls right now, I'm pretty sure, like what Yasu said, Blink X wants to move forward, but Jay is there, like, showing his face, sometimes being invisible, making it so that if you show your face, if you do your job, you're making a mistake.
Yeah.
It feels bad when you're doing your job, it is a mistake.
There's nothing much you can do about it, though. Like, look at Lolzy. He knows where Carbon is. He knows that he barely takes any damage. And Nico and Carbon put together still won't be able to take out Lolzy. So that's why you can see that Hades is confidently walking up to harass.
And now Jay's got it.
Yeah, actually, looking at the top lane, because I don't think, I think that this Lord Dance will take a little more time than it should, actually. But look at the top lane. We see that Khalid is trying to split bush over and over again, and the only one defending that is Lina, which is not the best choice possible.
But at least they've got the Khalid to kind of do the work on that top side. Like really force Lina to stick back at their base. Because look, even the mid wave, like 2 waves are being dealt with by Team Flash, right? Constantly posing a threat. And Burmese Ghouls, they're running out of patience, but at the same time, there's so little they can actually do about this because of the cooldowns coming up from this Novaria. It's not the most effective way to clear up these lanes. So they send Stitch up.
Well, considering something here, taking something into account, Team Burmese Ghouls don't have that clearance at all whatsoever. So just single target for all of them. Lina can maybe do some damage, but that's not the damage you need to clear a wave. So Team Flash actually, if they go in with a wave and just like ignore that team fight, maybe they can take the win actually. I know it's risky, but it's there.
All right. Things to consider. Lord's already at 50% of its HP, and if we look at the damage received, I mean, Nico has just been taking shot after shot from the Super Magic. In the meantime, look at that. Burmese Ghouls wanting to take control of the mid. Stitches.
Longsy finds a target. Blinks X using the maneuver free, actually getting Vanix. Vanix now has to retreat from the fight, but Adamir is there getting a kill. Blink X is taken down, but Lolzy the same. Roamer for Roamer.
Yeah, I wouldn't take that that exchange. Adamir, look at Adamir.
Yeah.
He might did.
It's a secret. It's a secret. Oh, Nico found it.
Oh, okay. He got sniffed out at the end of the day, but it's rather interesting considering everything that has happened so far. Burmese Ghouls were able to find a pretty good opportunity, and I think that at least one component has been taken out. But I think that
yeah, they got Nico. Nico's gonna get taken down.
Oh, why?
Oh, really?
Why?
How?
Stop!
Lina gets taken down, and now Station wants to do the damage onto Jay. The minions at the base, but let's look here around the Lord. Adamir is going up top, but since Stitch is coming there, probably not gonna be ending the game just yet.
Believe me when I'm telling you, there are a lot of opportunities for Team Flash to finish this game. The minions are coming from every direction, and if it was any pick but that Khalif, it was like Guinevere or a Beatrix. Yeah, look. Now they want to do what I'm talking about. They want to have that Khalid in front and to finish with the Beatrix. I'm telling you from now.
All right, let's see whether that's going to be the case as they start moving back down towards the Lord to restart this Lord Tango once again. Despite, finding these picks, and Lina, in this 4v4, it is very, very Team Flash orientated, right? They still have their combo pieces. Unless Vanix is down, then I think the Burmese Ghouls are just going to keep on struggling.
I don't know, this Lord Dance is starting to feel like a fight for custody.
No, he's my kid, I swear.
Yeah. Like, he's getting pulled around quite a lot here, and now Nico has a little bit more confidence to go for this Lord, but just got to make sure that Hades can knock you up and wait.
Initiate.
Carbon's in good position. No one knows he's there.
Initiate team fight. Have Vanix on the opposite side. Finish that game.
3 people force end. 3 people force end.
They're doing it.
I'm telling you from now. They will finish it from top.
He's going to do it. I mean, like, Team Flash are going to try and go for, like, an engage or something of the sorts, unless we see Lina use the Astral Echoes to reveal everybody on the top side of the map, right?
Yeah. That's the only way.
Yeah, and there's no reason to do so. They've given no indicators.
Oh, look.
Yeah, found out. They found out.
Go.
Man, this has been disappointing, huh? Is this what it's like? Oh man, is this what it's like, man? You're getting Christmas cards and you're just like, oh boy, wow, exciting, whatever.
Hey, you know what? Team Flash does not want to make a mistake. Cheryl Yao is watching. Please.
Look at Carbon's position.
Yeah. Carbon's been waiting for quite a while, and again, Blink X finds Vanix. Hades secures the Lord. Adamir tries to end the game. Lina is there to make sure that does not happen. Carbon now has to exit from the fight. Hades finds Blink X, and Jay takes him down. Now Lolzy making sure that Carbon doesn't move. Final Slash not able to stop it, and now Lina is able to stop Adamir. Stitch is here, and Hades cleaning it up. Good snipe.
Okay.
Adamir taken down, but can Burmese Ghouls defend this?
They need to close. I mean, Team Flash, they should be able to close this out. They got a Luminous Lord coming out on their side, and the majority of the members from Burmese Ghouls have almost a minute timers before they come on back. 2 versus 4 doesn't seem likely.
Oh, Lolzy finds Stitch. Stitch gets taken down.
Boom, boom.
And now we're going for game number 3.
Oh, boy. Oh boy, what a Lord dance that was. Really took their times with it, looking for the right conditions to make that happen. Singapore representatives find a game against the Burmese Ghouls to even the score up 1-1.
Shoutouts to Cheryl Yao. The buff is real.
The buff is real.
The buff is actually real. Team Flash, that was a really good performance. And as I told you guys, they could have done what I said earlier on in the game, but again, it's the same. It's actually the same perspective. Continue on that team fight. They pressured the top lane. They kept Lina back, and Khalid lost his immortality. But for V5, without having any damage, only the Bruno. Yeah, it was quite obvious.
It was a multiple choice question with most of the answers being correct.
Yeah.
You want to end it there? It's probably correct. You want to win the fight? That's probably correct. You want to contest the Lord? Probably correct.
Exactly, right? And again, the entire composition was very much leaning on the linchpin on Vanix, right? As long as you're able to find that initial pick and you have one of the relevant ults from Beatrix, whether it be Bennett's Rage or Nibiru's Passion, you have more than enough damage to one-shot somebody. So it's like, it's a 4v4. It's still very much in Team Flash's favor.
Do you know, actually, there's something that I really, I don't know if it's gonna happen or not, but I don't want to have a break, to be honest. I want the players, and like with the momentum that they have right now, to continue performing as they are right now.
Nah, I don't think that's going to be the case, especially since we have to look at our MVP, brought to you by ROG. And let's give it up for Adamir here. Really huge plays, strong in lane, but still, that mid game really kind of set the tone for Team Flash.
He sacrificed himself in the first game, and he redeemed himself in the second one.
Yeah, he indeed did. But actually, looking at Adamir, you cannot do anything but to admire his early game. He was doing a lot of flicker ultimates, hitting the right targets every single time, and not just we are used to see like flicker ultimates to the front. You remember the mid lane? Maybe it's gonna happen in the highlights. He took like a slash to the left, which was really good. And he took also Lina down at the early game. Yeah, I think this is the moment I was talking about. Yeah,
it's
look
like,
at Adamir.
I want it.
Boom,
Nope.
left.
It's like, I want Nico, but no, I'm going to double up on these kills and take out Nico as well, Lina as well. But again, it felt like the Burmese Ghouls, especially in that early stage of the game, with how much influence Adamir had on the bottom side of the map, really staggered them from finding this momentum. And even for the side of Team Flash, right, it was all about finding these picks. Every single one of these lanes were finding good opportunities to really set themselves up and slow the game down on purpose.
And Jay actually at some points was doing a two-man's job, dealing with some people 2-1 by himself, using the ultimates coming from Blank X. And here we seen actually the gift that Beatrix has gave to Team Flash before she goes away. And here Carbon was just like fighting with time. Actually, at some point, yeah, this was the point where if the gold was in the favor of Team Burmese Ghouls, they would have finished the game, they would have finished the fight, but here the gold difference speaks, and here Team Flash took the retribution. And actually, one of those things that if I was Team Burmese Ghouls, I will be worried about the retribution. Execution was really bad from the side of Nico.
Oh, I mean, I can't really blame him, right? He has to worry about Lolzy's G-Condone, Way of the Dragon, Adamir stands Quicksand Guard as well. Oh wait, no, sorry. With his ultimate as well. It's just, the more I think about it, there's just so many things that actually forces out, and especially even when you do have those mortal coils, right? Keep in mind that the spatial migration coming in from Hades specifically to cut right in between it made it even harder for him to hold both charges of the mortal coil.
We saw how the game ended, but we got to talk about how the game started. Team Flash, they really had a very good momentum coming in, because Hades did a very good job basically manhandling Nico, making sure that Nico, as a jungler, he couldn't do much. And as a Martis, you want a bit of a snowball going on. You want at least 2 kills getting into your second turtle, but he didn't even get 1 kill. So the build coming in from Hades and the aggression was really good.
Yeah, I agree, especially with the
influence. There has been a change though, right? He had a Genius Wand earlier on, so now he switched to a Freeze. But looking at Nico, because you pointed out the early game, he was at some point 0-3-0, so at some point he wasn't even inside the game itself. Stitch, although his team was losing, he was doing a really good damage, and also he did the most amount of damage at a certain but the sandbag, unfortunately, is Nico, and the carry and the rich guy is Stitch. And he did deserve that rich guy and also the carry, but he didn't carry his team all the way through. Forgotten one is Jay. I don't think that anyone will actually forget Jay's performance. Who had the most team participation? I wonder. Team. Oh, it's Jay. Yeah. It should be Jay by stealing these ultimates from the Minotaur. Even though we saw that Adamir is the MVP, but Jay was actually the one who did the most amount of damage in his team and also the most participation. But who was most effective and most annoying was definitely Adamir.
I mean, Adamir had plenty of damage. I mean, he went for a full damage build as well, right? So again, people like Stitch needs to be extremely careful
Wow, look at
when
this.
walking up to him. And
No turret damage at all.
Yeah, they weren't able to get close, right?
It's all minions.
It's all minions. Unfortunate indeed. I think that Stitch definitely had an opportunity to try and turn things around for his team, but it's just the lack of space, right?
Yeah.
There's only so much play space that you actually have. You get caught, you're instantly going to die.
You know what? Going to a 3-game series, it seems adamant. Like, the game has been very good, and I feel like the evolution in the draft as well, now you really have to respect the Guinevere, because like I said, so far it's like, oh, it's hard to hit the spatial migration, but Hades make it look easy.
He really does, especially with anti-CC on that Martis. Like, he's making sure he gets his timings just right between the mortal coils. Well, man, I don't know about you guys, but any predictions for the upcoming Game 3?
Nope.
Team Flash, split bush, win.
Wow, that was a split push
You said
win.
fast.
I mean, that's the only way that it seems to be. But for the side of Team Flash, I mean, this could be their moment to actually get some points. Gourmet's Ghouls, could this just be it for them? Or are they able to bring it back to make sure they're competitive in their group? With that being said, we're going to go on a short break. And when we come back, more MLBB action. It's time to conclude the second best of 3 series here today between Singapore's representative against Myanmar. It's going to be Team Flash once again at 1 point, looking for a second against the Burmese Ghouls, also at match point, currently tied. But man, these drafts have been adapting, and it feels like it's a continuation of the battle itself.
What?
I don't know, games is musser up, you know?
It is.
It's delicious.
It's delicious.
Muscle up.
It's too good. It's too good for some of us even. But it's competitive at the very least. We did get to see a little bit more of Team Flash this time around, which I'm happy to see because, again, game number 1, we didn't get to see them express themselves as much. And Burmese Ghouls took advantage of it. Game number 2, the complete opposite, right? Where we see Team Flash winning out in a majority of their lanes, and Burmese Ghouls felt like they were kept in a box. Now, it's time to see which one of these teams are going to come on top.
Allow me to disagree with the point when you said the first game we didn't see Flash style. The first game was the split pushing game. So we did see a style there, but it didn't work out. Yeah, that's for sure. It didn't work out as Team Flash wanted it to do. But going to game 3, I gave my prediction: Team Flash, split push, fast end. You escaped the question, Lafel.
Yeah, he still thinks it's just mashed up. It's just delicious. Well, I think that at the very least, as much as we want to believe, as much as I wanted to see Team Flash actually win out on that split push, at the very least we did see good responses from the side of Burmese Ghouls. Not so much in the second game, right? But now we go into the third, and maybe we might see one more evolution. I'm hoping that both of these teams instead just look, I mean, it's tough against Burmese Ghouls. If you're going for a team fight composition against the Ghouls, who are real good at team fighting, it can be quite the struggle.
I would say the good thing about a best of 3 is that you get to see quite a lot from your opponents. So I feel like the pick and ban phase right now is going to be very, very targeted. They have a rough idea of what the opposing side can do. So I do want to see if Burmese Ghouls in game number 1, they went for comfort, they did well. So I want to see if the first 3 picks, they pick up the Ruby for themselves, because it was a big factor of how they won.
Oh, is that really how it's going to boil down to? Whether this Ruby gets through or not as we start moving in towards the drafting phase between both of these teams? Or maybe there's another pick that we may have not been considering.
Yeah, maybe they're hiding it.
They could be.
Koopa Jungle. Don't knock it till you try it.
I mean, I've heard.
I've never tried it.
I mean, I've
never
heard
tried it.
back at home, well, there are some people who have really pushed to the limits of what the meta could be. There's obviously some flaws in it, but maybe they have a way to build a composition around it.
Do you know what would Koopa in a jungle taste like?
What?
Masarap.
I don't think that's okay. I'm not sure how many people are going to be on board with that one, to be fair. It's going to be tough to believe it.
Oh, yeah. We've traveled a lot, Gideon.
We've traveled.
We've traveled a lot.
Been around.
Look, we've been around to places. Sometimes it's just not okay. But now, as we think about it even deeper, right, I'm hoping to see whether Adamir is going to have a good time or a bad time. Game 1, bad time. Game 2, good time.
I see Leo, I am happy.
Yeah. It's always like a happy place I go to when I see Leo, Renmar. Everyone is here.
Everybody's here as we get into the drafting phase to conclude this match between Team Flash as well as the Burmese Ghouls. Burmese Ghouls going to be on the blue side up against Team Flash on the red side. And it looks like a lot of the bands are looking pretty similar here. Baxia for the side of Team Flash, Joy, Matilda for the side of the Burmese Ghouls.
Which one is the first pick again? Red or blue?
Red.
Blue?
You're colorblind anyway.
Yeah, I am
right?
colorblind. So far, the blue side has been winning.
Yep.
At least for this series. The previous series, if I'm not mistaken, it was the red side.
Yes, it was. I mean, it was, and they're winning in a very convincing fashion as well, right? As we look on over, Wan gets banned out again, very similar to game number 1.
Look, I was about to say an Arabic word actually, but look, Team Burmese Ghouls here. They can go for the
Nolan. Smelling Nolan.
I was about to talk a little bit about that Gwynver because she proved that she is effective, even like the semi-tanky one, but Team Burmese Ghouls seems to disagree with me on that. Nolan, okay, by banning the Phoebus, Nolan becomes a clear option. But where's the Faramis? Where's the Valentina that was so toxic earlier on? Where's the Outlet? A lot of picks are still open.
Take the Guinevere away. You don't want to give it over to Hades unless you have a very clear idea of how to fight against it.
It could be, well, I mean, Diggy could be the answer, right? That's why we saw Team Flash ban it out in the second phase. Farmers gets picked up. I'm expecting Team Flash. I mean, You gotta give it to Jay. He played a good, solid Valentina. There's no reason not to give it to him. And I'm guessing it's gonna be Bruno Valentina, right?
I mean, at this point, you may not have to pick up the Valentina first because you have to assume that this Fermis is going to the mid, right? Right, so you can delay it onto your third pick.
Oh, that's also true.
Right.
That's also a good point. If that's the case, we'll see in about 25
Bruno
seconds.
Guinevere?
Bruno Gwen. Ooh.
Oh, that's a good one.
Ooh,
That's
I
a
like
good one.
that. That is a better adjustment. Here we go. It looks like it's going to be Bruno
Okay.
confirmed. Guinevere, you right on the dot.
Nice.
Nicely done, LaFell. As we jump on over to the Burmese Ghouls, let's see how they respond.
Huh. The Burmese Ghouls actually, they can go for that crowd control. They can go for some heroes to prevent Guinevere and also Bruno from their own movements. But actually, there's a pick that have been neglected a bit so far, which is the Yuzong. I think the Yuzong here can take the Bruno on a 1v1 and on like on a rainy day even.
Yeah, show off the skin. And at this point, picking up the Claude is... this is interesting.
Yeah.
Nico
didn't perform that well
Yeah, Nico is going for that. Maybe he was like, guys, I just didn't thought he would have that much damage. this time,
I know.
I'm coming in prepared.
I swear it'll be different this time,
I swear.
Coach. Please, Lin Daddy. I need to redeem myself. Team Flash now looking for a final pick of the very first phase. So far, considering that everything that has been done, I mean, Diggy super early? No, Valentina.
Valentina.
Thank God. They're still following through with the game plan, right? 62% overall pick and ban rate,
Ruby.
56 win rate. Ban out that Ruby, ban out that Diggy, call it a day.
Yeah, for me actually taking, and Jay especially taking the Valentina is quite reasonable after seeing what he did last game. He made Team Burmese Ghouls experience hell. And also, you have a lot of good ultimates there. You have the... I would say mainly we'll go with the Faramis one and then the Nether Realm, but that prevents Team Burmese Ghouls from making good setup heroes or like taking good setup heroes as the Minotaur or even any others. But as you said, LaFell, by nature, Ruby out.
Yeah. Honestly, at this point, if Flash wants, because Lozi has been using the Cho quite a bit.
Okay.
I was about to say Minotaur would be a pretty good pick as well because going up against a Faramis wants to clump up. Minotaur kind of counters that. So it's a good ban.
I think they're not going to touch the Cho just yet. I mean, there's a couple of arguments that can be made, right? They could say that, all right, maybe that Burmese Ghouls could lean into the sector where it's more for, let's go for the dive, right? We might as well go for a hard dive. And now that I'm noticing it, wait, hold on, let me just double check the bans real quick. It looks like the Arlet has not been touched just yet either.
Yeah. But yet the Diggy is respected though. The Diggy is respected. One of the things that I didn't see throughout this whole series is where is Angela?
Oh, actually, you're right, huh? Yeah, the Angela hasn't been touched throughout this entire series at all. And we see that Burmese Ghouls showing respect to Adamir this time. Hey, no Khalid this time, no Singaporean specials.
Maybe this time Yuzong will come in, but yeah, Angela for the draft for Flash is actually not bad. It kind of gives more room for Hades to be a bit more aggressive, maybe having one additional damage item.
Are we really going to put Lolzy on?
That's true.
Yeah,
I think about what was I thinking?
Yeah,
I'm dumb.
He's a set tank. He wants to be that guy who makes the play, the TikTok play even.
Yeah, if he uses an Angela, he might use the Way of the Dragon.
Wait, what? How?
That's just
raw belief. He manifests it.
Let me just say TikTok has influenced me.
Yeah.
The TikToks have been very creative.
You are catching up to all the MLPB, M5
yeah,
content. So, Burmese Ghouls right now, what is the best option for them? Yeah, I don't think... Look, on regular basis, I would have said like area crowd control tank hero, like someone who takes damage and also gets to like make those spaces. But looking at the Valentina on the other end and seeing all that crowd control, it will just be ridiculous if you add one more crowd control to BG.
Sister Isla. The Trizla, yes.
Oh.
Trizla,
but it's gonna chose.
Ah, okay.
Oh.
I quite like this.
Wow, a lot more flank opportunities.
I agree, but I think that this should be, what, a Trizla pick and they're going to put the Arla into the support section? Or is there a jungler that's going to make a difference here, just in case they flex it about, running through it in my head? Don't think so. Yeah, okay. So there is an opportunity, right? I mean, Arla into the Paquito. Wow, I haven't seen that. If it does become that matchup, it's been a while.
Yeah, don't bring a sword to a fist fight because Paquito is gonna punch you. Oh wait, is it?
No, it's like it's more like a spear.
Spear?
It's more like a spear.
Let me process it.
Is it like a... No, it's not a wooden stick, right? It's like...
It's a brew.
I don't know.
That should be the next skin.
Oh, Kufra. That's interesting.
We forgot that his Kufra was banned.
Yeah. Okay, so now that he has the Kufra in hand, at least this is starting to look pretty good for both sides, right? It's going to be dependent on whether or not Burmese ghouls are able to win out on their lanes individually to create these advantages in comparison to Team Flash, who are looking for these big set plays.
Yeah, speaking of the Kufra, actually, you guys are more experts about how does Lolzy executes that Kufra, but when it comes to me, I feel that it is the best fitting hero here because a lot of dashes can be prevented, whether you are talking about Stitch, Blink X, or even Carbon.
You know what? This game, I'm looking at Hades. Can he replicate what he did in game number 2 and shut down Nico, making it a non-factor?
Let's get into this game, whether that non-factor is going to be the extra +1 in the equation at the M5 World Championship group stage. Only one of these teams are going to be walking away with some extra points in their own individual standings. Let's find out as we come to the conclusion of our second best-of-3 series here between the Burmese Ghouls on the blue side up against the Singaporean representatives on the red side, Team Flash.
Huh.
It's a good skin.
Yeah, it is. It is.
It reminds me of Tarzan.
What? Oh yeah, it does.
Jane?
Yeah.
Is her name Jane? Yeah.
That's a really good take there. Oh, is that a kill?
Yep, Lolzy right now.
He's dead.
Not much ways for you to run away from this.
He's not gonna.
Yeah, well, he's wasting time as he should, but the first blood does go over to Carbon.
I was literally about to say, he's not going to flicker, right? Proceeds to flicker the opposite direction. Ah, boy, what a way to start this. In less than a minute, we've already seen first blood.
Well, look, we have seen a first blood, but you have to admit the fact that Grimace goes at this point, neglecting what's on your screen right now. Look at the bigger picture. They are in desperate need for this victory because if they didn't get that point, to support them in this group, they will face hell upon the upcoming game. So that being said, let's look here at the itemization. I think that Bruno is going for his Has Claws earlier on, but while it's not the same case on the other side, Clock of Destiny earlier on for Lina. I think that Clock of Destiny is something to take care of this season.
I don't know, it's kind of weird because he does have like a leather jerkin at the same time, so it's like, are you going for the still leg plates or are you not? But here we go, gank on the top side, Adamir. Good game sense coming in from Burmese Ghouls.
Hades tried to engage a potential engage coming in from Burmese Ghouls, but yeah, they're taking this game step by step. They're not really trying to force things out, especially because the turtle is coming up.
Oh, nice man, Lolzy, but yeah, he knows his range. He knows his range. He goes back. But if looking here at the given inputs, Team Burmese Ghouls can actually make a really good solid team fight. But on the other hand, Lolzy, if he finds that second skill, he can make it.
Oh, speaking of which, Hades finds Blink X and Blink X gets taken down. Carbon goes in, but that's a low double kill for Jay. Jay showing up on the Valentina.
Is he continuing?
No, they're going to start pressing their advantage down in towards purple. Like,
Nico!
Oh, what? Well, Lina tried to protect Nico. Nico didn't really need it, but it would have been a disaster if Team Flash just continued to engage because Nico was out of range.
Yeah.
He was not in the nether realm.
He really was. And I mean, now like Team Flash are finding some significant momentum over the Burmese Ghouls. Maybe, I mean, I don't know when it comes down to stamina, but they're really grinding them down.
Yeah, speaking of grinding, Vanix is grinding that gold down in the bot lane. Every time I see a Bruno action, every time he gets that Has Claws earlier on, it's so dangerous, it's so heavy. Yeah, he already got its minute 3 and he already have the Has Claws. Stitch will face fire. He'll face that balls of fire coming from Vanix.
Hades look to engage, find Blink X, and it's gonna fully commit there. Blink X is not the target that he wanted, but Vanix gets what he wants. He wants some of that juicy HP on the turrets.
Gold plating is just so nice, especially when once you start cracking it.
Oh no, Hades finds Lina, but the flicker does save Lina.
Ooh, I don't know. Do you just take the Shadow Stampede, hold on to your spatial
Oh.
vibration? Oh, whoa, whoa!
Okay, fights are happening all around, and looks like Nico is
it's a
here
kill.
to save Stitch, and he grabs a kill for himself. A better performance in Game 3.
Oh yeah, finally we see it, and now Adamir has to take this 1v1 against Carbon. This is not an easy matchup at all.
Sure, do this when I'm the play-by-play. Adamir and Carbon duking it out, and then Blink is just like, hey guys, I'm a fighter too. Okay, thanks, bye.
Yeah, the players coming back from the rooms, they choose violence. They choose violence everywhere, all around the map. But I would highly recommend for Vanix to go to that top lane, but let's see what's happening.
BlinkX finds Hades. Hades was pulled in the range of the turret, and looks like BlinkX is going to secure the kill for the team. Jay having to use his Netherrealm very, very early on.
Yeah, they disengage once again. But again, I would recommend for the Bruno, for Vanix to go top lane after taking all the gold from the bot lane side. Oh, I think he also wants to take that Lord. He wants to finish what he started.
Yep, he definitely wants to crack it open, but let's see the
finish.
finish.
BlinkX finds Vanix, but again, Vanix using the worldly, able to get away from that situation. And Lolzy with the flicker, I wonder if he's going to get taken down. Nico unable to get his target, but now his target is the turtle.
Adamir did use that final slash as well, so they're not going to have it for the upcoming turtle fight, but in the meantime, let's see how this... Whoa, okay.
Well, you know what? As long as they're damaged, he will give vengeance. Hades is here now, so it's not going to be a very clean turtle take, especially now that Nico is half HP. Adamir doing quite a lot onto Nico. Hades as well as Jay are on the turtle right now, and Adamir is not taking damage.
The man Smurfing. I'm not going to lie. Look at that movement. Lolzy? Is he going to actually find somebody here? Nah.
Yeah, the Tyrant's Revenge not going to hit
Down.
onto Nico, but it's enough just to waste time. Hades secures the turtle, and Adamir, you did your job well. Now let's see if your team can help you out.
They can help him out. It's a really good thing from Adamir there, and I'm so excited to see his itemization.
Yep, and now Hades as well as Adamir finds a target, and their target is Carbon. And a pause.
I think something needed to be done there. It felt too good to be true with everything that Adamir was getting away with at some point. That was, okay, an interesting set of events, especially around the turtle of the game. And man, it really did feel like Adamir was smurfing there for a second. Manhandling 2 people at once, even 3, still getting to walk away and regroup with his team after the turtle take. Like,
I feel like during those dashes, he probably winked at opponents like, ting. So you see what I did? Ka-ting.
I mean, he was playing well. He was dodging some really good stuff. And like you said, Masarap.
Masarap indeed. Masarap indeed.
Oh, man. This has got to be... Honestly, this has to be a little taxing for all the players, right? Because at the end of the day, this has been going on for literally 20 minutes, 30 minutes for each one of these games. And now that we're coming to a Game 3, I feel like, you know, the patience is running thin. And that's why they're getting more aggressive, wanting to find these big motions across the map.
Well, Valentina, actually looking at the statistics, she has 2 kills. I think it was a double kill. It didn't like happen separately. And Valentina is one of those heroes. If she got a good early game, it's so hard to stand against her in the lane.
Yeah.
So far, I think Jay is kind of the strength point or maybe the center of all the events.
I would say Claude will have a difficult time going into the fray because the damage from Bruno is already a lot. You can use your Wind of Nature to kind of like survive that kind of damage, but you can't really use the Wind of Nature against Valentina.
Oh, wait, hold on. It looks like I'm seeing thumbs up coming from the side of the Burmese goals. Let's see what the Marshals have to say about this, going for their double checks before we start sending it back off in towards the game. Also, to know, interesting that the Burmese goals like to sit towards the right side. Well, it's reversed for us. The right side, all in one train, rather than having their elbows right up onto the table. I don't know if that makes a difference for them, but the only person who does so is sitting right at the end.
Let me just say, it doesn't matter to me. I don't know my left and right.
Do you play elbows on table? Not on table. Yeah.
Oh, do I?
Something to think about, huh? Yeah.
I don't know. I usually play when I'm lying down.
When you're lying down? Wait, what about the times where we were at like the, what was it called again? Small little competitions we have after the tournament.
I put my heels on the table.
You put your heels on the table?
That doesn't sound right.
Yeah, that does not sound right at all. You play with your feet?
That sounds arrogant.
Bruh.
Even though I don't know what are you guys talking about, I also think that it's not sound right.
All right, let's get back into this. Thank you to our Marshals for handling it. We didn't even need the full 2 minutes as we jump right back into the action.
Huh. Vanix, yeah, it is reasonable that he has the most amount of gold because he took that bot lane totally on himself without needing any help from Team Flash whatsoever. But Team Grimace goes on the opposite side. They haven't took anything in return. Turtles, it's for Flash. Turrets, is for Flash. So far, I think Team Flash are in the lead, right?
Yep.
Yeah, they are.
Yep, 3.4. Biggest lead we've seen so far, 6 minutes into the game. And hopefully we get to see this start to snowball out of control with Vanix being able to do so much for the team. Like, oh, wait, he's still moving down bot side.
Yep, Blix is there looking for a possible opportunity to get onto Vanix, but Lolzy making sure that Vanix is pretty safe.
Yeah, almost all the way through, he made it. Before even the items are gone, the Berserk Fury comes here, and on the other side, Cold hasn't even got close to get his golden staff. So in terms of lane phasing, Vanix is smashing it.
I mean, it's not just him, right? Hades 2 levels ahead against Nico. We're seeing that Jay even is developing a 2-level lead against Lina. So it looks like it's across the board for the side of Team Flash, winning out in their lanes.
Now Hades unable to get Blink X, but so far I would say Hades isn't as aggressive
as the last game.
Yeah, as the last game, but I kind of feel like it's because you don't have a Khalid to really win out your lane, so that's why it's kind of taking it a bit slow.
Look, I'm not gonna like follow up on that take. I actually want to speak about something else right now, which is if you get the defensive items for the physical attack, it should be more than enough for a team Flash to win that game.
Lolzy finds Nico, but Nico able to Mortal Coil out of there, and now Carbon. Hades jumps back in with a Violet Requiem. Vanix gets a double kill, getting Blinks as well as Lina. Lina's gonna respawn very soon. But looks like a good fight for Flash, and they got a turtle as well.
Yep, just nice lockdown coming out for the side of Team Flash as they focus a majority of their burst onto Lina as well as Blink X, and they did it so quick that Lina had no opportunity to be able to channel down on the Netherrealm. So, instant punish, 5k lead for the side of Team Flash, the biggest lead we've seen so far.
Yeah, and Hades right now is just so annoying that no one can actually deal damage to him. He took that blue buff of the that purple buff, sorry, for Mortis, and he went back to go for his own jungle. So far, Team Flash are in control of everything. This is a really high gold lead, 6k in 8 minutes. That's remarkable.
Yeah, right now, Team Flash, they're staring in the eyes of Hermes Ghouls, and they're gonna take the mid lane turret. Carmen looks like he's trying to figure out how to play this macro-wise, trying to put a little bit of pressure on the top lane.
Hard, so hard.
I mean, let's look at the items, right? Let's see how far they truly are. I'm seeing that at least for the time being, Hades is still going for the semi-damage build, right? He's got the Genius Wand, he's got the Guardian's Helm already completed, but more importantly, look at Vanix's third item. He's already got the Malefic Roar. It's tough. He does so much damage at this point.
Yeah, I would say also if you looked at Nico, he's 4k gold, while there are people with 8k gold on the other side. So Nico odds are not looking quite well. So I want to see a first flicker. Am I greedy from Kufra?
Oh, Hades already jumping in, finds Blink X, and now Hades onto Stitch. Looks like Stitch got the kill onto Hades. I was like, I'm speechless.
But why? Yeah, but what? But why? Why did he have to go back in like that? There was no need to. He could have.
Lolzy finds Nico, but Mortal Coil able to immune himself with the crowd control. Carpet goes in, and Lolzy tries to secure someone close to the wall. It looks like Lolzy is able to survive this engaged killing spree for Vanix. Vanix has a kill, and Lolzy with the flicker gives a double kill onto Vanix, and now Adamir! Ooh, clutch flicker.
Ask and you shall receive.
Oh my
Lolzy with the flicker first.
I can't. Adamir, he is really smurfing right now. Look at him. The man is really showing the depths of his mechanics. He's dodged everything. He's making sure that Stitch doesn't get in on these fights. He is doing it single-handedly while the rest of Team Flash are just cutting down his teammates.
Do you think that he made it up for that first game frustration?
Oh yeah, I feel like he accumulated all of his emotions into Game 2 and Game 3. He's the kind of guy that takes it all. He's like, you know how you don't challenge nice guys? Nice guys has a limit on their patience. You don't push them far enough, all right? You push them enough that they're like, okay, I'm upset, but it's okay. They push Adamir too far.
He's just petty like that.
No, yeah, he's just petty.
But now with the Lord pushing in, right, this is starting to look like a really good checkmate position for the side of Team Flash, right? 8K lead, 36 to 27. No item, third item power spike for the side of Burmese Ghouls.
Wolsey now charging the Tyrant's Revenge, and Blink X coming from behind finds Hades, but no follow-up just yet. Blink X is almost getting taken down, but Lina was able to protect him, but at this point, I feel like the NetherRealm not being up is more of a big deal.
I actually like Carbon's way to move in the map. He wants to cut the lanes really smooth.
Yeah, now Wolsey almost making a mistake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's so clever.
So
you can't
smart.
push with no minions.
Yep, can't push with no minions, but they still be able to get one more inhibitor. It's a small save, but let's see how much of an impact. Oh, it's going to have. Oh, Nico.
Yep, they find Nico, but Nico is still, nope, never mind. Unstoppable for Vanix. Vanix is on fire for this guy. No way! No! Okay, he died. Thank goodness. he survived. Carbon now comes from behind. He's going to get taken down. Killing spree by Jay.
Is it done?
That needs an instant replay.
I can't. I'm so lost for words. He's smurfing so hard right now as they're looking to close this out. And they try backdoor protection of minions. And that's Team Flash taking the win. 2-1 against the Burmese Ghouls. What was that?
The story is between Singapore and Myanmar. Myanmar has been taking them down over and over again in internationals, and this time, new representatives from Singapore is like, we got your number.
We got your number indeed. Lulzy is happy. Adamir has a slight smile, and you know what that means. He's like, I smurfed this game, boys.
Yeah.
He played out of his mind.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, having that second deserved victory. Team Flash do deserve that victory, coming all the way from Singapore just to take the Premier Schools on their first challenge down. Team Premier Schools odds are bad at this moment.
Yeah, it's not looking good, right? They need every single one of these wins in the upcoming matches if they want to at least try and qualify or force a tiebreaker against another team in the same group. It's good stuff coming in for Team Flash.
Fountain.
He's still, and he nearly survived.
He was pulled back into the fountain. What?
I mean, I can't wait to see the highlights coming up in a little bit, but man, considering how game 1 and game 2, how long they dragged out, the fact that Team Flash was able to snowball that out of control, it's good to see that they're able to play every aspect of the game.
Let me just say he did die, but that's a cool way to die.
That is a cool way to die.
Yeah, it is. It's almost as the Kyrie escape yesterday if he managed to pull that off.
Oh, that would have been close. That would have been very, very close. But that being said, I think it's time. We got to have a look at our MVP. Brought to you by Republic of Gamers.
Adamir, right?
I mean, come on. Let's give it over to Jay. Big time Valentina, making sure that no matter what mistake you make, he's got you covered.
Oh, wait, it's not Adamir?
Nah. Jay has a perfect score. Adamir died,
If he did not die, yeah.
Yeah.
If he did not die, yeah.
I'm talking about the person who's been consistent throughout all 3 of these games. I'm talking about the man who plays in the mid lane and is dangerous. Look at that jawline. He's going to be cutting diamonds with that. 3-0-6. It's Jay on this Valentina.
Yeah, KDA speaks. And speaking of KDA, he had a lot of damage applied. We want to see that in the upcoming statistics, but let's look at the highlights. The highlights shows us that Team Flash, since the first second were in control with that double kill, also every team fight and every turret, every objective, they were nailing it one by one. Nico was just trying to prevent the inevitable, and at some point Carbon as well wanted to do some clever moves, but look at the execution here from Lulzy. He managed one time after another to do really good ultimates, and not just that. We'll look at this. Yeah, I was just about to mention it. A first flicker over and over again, dealing really, I would say not dealing, but making. Yeah, that was. I will leave it to you, Lafel. I will leave it to you.
I don't know.